cold at the touch, dead in the eyes. No signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more, no. A crying dove may never fly. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh. 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 Just black and white. Oh. Just let me go, it's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. Just let me go, it's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh. 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 It's black and white. Black and white.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round 4 of the DynamiXX Endurance Series here at Brands Hatch in the sunny weather of Kent. A nice change to the storm that we are currently having in the UK. I am Jack Johns, your commentator and broadcaster for today, and I am joined in the commentary booth by, of course, the wonderful Ed May. Say hello, Ed. How are you?
Hello, thank you very much, Jack. Wonderful intro, and yeah, we've got a real treat on our hands. It's 6 hours of the Brands Hatch GP circuit, a very tricky, technical, demanding circuit that, well, if drivers make any sorts of mistakes, both of us know, Jack, from our time in iRacing driving this circuit, it punishes you greatly should you step out of line.
Yeah, that's right. It's a tricky little circuit. It's got its ups and downs, quite literally in the respect of obviously turn 1. You got the Paddock Hill bend, claims a few victims on the outside of there when they carry that speed through. You got the gravel trap on the outside, and then of course with the Grand Prix layout, the square section that we were talking about earlier on the back of the circuit. That is where the danger is and where the consistency is needed. You've got an uphill blind apex in there somewhere, so. Well, if they're racing through there, they're going to have to be extra careful.
Yeah, it's so difficult just to overstep the mark a little bit through sheens and dip a wheel onto the grass on the exit, and that's it, you're toast, because you are carrying so much speed. It's impossible to hang on, especially in these GT3 cars. You'd think that they're nice and stable, steady things, but to go quick in these cars, you have to have them on the absolute knife edge of adhesion. As we see the drivers now getting underway with qualifying. Provisional pole position going the way of John Ruins, in district by BMS Esports Netherlands. And strangely enough, this is a new entry for this round. Not seen the vibe colours on the Audi R8 yet, so we'll be wondering how they'll get on this evening. Their teammates, of course, in the Lamborghini and the BMW, sent them across all 3 rounds of this season, and the Lamborghini has been the car to be currently piloted by Olivier Bulting. They're sitting down in 4th place, which is rather strange because I think they've taken pole position and won every single race so far this season.
Yeah, definitely, and just as you say that, the Lambo goes faster, straight to the top of the times in the hands of Bulting in the number 45. There he is going up the hill towards Druids. The cars look fantastic around this circuit, and in practice, like you said, the Lambo showed quite a dominant performance in the closing stages of practice. Eulenbrook down in 13th currently. He was up there as well, but at the moment seems to be struggling in this first part of qualifying. But they've got another 22 minutes left to sort that out, of course. Who's your favourite on the grid? Who have you been following this season, Ed?
Well, we're trying not to be biased, of course, but Sim Racers World TV's very own Peter Mackay is in the Porsche Sport car, currently being driven by Ryan Parkins in original 3rd position, just on an outlap, so we might be able to follow them through here. A full lap of this circuit. Take us away there.
Yeah, no problem. So you can see them entering turn 1 here. You can look at the speed as they turn into that downhill right-hander of Paddock Hill bend. All the curve and the exit. Up the hill they go and under the bridge into a hairpin Druids. Looks like he's not quite see the apex from here where the camera is. He has to pass a car there as well, which moves nicely out of the way. They go downhill into Graham Hill then the curve on the exit. Be very careful not to get a 1X, of course, there. You then got this long left-hander, which really, some people like to late apex it, some people like to hold it tight, some people like to try and carry the speed down the outside. There's varying lines into that long left-hander. It looks like he's actually backing off, so he might have got a 1X on that curve. You can look at the hills that are still going down and up through this back section. Now, normally this would be a very fast right-hander. He'd be carrying a lot of speed through there. I imagine he's going to set up for another lap. This whole section, in fact, is all 90-degree rights. Fairly close to 90-degree rights, but very fast. Have to be very committed, and if you get it slightly wrong on entry, you can see how close he is to the grass. He's still taking the racing line here. Just imagine this, but 80 kilometres faster. And then you've got this nice cambered in corner here, second to last corner. He can carry some speed through, up another hill, down another hill into the final corner. He's going to take this at full speed. He wants to set up his next lap for sure. Here he goes, turns it in, and then committed on the throttle right out to the grass. away he goes on another lap.
Yeah, shame we couldn't get that at full speed because that last sector on board at full chat is something else. You can see Ryan Parkin struggling to get the car turned in for Paddock Hill Bend, then coming up towards Druids again, taking a different line now, a nice tight line through the corner. Some drivers opt for a late apex, others like to keep it tight and try and carry the speed through. Again, you can see from the outboard shot now just how much of that runoff area you are able to take. Then coming towards Surtees, very difficult. Much better this time around. He completely missed the apex on his previous attempt, so much nicer from Ryan Parkins. And down towards Pilgrim's Drop. You can just see the attitude of the car as it turns in. He's going to be going fully for it. Right close to the inside curve, then to the outside on board here at full speed through Westfield, down towards Dingledell, the bottom of the hill, and I don't think he's going full pace again. Ryan Parkins not quite satisfied with his laps. It's a shame because coming up here, you've got the amazing left-hander of Sterling's cambered beautifully to carry a whole heck ton of speed. Unfortunately, though, we won't see the Porsche do that just yet. Instead, we can follow Hendrik de Grave, Flemish Simsports. A lovely livery there.
Yeah, it looks beautiful, that does. It's very nice. I'm flying through. It looks to be on a hot lap, number 867 of degree. You can see it cuts loads of the curb down the hill, and they want to open up. This is the blind right. You can't see the apex when you enter this. You just got to hope that it's there and get committed on the throttle nice and early. Don't use the grass on the exit. Over to the right straight away, into that camber corner. Now you can see what it's like when it's full speed through that part of the track. And then approach the final corner again. There he goes.
A little bit squirrely on turn entry towards Clark Curve, but he carried the speed, the momentum, which is key here. Going to come across the line, break the timing beam, and what will it be for Hendrik de Grave? No improvement, unfortunately. So that looks to be that there was an off-track somewhere within that lap. Unfortunate for Hendrik de Grave because it did look like a good end to the lap. Robin van Gogh now going to follow him through this final sector. Slings it through the cambered left-hander of Sterling's, through clearways towards Clark Curve. Needs to keep the car balanced, carry the momentum through, which he does. Power on nice and early. Up towards the line now. Currently second fastest. Can dethrone his stablemate Olivier Baltink from pole position. The answer is no, not yet. No one can see the challenge Lamborghini at the top of the timing sheets as Ryan Parkins finally able to put a lap in. Goes second fastest.
Yeah, he set a, well, he ended his lap in the gravel, but he set a purple sector 1 on that lap. So very nice line into Paddock Hill Bend up towards the hairpin, that would be. It's only a 9-second sector, so it's not much of the circuit. I imagine the timing beam is on the exit of turn 1. We can probably have a look at the track map to find that out. Yeah, just on the exit, you can see in the bottom right hand of that map, that red dot, that's the end of sector 1. So it's literally just that one turn that he's gone fastest in. But now, as I say that, I believe... Oh, never mind. I was going to say Lewis Klinkhammer's just gone fastest in that sector, but no, that lap ended early. We've got...
look how busy the track is, though, isn't it? On that first sector, there's a lot of cars all bunched up together, just coming onto the GP loop. Whereas cars like Martin Deckens, you can see him now just coming up towards Sheens. He's got completely clear track as the drivers make their way through. Here we can see the 7 in 7th place, Martin Deckens coming out of Sterling's, getting a little bit of a slipstream help potentially from provisional pole sitter Olivier Baltink. As Olivier, I think, is going to be starting his next flying lap just on an out lap, so we'll be able to see what that Lamborghini can muster now. As up across the line, 7th place for Martin Deckens. He will remain there for the time being, and now look at how close the gravel Olivier Baltink went on the absolute ragged edge here. This is going to be a very good lap should he do this for the remaining 1 minute that he has on this GP circuit. It's a little bit too eager on the exit, spins around, clatters the wall. That's his lap over and done with.
was enjoying. You could tell he was pushing straight away just from the way the car was handling through that first few corners. Really, well, he found the edge and went past it. You'd think he'd settle. He's on pole position. He's 4 tenths ahead of the next car. That's Parkins in the Porsche. We're currently watching Carvalho in the only BMW out there. There's quite a few Porsches, a few Audis, a couple of Lamborghinis, and then the lone BMW of Carvalho, who we are on board with now. I wonder how this would feel around this circuit. It's the only front-engined car, rear-wheel drive, of course, but having all the weight in the front definitely makes it handled differently to the others, especially through fast sweeping corners. So I wonder what the differences are going to be. He's not really struggling. He's in the top 5.
Before I answer that, I need to get your opinion on something, and that will determine if we're friends for the next 6 hours. Do you like the BMW?
Are we talking driving it or looking at it? Both. It sounds like both. Right, okay. This is going to be an unpopular opinion. When it first came out, hated it. Thought it was ugly. Over time, it has grown on me, and only since I've seen more appear in real life. When it first came out, I couldn't believe what they'd done to that front end nose, the grille, for example, which is, I think, the striking bit about it. But then since I've seen them on the road, I'm kind of starting to change my mind. But it has taken me a while. I mean, how long has this car been on the service now? It's taken me a while to get to that point, and I don't know if everyone else is in the same boat or not.
I think that's all right. I love this car. I love this car so much. It's such a fun car when you're behind the wheel to drive. It is absolutely wonderful. Been on the service now, I think, for about a year now, actually. I remember in, not the most recent Daytona 24, but I think the one before that took it to the victory, so it's always held a special part in my heart there. And I mean, to look at, I don't really mind it, especially you can see in the Sim District colours, it does look very nice indeed, that sort of matte effect, and you can see the Sim District livery on the right hand side, nice and glossy. I'm personally quite a fan of the looks of the BMW, especially the rear end, even though Chaz says it looks like a Lexus.
Well, the rear end is definitely prettier than the front. It's very, I feel like it's definitely stronger around some of the circuits with the way the weight's distributed. Last time I drove it, from what I remember, was at Mount Panorama, and through the mountain section it felt like it just had such an edge. It feels so calm and fairly stable car to drive, especially through tricky sections like that, as opposed to the Porsche for myself. Again, I don't know about you, Ed, and the drivers on the grid, but the Porsche for me is one of the difficult ones to drive. I've spun many a time.
And I think we'll see quite a bit of that potentially into this corner here, because you do need to keep the car very nicely balanced. The elevation might help the car out just a touch, but yeah, this car is very eager to swap ends as soon as the back end goes. With all that weight there's no stopping it. It will just pendulum around, and we get the characteristic slow spin, save just a bit, but then it spits you out into the wall. Very unfortunate for the Klinkhammer there. But that is pretty much right on cue what that Porsche is like at times.
It was perfect timing. Just a quick shout out to Kim and Jakob in the chat. Thanks for joining and watching, of course, as we see a very nice looking Audi R8 go for a journey. They're starting to push now. They've got 12 minutes, 11 minutes left of qualifying. I mean, they would have been pushing anyway, but now they've got their banker laps in. They're starting to just go beyond that limit to try and find that extra time to go further up the grid for the start of this 6-hour race.
Well, how many times that we've seen drivers very late on in the qualifying session pull out a lap from seemingly nowhere and jump to the top of the timing sheets? I think you can very well remember the Formula One the other week, where it all suddenly kicked off in the last, 30 seconds. So don't look away yet, everybody. We have got a real treat on our hands here as Olivier Baltzink is trying to hold on to his provisional pole position. Lap times. Sorry. Oh, bless me. Lap times looking very nice indeed.
Yeah, he's set at a purple sector 3, and John Bruin's currently in 3rd place. Is set a purple sector 4. So they are looking to improve their lap. Here is Bruins on the exit of the final corner. So he's coming down the straight. Can he close that gap? It's currently 49 hundredths. It looks like it's going to stay, so he didn't improve on that lap, but I tell you who has improved. And it is Boltink who's now increased that gap to 5 tenths of a second from Parkin, 6 tenths from Bruins.
And that was a stunner of a third sector, fastest of anybody here this evening. As we see Jürgen Lockhart in the chat cheering on, challenged by DB. This car, Jerry de Bova, in fact, I think there is a couple of them, but this is the highest placed of the two. There's a very strange rejoin, I think, from a Porsche.
Yeah, he must have gone deep at Druids.
WPR racing car, potentially. No, that was Luke Tice, rather, just a little bit too deep into Druids. Just fine, that's a relatively nice line. Just going through the left hand of this. Have a look here at what happened. Oh,
I mean, anyone would get distracted by a car parked in the middle of the circuit like that, and then missed his braking zone, I guess. Bit of a gravel trip. No, he done the best he could do there on the
just looked a bit worse from the camera angle we were given, but yeah, very good stuff from Luke Tice. Apologies, Luke, for besmirching your name that way. You've done a very good job.
I'm liking the look of this car. The Belgian flag across it, the big McDonald's logo on top. Not at all making me hungry. We'll ignore those feelings. But 9 minutes left. Currently in 13th place. Can de Bova improve? 1.3 seconds back. Is that going to jump a little bit?
Because it comes across the line. I don't think so for Jeremy de Bova. Again, just look at the cars going through Paddock Hill. It is a wonderful sight. And then up towards Druids, kicking the rear out just a touch as he turns the car in. That's a very Audi R8-esque thing. The car does like to get a little bit tail happy at times. The elevation changes, it dips down, is wonderful. And then this corner, I've never seemed to get right, but Jeremy's done a very good job there, getting the late apex, getting nicely, very well balanced here. Drop up towards Hawthorns. Very nice and carry speed through. Nice and close. Actually, a couple of onto the grass on the inside. And so that was the car. Another quick right-hander. Very nicely over the curb on the inside, maximising the speed it can carry up through Dingle Dell. And the right-hander just gets all out of shape, turns in a little bit too sharply. The back end threatens to swap ends on him, but he keeps it pointing roughly the right direction, just into the gravel. Unfortunately, Jeremy de Bova deciding to peel off into the pits rather than go for a second attempt at a lap.
Have another look at that. Like you said, he just lost the rear end on turning by the looks of it. Yeah, carried a bit too much speed into that right-hander. But we mentioned it earlier. It's an uphill blind. But tell you what has happened. We've seen a driver change. Scott McFowle now in the 45 Lambo at the top of the timesheets.
Whoa, there's a big moment for Louis Klinkhammer just up in front, and is that another characteristic Porsche just losing the back end? Does it happen relatively late? In fact, this is a different incident, I think. Here we go, Louis Klinkhammer then. Up into the corner he goes. Oh, and the rear goes onto the grass, and then it suddenly grips up somehow on the grass, spits him.
It's a big bounce that was. Definitely hit the wall at high enough speed to make the journey back to the circuit.
That's scary when you are in Scott McFall's position. You see a car up in front, have a moment into the wall, suddenly coming back towards the circuit on you. You don't really know where it's going to stop, so you do need to err on the side of caution. Unfortunately for Scott McFall, that did ruin his attempt at a lap if he was on one. But of course, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's sharing a circuit together. Traffic can play a part, but it isn't just about where you qualify, is it? You've got 6 hours of racing to come here at Brands Hatch. Sometimes it's better to qualify a little bit further back, but make sure you're in a good spot to go through without incidents for the first hour.
Of course, you've got the Tri-Racing Porsche here that did just improve on his time by about 2 to 3 tenths actually, but still not enough to jump up the order. He's closer to de Bova in 18th, but he needs to find another 10th on this lap if he wants to climb up that order. Look at the Audi twitching through that middle section. They are pushing this. Cut a lot of curve there on the inside as well. he flies through this final sector.
And
He's got the
this is
beamer
just
up
an
ahead.
outlet.
It is just an outlet.
Well, it's just an outlet, but
flying.
he's really pushing it. Making the heat into those tyres.
I wonder if the toe is worth much around here, because there's not too many flat sections. I imagine the main straight can get a bit of a benefit, and that back straight into the 90 degrees, but anywhere else is probably a hindrance if you're too close to the car in front.
I think in qualifying trim you can get maybe about half a second if you time it right, which can be a big improvement. I mean, that's the difference between first and second at this time, so
Yeah.
you never know. And I mean, if you're one of those cars in the midfield, a half a second could suddenly see you well within the top 10 as Bravo Follon goes up into 7th place, the Decimo.BE Porsche. Car that's actually had some relatively good results as of recently. I remember Monza was actually a very good round for them. We'll see what they can manage here though at Brands Hatch. A very different circuit to Monza is the Brands Hatch GP circuit. Maybe not quite playing to their strengths.
Really does take a lot of curve on that inside. I don't, like, if that was me, my lap would be invalidated. But yeah, he's obviously got the line perfected.
Can really cut the inside there. It looks like quite a steep curve when you're coming up to it, but that's just the elevation lying to you almost. You can absolutely monster your way through it if you've got the car set up for it. As the Bova comes across the line, stays 18th fastest for the moment. Hey, about to cross the line with a personal best in the second sector. That would be for the car that was 14th place, remains in 14th. And then down to, well, actually no, back to Kim in the Lamborghini. Look at that. A little bit of a dent actually on the left-hand front. Very strange. He's carrying on. Maybe he doesn't realise that there is damage.
Normally takes me a bit of time throughout screen to pick my favourite livery, but I think this is a hands down straight up winner in qualifying. Maybe throughout the race it'll change, but at the moment that car is gorgeous.
It does look very nice, aided by the wonderful sunshine we have here at Brands Hatch. Track temperatures in the 30s at this current moment in time, but as the race wears on, as we get towards the evening, the track will inevitably cool down. You might see difference in strategies at play. Here's a car we haven't seen all qualifying, I think. Dimmy Deals, duct tape racing here, making his way through Hawthorne Bend. With the attitude of the car, definitely going for it. You can see kind of speed, the suspension working its magic down through the compression, up the hill. Wonderful stuff there, monster in the curves again, and then through Sterling, the camber working its wonders. Duct tape racing, you can see on the back bumper as he makes his way towards the final corner. Look at the attitude of the car, really just turns in for him. Wonderful stuff. This looks to me like he should be improving as he comes across the line. Dimmy Deals, 15th fastest. Yeah, it does improve. You can see when a lap's good, Dimmy Deals up into 11th place, and only just by the margin of what? 4-5 thousandths.
Yeah, 6 thousandths behind Yagazoglu in the Dynamics pink car. Another car we haven't seen much in qualifying actually. Number 88.
Another nice livery.
It is a nice one, yeah. Use of some spec maps, the nice matte black rear, glossy red paint, and of course the pink accents to go with the Dynamics pink name. This is Bravo Follon. One of the other Porsches out there on track. Currently in 7th place, 9/10 back at the pole position. But that Lambo still with 20 seconds to go, looking like pole position is solidly his. Half a second. Scott McFowle currently in that car. Just getting some practice in before the start of the race, I imagine.
Yeah, just trying to get as many laps under his belt as he can do. Scott McFall still out on the circuit now as we see the checkered flag being waved. So drivers, they can finish the laps that they're currently on. But they can't start another one. So this will be it for Bao Follon. His final attempt as the rear gets all out of shape. Really pushing the limits and pushing too hard into the barriers. Some knots almost taking out our poor cameraman.
That was pretty close. He done well not to flinch there. Big hefty whack into the tyre wall, a solid tyre wall. This is Dirk Bouts, currently in 13th place. He's pulling over, looks like he's had enough. And then the final lap for the AD and the McChallenge by DB car.
There's another purple sector in there for Scott McFall.
It is sector 3, but he's also off the circuit, comes to a stop. And that is the end of qualifying.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful qualifying session. Here's all the drivers make their way into the pits. Very shortly we'll be able to run you through the starting order for the 4th round of the DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Championship. But what a qualifying session that was, with Scott McFall and Olivier Bolting both putting in the effort, putting the car on provisional, or not really provisional anymore, is it? It's pole position.
Well, a blistering pace from that Lamborghini. Half a second is a massive amount of time, especially on a circuit like this. But the race is long. It's 6 hours. You've got teammates. You've got traffic to contend with, and it's all about that consistency. Who's gonna fight early on? Who is gonna sit there and sort of just play it safe? Who? Just who? what is going to happen? I haven't seen many of the rounds this season, Ed. Tell me what you expect in this endurance race.
Well, I'll expect Ryan Parkins, if he's starting the car, to give the Lamborghini up in pole position a run for its money into turn 1. Ryan is a decent old peddler in that Porsche Sport car. His teammate's a little bit more steady, so that'll be good towards the end of the race when the tyres and the strategy need to be considered more. But here we go. Here is the starting grid, and it is Sim District GT3 by Vibe Esports on pole position. Scott McFall starting the car ahead of Ryan Parkins, the Porsche Sport 101 Porsche, joining him on the front row of the grid. Then we have John Bruins for Sim District in the Audi R8, with Louis Klinkhammer joining him on the second row of the grid in 4th place. Then we come down to Nilsson Carvalho in the other Sim District car, the BMW. Sim District doing very well in qualifying, all in the side, the top 5. There's Joel Olenbroek, Zenem Esports 1, alongside him in 6th place. Then we come down to Babo Follon in his Decimo.be Porsche, with Lucas Romano alongside him in 8th place. Steph Del News is 9th, ahead of Timur Yagizoglu, the DynamiXX Pink car, rounding out the top 10. Dimmy Deals, with a late improvement, sees him up to 11th place on the grid, with Martin Deckens dropped down into 12th place. Those two will be going at it into turn 1. You can count on that. Dirk Bouts in 13th place, ahead of DJ de Vlamink, with Kim Verhey at 15th for Flemish Simsports, Nick Pouillard 16th for DynamiXX Bellspeed. Then we come down to Wesley Gielherd for WPR Racing, Navarro de Bova, Evold van der Maren, and rounding out the grid, Luke Tice for Team Tice.
Nicely done, well done, Ed. So here they go then. They're going to start their rolling start. Not a full pace lap, they're starting on the back section. In the Lambo, warming his tyres frantically before they can make it round turn 1. And here they go then. There's a big gap to the pack behind, right? There's two splits almost. I don't know if they want to close that, because it's going to go green fairly shortly. The pit car's pulled in and away they go. So Scott McFall leads the way. He's got a good start. The Porsche Sport car seemingly, he is right there with him. He hasn't fallen asleep too much on the start. Around the first turn they go, and it all seems fairly safe from the front of the pack. It's side by side there with the Audi and the Porsche in towards Druids in the midfield. 3 wide into Druids. No, that's not going to work. Surely the DynamiXX Pink car going out wide. The Audi losing the rear end. He's going to lose 1-2 places as they go down towards Druids, but he's still on the outside as the Audi R8. Loses that position, nice and safe there as they head towards the long left-hander now. Everyone's surviving. And there's the McDonald's car of Dabuva up the inside. He's got the Lambo, or the Flemish sports car, De Grave, right round the outside. Very nicely done.
Grab it as they come up towards Hawthorns now. Single file is pretty much the order of the day here. Never mind that, actually, I thought there was a Porsche going down the inside. That was the DynamiXX pink car, thinking of having a cheeky little send on Winnie Deals for that take racing. Thinking better of it, has dropped back on account of that move that never was, but relatively safe for everyone. On the first lap, no major incidents, which is great to see. Good to see Porsche Sport in the chat as well. We did have a Porsche leading at one point, but it wasn't a pace car, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll be able to see if Ryan Parkins can challenge Scott McFall for P1.
I mean, Scott
back, and actually Ryan Parkins is trying to clear a gap to John Bruins, which is Bruins doing exactly that, around about a second.
There's the gap on your screens, you can see. So the leader, Scott McFall, 8 tenths up the road, but Bruins, well, it's just gone to a second. Bruins 1.5 seconds behind Parkins in the Porsche Sport car. So both the two leaders pull in a nice gap. Cavallo looks fairly close. This little train behind Klinkhammer, behind Bruins, sorry, is the lead car in this train in third. Entering that back section, and then after this gaggle of 4 cars, you've got another gap back to another 4-car train.
Yeah, Ryan Parkins actually lost a little bit of time coming through 30. He's got unsteady on the curves, had to wait to put the power down, and that saw Scott McFall extend his advantage by around about 3 tenths of a second. That gap now 1.5 seconds, you can see on the left hand side of your screens. You can see the cars gaining positions, the cars losing positions. Lucas Romano, we saw that little switch, that little slide he had coming out of Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend. That saw him lose quite a fair few handful of positions, down in 12th place, but we know that he has the pace. The car did qualify very well. There is speed in that Audi R8. Just need to try and find it. Is looking up down the inside for a moment. Wilson Carvalho thought about sending a move, but then decided better of it. Is John Bruins linking in and out. That's going to be a worry for Louis Klinkhammer.
Yeah, Cavallo was looking feisty then. He looked, just put his nose to the inside. He didn't send it. Maybe just a small intimidation tactic from the Beamer driver there, which, I don't know, at this stage of the race, could it work? It could work. Everyone's settling in. They're trying to find their groove.
On cold tyres, it's easy to try and force someone into a mistake.
That's right. And if you see that flashing headlights in the mirror, I don't know how many of these guys are going to do that. I'm a headlight flasher. What about you, Ed?
Oh, I'm not a flasher. I don't know. I'm not going to judge you for it, but personally, I'm not a fan of flashing. If I'm coming up to a slower car and I'm making clear that I'm going to go down the inside, then I'll let them know that I'm there, but I don't do it if I'm racing someone for position.
I'm going to be judged. I can feel it. You got two types of drivers, I guess. Headlight flashers and non-headlight flashers. But it's the same.
If the Formula 1 cars had flashlights, I would have been using them. You can guarantee that.
Imagine that. Get some LEDs on those front wings. We had a swap there with Demi Deals. Is that a mistake? No, it's just a really nice send down the inside into turn 1 for the DynamiXX pink car, number 88. Oh, a beautiful move there. Porsche on Porsche. That was really nicely done.
Wonderful from Zoglu. He's very good on the brakes. We saw that at the first round, actually, the championship at Zolder. Zoglu is a very good racer. Knows how to send it in on the brakes, and to be fair, he left it late into Paddock Hill Bend. That always runs the risk of having contact, but it also didn't allow Ding Deals to do anything defensively, so it was a great little send from that DynamiXX pink car, the 88 car, now trying to close in on 8th place. Ray Franks up the road, as we see. More Ballots up in 7th place for the Decimo.BE car. I think there's a bit of swapping and changing, or is that rather a car blinking in and out with John Bruins?
Bruins again dropping in and out. You can see him in the Audi R8. He's got a little bit of a gap up ahead. These guys fairly even on pace in 3rd, 4th and 5th. And then you've got the Lambo of Goosens there in P6. It's just a little bit further back before we go to the train that we were on board with. Down in 70th, got Jürgen van der Poel. He's only lost one place, as has Wesley Gilhood behind. It's a striking livery. We didn't get to see the Dynamics Bell Speed car in qualifying either.
And Dynamics livery there in the 251 Porsche. One out Bell Speed. Not off to the best of starts, losing one place, but they did have a challenge by DB cars that I think was a little bit out of position on the grid. Kurt van Hoenacker already making up 2 places in the first 6 minutes of racing here at Brands Hatch. But the top 7 have pretty much stayed as they have been since qualifying, as Ruins again blinks in and out, which is not what Blinkhammer wants. That little distraction coming through an area where you need to be laser focused. The run through Westfield up towards Tiggle. That was, Blinkhammer. Does he just lock the rear? What happened there?
Snatched a break on the rear tyres and just lost the rear end, and now he's going to tumble down the order. He's going to come out. He's done a safe rejoin. Yeah, he's rejoined nice and parallel to the circuit. Everyone avoids him, so he is going to survive. There's going to be no damage, but that, like you said, he just snatched a break on the rear end. Here's a replay of it. It comes into this right-hander. Oh, on the grass. He's on the grass. There it was.
And that's something that I have a huge amount of sympathy for. I've done that countless times in my iRacing career. I've been in so many promising positions, and then one little mistake, it's easy to do. If you did what Van Hoenacker did, running, a couple of feet further wide, you're fine. But if you go an inch wide, you just touch that rear end tyre. It's a smaller mistake, but it's punished so much more.
Yeah, it's so easily done, especially when you're pushing to the limit. Like we said in quali, they were all right on that edge, and the grass is just so lethal. And it's just the fact that it's the rear right tyre. That's where all the drive's coming from. Round he went, and he's now down in 16th place. On the plus side, the next 5 hours and 50 minutes is going to be very entertaining for that team, because they're going to try and climb their way back up the order.
Yeah, a little bit of grass they've been trying to shake off their tyres, which I think they probably have gotten rid of by now. As we come back up to the fight at the front, Jens Goosens now only having to worry about Nielsen Cavallo. There's Gregory Franks now in the middle of, well, a long train of Porsches, isn't there? We've got Mallarts, Franks, Zoglu, Dielsen and Deckens just in the background there. Wonderful for any fans of the Porsche. Audi in the background ruining the lovely screenshot opportunities, but still.
I want to keep an eye on this 88 car, because that move into turn 1 was fantastic, and I think he's got the pace to line up another Porsche, I believe. It's not going to be long. We do see the 2 up ahead fighting a little bit, and that's only going to bring Yagazoglu closer into that fight, as Franks is now only 1/10 behind.
The sights and sounds, though, Porsche is a very, very nice looking GT3 car, and it sounds absolutely wonderful. Just hear them coming through. Listen to them as they come up the crest of the hill now. Oh, wonderful. You hear the little noises of the cars hit the curb as well. That's the thing that iRacing has really gotten well, I think, is the sort of the sound engine, the way that the cars really do sound very realistic with the Doppler effect and everything as they come up to you. And then the sound fades away on board as well. Oh, listen to that. Look at this as well, Mallarts goes defensive into Medic Hill Bend, and there's a good run now. Can't cover off the inside. Gregory Franks is going to go for it up the inside, side by side, wheel to wheel, almost door to door through Druids and then down through Graham Hill Bend. Unfortunately, Gregory Franks hasn't been able to go for it. He might get the switch back. He's going to look down to the inside. He has just enough of an overlap to send it once more. Second time's the charm, is it for Gregory Franks as he powers out? And down towards Pilgrim's Drop, they will continue on side by side for pretty much half a lap, maybe the other half. Maybe not. As down the inside, all of a sudden, Gregory Franks worked so hard to try and snatch position, ended up losing out.
Two
That
places.
Dynamics pink car, very, very quick on the draw. Yagizoglu again showing the reasons why he was praising his racecraft ability, taking advantage of a car out of position, and going for 7th place now.
Yeah, very close amongst these 5 Porsches. It's getting feisty, but I think, I mean, that hand was forced by Franks. It looked like he was racing through that lap. He made the move, forced. He got forced onto the outside. Sorry, was it Malartz that made the move on Franks?
Also, sorry to what has happened to the Audi that was at the shot?
Romano went off. There will be a replay. These guys are so close.
I was busy distracted by the sound of the Porsches in the battle, and all of a sudden, maybe it was Romano who himself was distracted.
You've got these two now going at it. Demi Deal's coming under pressure from Deckens.
These two can't afford to fight. If they lose this train, it's going to really harm their first stint. They need to keep up and try and stay in the tote. Helps to save a bit of fuel as well in a long train such as this as we come now to the fight, or what was the fight, but with Lucas Romano, a little bit distracted, running very, very wide. Does he keep it out of the wall? Oh, only just, and then keeps out of the way just about of the Lamborghini. Isn't obviously going to fall off the circuit for him, but does very well to stick on his line after rejoining.
Yeah, there it was. But these two, as they were, Deckens and Deals, like you said, they can't really afford to fight too much if they want to stay with that train in front of them. But it does look like Deckens is pushing to try and get that place.
Is that, I thought for a minute there was a little bit of damage on the front splitter of Deckens' car, but it seems to be relatively okay. Just on that left-hand side, actually, no, there is a little bit of a chunk taken out of that front. It's marginal. It shouldn't be affecting the performance too much. Maybe in terms of top end a little bit slower, but in the slipstream, they'll be able to make that time, make that speed loss back up. Because we have a fight for 19th place. Obviously, Neil Hurd and Luke Tice scrapping it out.
I think Wesley's had a bit of an off somewhere. The rear end looks a little bit damaged. 33 car.
We'll see it here.
Too much on the exit, yeah. Oh, he's going to spin round into the pit entry. Just a big... Yeah, okay, so not too much. He's going to feel that, though. Bit of a nose tap to the barrier, and then his rear wing as well, for good measure. And then here comes the Porsche. We just caught the tail end of this. The 20th place Porsche going up the inside for 19th. And then as they were, that was Tice overtaking him. So a nice little fight there for 19th and 20th place. Long way to go. Anything can happen. Goossens is pretty much by himself in the Lamborghini.
Or as Yagizoglu's now battling it out with Yagizoglu. Lord Malartz, Yagizoglu wheel to wheel into Druids they go, and this time Yagizoglu gets the move done, doesn't allow any chance of a fight back through Graham Hill Bend. He needs to get a very good exit, which he does, and now all of a sudden under pressure is Malartz from Gregory Franks, who's going to be having fire in his eyes after losing out on the position earlier on. Has a chance to try and get something back, but pace in a straight line just isn't there. You can just see he wasn't gaining at all in a straight line. Probably a difference in setup, even though they're all the same car. They're making a lap time in different areas. Cars geared for straight line speed, cars geared for the corners. But that's definitely feeling the pressure. Got overtaken very nicely, actually, you have to say, by Yagizoglu. Again, on the brakes. There aren't many drivers that are able to utilise that Porsche's ability to stop better than he. And he's already up 4 places.
So have a look at this replay. Look, as they were weaving down the straight, he's done it into turn 1 again. Got the car stopped as Yagizoglu. A very opportunistic move. But then the battle continued as they went up towards Druids. This is where we joined the fight side by side. Mallart's held it round there, but Yagazoglu just not allowing him to keep the car there. Shut the door on the exit, and then that just gave him the lead line into Graham Hill Bend. And then, like you said, Frank's looking for some friendly on-track revenge, trying to get that place back that he lost earlier.
Ooh,
contact there as he went deep.
Yeah, maybe the revenge wasn't going to be in the form of an overtake. That was very scary stuff. Just a little bit too late on the brakes, and well, 77 Martin Deckens does need a second invitation to take that place. Gregory Franks, you can see that he's got the pace, but maybe a little mistake, maybe a little bit of frustration started to creep in the first 15 minutes. He needs to just try and focus on the bigger picture. There's plenty of time still to earn this race. As long as you keep within this fight, you're in with a shot of taking all of these positions up in front of you come the end of the race.
Lucas Tice did get re-passed by Wesley after he had that spin into the pit lane. It was just on the brakes into Druids. There's an apex there somewhere. Is it going to be a switchback? Does the battle continue down the hill? It does, but then Tice is on the outside. He would need a switchback.
Bikes on the apex.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, gave it a go. Couldn't quite get the run. He's still there. Ooh, he would have had to have been done on the brakes into a, not really a heavy braking zone into that corner. It's quite a fast sweeper, but good racing there for 19th and 20th still.
Yeah, wonderful little battle for the pair of them. I think, as the pace he was showing earlier, might try and disappear up the road ahead of Luke Tice as Jeremy de Bovert getting into the back almost of, I think that was Dirk Bouts in the RP Motorsport Azul car, getting the pass done, but it was a bit of a close run affair, I think, that one. Very close to a big moment.
Yeah, I wonder if Dirk had a problem. He also got passed by Clint Cameras. I don't know if he's had a slide somewhere again or come off. This is the move. Oh, it's into the final corner. I know it's fairly done. We said Clint Cameron was going to have an entertaining race, and there he is climbing up the order. He's back in 13th place, I believe.
Yep, making his way back up the order is Louis Klinkhammer. But unfortunately for him, it's having to be a recovery drive rather than a drive to try and snatch a podium up at the front of this stage.
He's got 4.5 seconds to keep an eye on there up to Romano.
Just seeing as well the gap between the leaders, 5 seconds between Scott McFall and Ryan Parkins, and that's within the first 18.5 minutes of racing here. So a dominating drive so far from number 45 Lamborghini that we've been seeing all season long. Scott McFall starting the car rather than his teammate Olivier Boulting.
Just about see the Porsche in the shot there. Very, like you said, 5.6 seconds in that amount of time. Every now and then the Porsche just jumps in, but Bruins still keeping Ryan Parkins within eye shot, 1.5 seconds back. And the Beamer up in the top 4, up 1 position from where he started, in the hands of Cavallo.
Yeah, very good stuff from Nilsson and Cavallo. Some District GT3, all within the top 4 places. They've got 3 cars inside the top 4. Maybe come the end of the race, they're going to try and get one better. Oh, as Deck, he does muscle his way past Ward Mallarts. That was very elbows out overtake. Watching that sent Mallarts off the circuit, but
Ranks would have enjoyed that.
Within slipstream range. Yeah, he will.
He would have saw that and been like, oh, okay, I'll take that position. In fact, all 3 of them have gone through. But like you said, Mallart's probably not a fan of that
who else
move.
will be enjoying that one? Yagazoglu, who's now got 1.5 seconds on account of that little battle. They both lost time. Yagazoglu has been able to extend his advantage and is going to try and break the toe.
He's getting there. He is getting there. 1.5 seconds is, if there is any toe effect, right on the cusp. You've actually got the Lambo of De Grave there, in 11th, closing in to this slipstream train of the Porsches. So keep an eye on the Flemish Sim Sports car. He will be, as soon as he gets into that toe, which he very much is there now, he might join this fight with the 4-way Porsche. battle.
I was surprised to see that car as far down as it was in qualifying. They have been doing very well in the races so far this season. They probably just didn't get the luck in terms of traffic. It was a very busy circuit there, even though there's 20 cars on a tight, twisty circuit like Brands Hatch. It can be difficult to get a lap in 30 minutes. So we're going to see Henrik Guerrero try and carry his pace back up through the field. Very quick lap last time by, just a 10th off of his previous best. There's Martin Deckens now. He's got a whole host of cars looking to get through. Very fortunate.
He lost the rear end on the exit curve. And he held it really nicely. Didn't lose any positions as a result, which was nice. I wonder if we can have a replay of the move that Deckens made. It looked fair on the entry, he just shot it down the inside on the brakes, but then I think it looks like from the camera angle he did try and give room. Just
yeah, might need to go on a blimpy boy.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, there's some nice trees. It's just
I leaves enough just about a car's width. It's
really, yeah, I feel for him, but that move just looks completely fair. And it was right on the edge of giving room, but at the same time, obviously he wanted to turn in and make the corner. I think it was just one of those where the car's probably overreacted for what it was.
It was a very, very elbows out send, but yeah, Olivia Wilting in the chat saying full send. It was definitely one of those, but one of those full sends. But I don't think there was anything too bad, too malicious. Nothing that I think would incur the steward's wrath. Maybe if they gave him a warning, I think that might be fair.
Olivia Bolting in chat says full send, smiley face. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't think it needs to be looked at too much. There was room on the exit. It was just one of those things. But I'll tell you what, there was something I asked you all in chat to keep an eye on, and it was the 4.5 second gap from Klinkhammer to Romano in the Audi, which is now half a second a couple of minutes later. So that Porsche flying around, now got the Audi just up the road, 6/10.
Lapping faster than leaders is Klinkhammer at this moment in time as well.
Yeah, last lap 1:23.2. Leaders up front 1:23.3 for McFarlane, 1:23.6 for Parkins. And Bruin's just on similar, just 200ths down, but look at this, he has really closed that gap. Got the fire in his eyes.
Yeah,
number 41. Oh.
Fire in the internet router maybe,
yeah.
blinking in and out. He is definitely dropping the hammer. Kimber Hayek. Great stuff, Kim. Yeah, he's definitely put the hammer down, and now needs to focus on getting through. Holding into Paddock Kill Bend is his next best shot if he gets a very good run. Coming through the final corner. On board with Klinkhammer, you can see the rear end of that Audi. And Lucas Romano doesn't need to get out of the way for him. He knows, of course, that Klinkhammer had that incident early on, and he's going to be coming up very quickly, but he's got his own race to run. It's no good just rolling off the circuit to let someone else through. Got a race for it. Needs to make sure that Klinkhammer earns the right to take P12. Graham Hill, very nice on the apex, very nice on the power. Try and close the gap down, but doesn't seem to work for him at this moment. You can see now the slipstream helped him to get close, but then the dirty air really affects the car coming out of the corners.
Yeah, he's having that blinking issue, which is going to throw Romano off a little bit, I imagine, if he's seeing that car right on his bumper and then disappearing and then coming back. 2/10 the gap currently, and only 3 seconds up the road to the Flemish Lambo after this. So, I mean, his race isn't over by all means. I'm not sure how high he can get up the grid, but after that Lambo is that train of 4 Porsches we've been watching for a while. I don't know, at a push with the pace that he's going, you've got to say a top 5's on the cards, especially with how long, 5.5 hours left.
Absolutely, I mean, there's plenty of time to go. Anything can happen, especially in a circuit like Brands Hatch. All it takes is for one little mistake for one of the cars up in front, and then you're right back in the fight once more. doing a very good job.
I thought he was going to commit to it then.
Yeah, I mean, lap times from Romano aren't very bad. And he's keeping, I think I'm very honest, but yeah, you were right. Thought he was going to go for it. Thought better of it. Was up in the front. Yagazoglu was trying to build the gap. Still 1.3 seconds.
I think he's sized him up enough. I think it's going to be done this lap. He sat behind the lap before. The lap we just watched, I think, was a half attempt. And I've got a feeling if he can be close enough this time, he's going to fully send it into turn one. He's lined him up nicely. Although, saying this, he appears to have dropped back in this sector.
I think he might have dropped back to give himself a little bit more of a clearer run, less dirty air, less, right up behind the rear end of a car. You get affected so much, but by keeping about half a second, it does help you out a little bit more. But no, he's dropped back a lot. What's going on with Blink Hammer? Just a couple of mistakes creeping in. Needs to cool the tyres down, so probably not pushing as hard. A lovely shot of some trees, and then Van Hoenacker. Oh! Loses the rear on the grass, then darts it into the side of the Porsche. I think that was Jürgen van der Peer. Getting Jürgen van der punted.
You got the Van der Myron there, probably looking to try and get past as well. Or is the Audi going to keep it? I think he's lost his run there. He's lucky only to lose one place. The Audi of Van Hoenacker. But like you said, might have a little bit of damage on that car now.
Looks to be all in order. Maybe a little bit of a bump here and there on that right side. Is there a little bit of damage there? Maybe a little bit on sort of either side of the wheel arches potentially.
Yeah, it's not going to be too much. I don't know if it affects the car that much around a circuit like this. It's right hand side damage. As long as
a little bit on the side
okay.
you can see there.
Should be all good. But Van der Meyren looking, he's well in the slipstream. He's going to be looking to try and get past this Audi for 17th place. Franks is looking close to Deckens. They're going to the final corner. This fight's still very much going on. Yagazoglu now 1.2 seconds up the road, so that gap staying fairly steady. Is Franks going to send it to the inside this time? It's going to have to be late.
It'll be from too far back in. It'll need to be basically within a tenth of the car in front to even think about sending into Paddock Hill Bend, because it's not necessarily the hardest of braking zones, but look at that, covering off the inside. Martin Deckens already feeling the pressure from Gregory Franks, even though probably wasn't going to send over it, he still felt the need to cover it off. That did force Greg to go wide of the apex, lost a little bit of time, as we now see that tri-racing Porsche, year-old Van der Meyren ahead of Van Hoenacker.
Done it before the main straight, so he must have done it into the final corner, or is it this corner where we saw a move earlier? That's how it's done. Still side by side, the race continues down towards the final corner, downhill, back uphill again, into the right-hander. It's going to be nice and safe. Plenty of room given by both of them.
Acres of space.
Yeah, could get a third car in there if you want to take the risk.
Maybe not that far. I wouldn't want to have a third car. No three. I think if ever I see a third car, like 3 wide around here at Brands Hatch, I'd be having kittens. Oh.
Yeah, it would be frustrating. It's possible, but it's always, if you're on the outside of a 3 wide fight, it's never fun, because it's almost always that person that gets shown the grass or the gravel. But back to the Porsches at hand. Porsche are going to get a lot of screen time, I think, if this fight continues.
Half the field as well is in the Porsche, so Porsche Sport in the chat will be loving life.
I'll be happy.
Not sure if we have admins here, but our fan club has arrived in the chat. Seagulls. Yagazoglu being closed down though by Martin Deckens. And that gap has really come down now. It's been basically slashed in half. Definitely, while he was able to get the positions, now he needs to try and defend them. There's Martin Deckens for DynamiXX Racing Simulators closing in. Here as well, Dimmy Deals actually getting closer to Brent Franks.
Yeah,
He's sending it over the curb there, right up behind. Could be on for a move.
He's been nice and consistent as Jimmy has just sort of sat there waiting patiently. He's gained any positions when the 2 or 3 in front of him have been scrapping away and getting close, elbows out. The number 832 is, like you said, you need to be kind of within a tenth to send it into turn 1, or a lot later on the brakes, because the gap, or the vortex of danger, as it's known, closes very quick as you turn in towards the apex. I don't know if you've heard that phrase before, the vortex of danger. It's been very much spoken about in the touring car circles recently, very contacty series. I don't know if you've seen that.
I call it the vortex of fun.
The vortex of fun.
It's spicy. It's exciting, you know, when you're in that area. You're like, ooh, what's gonna happen here? Is he gonna end with a crash? Is he gonna end with an overtake? Ooh, what's happening? Especially in touring cars when you see them, because you know they like to, give something for the other drivers to remember and buy as they pass them. You know, a little bit of a love tap here and there, I think, is the best way, the nicest way of saying touring car drivers like to have their elbows as wide as a barn door.
Yes. the very aggressive love taps, aggressive lovers are touring car drivers. But I mean, it's got to be due to the cars are not very easily damaged. We've seen a few people here, as we see Tyson in the pits. We've seen a couple of little knocks in these GT3 cars, and they do get damage, which is probably why there's a little bit more. A little bit more respect between the drivers in terms of elbows out racing. It still gets feisty, of course, but it's what we like to see. We like to see people side by side. We like to see people fighting as much as they can. As Klinkhammer has closed his 1.1 second gap back down to 4 tenths, so that charge has continued. I'm not sure why Tice has entered the pits, whether he's had another incident. Here he is in the 315 Porsche. Too much grass on the exit. Kept it together though, so no damage. So he's just going to come in. Maybe a driver swap.
Yeah, maybe a miscalculation on the fuel. Fuel for about half an hour, which is the length of qualifying.
It's actually showing as out. I don't know if he's...
Oh, maybe he's had something come up when he started to quit the race, unfortunate. Does have a teammate, I believe, Thijs Vandenberg, but I don't think he's there to take over at this moment in time. So that Team Thijs car seemingly out of the running. Very unfortunate, because they were on for a good little fight. They were having a good little battle, weren't they, earlier with Wesley Uhlhode.
On board with Bruins now. Watching Bruins in the Audi R8. He has closed that gap for P2. Parkins down to within a second. He's still having the blinking issues. The Porsche Sport Car losing sight of the Lambo up ahead. 8 seconds clear. But he's very much got an Audi closing him down now. 4P2, half an hour into the race.
Yeah, going to see what Ryan Parkins can do to stay ahead. Keep his Porsche Sport Porsche in second place. Doesn't want to drop back or get involved in a fight, because if he does, all of a sudden they're going to have 2 Sim District cars right up behind their own seekers. Nelson Cavallo in that BMW, still within touching distance of a podium place. As we've got a replay here, this is Van der Maren getting past 251 of Jürgen van der Peer, very slow for the Dynamics Bell Speed coming out of Surtees. Seems to be back up to full pace now, so it might have just been a little bit of a moment.
Yeah. Doesn't show that he had any issues. I don't know if there's any slowdowns on that part of the circuit.
Not that I can think of.
Yeah, the only place I can think of is in this back section, if there was one, but that was before we even got there, so an interesting one, unless he really, really cut Graham Hill bend. I haven't seen it done, but it's possible. As we see Klinkhammer again closing that gap down, it's to about 3 tenths, so maybe not this lap on Romano. He's been holding this nice. Props to Romano in 12th place. He's done pretty well in holding him behind. He's going to have to defend here though. Is he going to let him have it? He's opened up the inside and through Klinkhammer goes. easily done before the apex. I might be wrong. He's flashing his headlights, maybe saying, right, I've let you have that. Off you go. Let's catch up to the driver.
I think it was just Klinkhammer came in, had a lot of speed, and I don't think Romano expected the move to be done. We'll see if we can get a replay of it, because he did have a very good run through Paddock Hill and up towards Druids. You can see a very good run, and kind of just came at him so late that there wasn't really a time for Romano to react. Maybe it was a little bit nicer for Romano. You can see he left him acres of space through. Not sure what the flashing of the headlights is for, either to say, why'd you do that, you came from so far back, or off you go, lad. And, you know, I've let you through, go on.
Yeah, it's just, I think with that corner, if the car's that close to you on the exit of Paddock, you need to move over instantly. It's like, you have to be prepared to move over before you even exit the corner. And he just had so much speed in that Porsche. Like you said, he couldn't really get over. I don't think he's annoyed at that move. I think it was a fair... I mean, it was far back, but not so far that it wasn't called for. I think he should have seen it coming. I imagine it's, right, go get him. A little bit of inspiration and hoping to stay with him is Romano in the slipstream, but Klinkhammer's had some pace. He's got 5.5 seconds now to get to Grave.
I mean, you're the headlight flasher. I'll trust your judgment on that one.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I haven't seen how these drivers have been throughout the season. You've seen the fights so far, any rivalries that are out there. I'm not sure on previous, but I wouldn't be too annoyed with that pass. But then, after 40 minutes of racing, I don't know where these guys' heads are at, and they've got a long way to go.
The adrenaline is certainly pumping at this moment in time as we see purple sectors coming through. Purple sector 4 for John Bruins in 3rd place, but a purple sector 3 fastest of anybody in the way of Greg Franks in this, well, 4-car fight for 6th place. Yagizoglu really under pressure now. Thought he was trying to clear a gap. Thought he had 1.5 seconds and he was going to break the toe, but Martin Deckens has done a wonderful job to reel him back in. 77 versus 88. Who's going to come out on top?
I don't know. I really thought Yagizoglu had it, but clearly he's started taking it too cautious on the few laps that we've seen. Either that or Deckens has just absolutely found some pace. He's dug deep. He's closed in that gap. He's just out of slipstream. Pulled himself back in, and now he's pulled the train with him. The four-way Porsche fight continues. Mr. Grave now closing in on Mallarts as well in the background. Lambo and Porsche. It does say that Vandermeer had entered the pits. Didn't actually see him pit or lose any places, and then he went off. Ah,
That's why he entered the pits, because he's on pit entry.
that gives a new meaning to pit manoeuvre there. I don't know if we can get that a little bit earlier. Oh, he spun himself, and then okay, so there we go.
Wow,
that was close.
Almost contact. That was very good awareness from Van der Peer.
So he didn't pit. That's why we didn't see him stop. He just had a little bit of a spin, and away he went. Look at these.
Not seen that before. Not seen our timing software pick up someone who's coming into the pits before they actually enter the pit lane.
It must have been so close to the timing beam or something. And then the off track come up saying that he went off track, was just cutting that little bit of grass to get back onto the circuit. These four are going to be quite entertaining, I think, if they can keep it like this. I'm impressed so far, and I wonder when the fatigue starts setting in. Clearly, they're used to the endurance racing at the moment, but surely fatigue is going to settle in at some point.
We'll have to find out. This is the first 40 minutes of racing. This is essentially as close as you'd be seeing if they were racing in the sprint format, won't they? The Endurance Series that runs 45-minute sprint races. I'll be seeing the Sprint Series, rather. But Martin Deckens, he's going to be treating this like a sprint race to try and get through. It's so difficult to pass him because of how well he can get that Porsche stopped. See how close they were to the grass on the exit line. It's really pushing the boats out, pushing the Porsche. Trying corner, sending it through, focusing on the exit rather than the entry. Martin Deckens does close the gap down just a touch more, doesn't allow any breathing space for a Dynamics big car up in front, and all these are, of course, stablemates, Dynamics Pink, Dynamics Racing, Red rather, all together on the circuit. You can tell that there aren't any team orders here as Alexander runs slightly wide of the apex, thinking about sending movies. Martin Deckens, but forced to go all the way around into Gremlin, then looks for the cutback, but maximising the runoff area is Yagizoglu, who's able to just about hold on, but now he needs a good run coming through Surtees, and I don't know if that's good enough. Martin Deckens is going to be right up there. Actually, Yagizoglu, he's lifting off. He's allowing Martin Deckens through, so he said there was no team orders. All of a sudden, maybe there are.
Yeah. It's a shame because Deckens was really fighting for that place. Well, it's not a shame. Now, obviously, they think they can go quicker as a team this way round at the moment. But that fight, I was really looking forward to ascend from Deckens. He was really setting that up for a while. But now you've got Franks, who's played it fairly safe for a little stint. But I imagine he's going to be looking to climb back up the order. And as we said, we now have a 5-car fight for 7th place at the moment. So we've got Yagizoglu is now second in this fight. Deckens leads the train with Franks third in this train. Deal's still behind. Mallart's now very much under pressure from De Grave, who are all joining this train up ahead.
Yeah, you were very good to single out Henrik de Grave in that Lamborghini Motorsport car joining this fight in a little while. They're definitely up in the picture now, but what can they do against the mighty Porsche? So good on the brakes. These Porsche GT3 cars, so hard to overtake on account of that. Henrik de Grave, his Lamborghini is good at counter speed, especially through a corner such as Surtees. Keeps it nice and balanced, but with all of the slipstream up in front, it's going to be difficult, I think, for him to get through these cars by a mistake. Further in front, not seeing any further further back behind his other Dynamics teammate Greg Franks. So I think maybe it's not necessarily a case of changing position. Actually, no, he does drop back now. So that's probably my train of thought completely gone. I was thinking that maybe he was dropping back to save a bit of fuel, get some slipstream. Maybe not a team orders thing, but rather him trying to look after his own race strategy. You can clearly see he was giving up that position, lifting off.
That was the move from earlier when he lifted off to get the position, but Franks has just got through as well. This is the lap later. Was it in the same place?
He was a touch of the grass on the exit and he slowed down and just thought, I'll let you through.
It's not worth fighting when you've made a small mistake. I think he's conceded that nicely. Lives to fight another day. He's got the pace to continue. Now
he will be able to save fuel, which will help him in this final 15 minutes.
Much like we saw earlier with Yagizoglu, we've got a whole second between Franks and Deckens now. So can Franks close that gap like Deckens did earlier, or is Deckens going to have the pace to pull away from this train whilst they all fight it out?
I don't know, it's going to be very interesting to see how this fight develops. I think we are seeing Franks close the gap just a little bit to Martin Deckens. The slipstream is allowing this fight to continue. Very strong in these GT3 cars, allowing the train to remain. Rather rides up behind though. And towards Sheen and Sterling. It's only a little bit earlier than the Porsches, but still carrying the speed, the momentum through the corner. Strange to see the headlights on some of the cars and the Porsches, but not on the Lamborghini. It's not that dark, so I'm surprised to see that the Porsche's got their headlights on.
I think 45 minutes is a good point to go through the order. Give some TV time to the grid. Obviously, Scott McFowle, he's getting minimal stream time at the moment because he's so far in the lead. 8.3 seconds after 45 minutes of racing, but he is catching now to the back of the field. That is Gielhood ahead, I believe, in 19th place. So he's starting to lap people now, the leader. Parkin's still in second, although I think we've got our fight on our hands in that Porsche battle again. as Deals starts moving up and the Lamborghini starts moving up as well. So what has happened to Mallart's there? He's lost a few places. Was that a mistake on his own part, or was it forced?
Let's have a little look here. So he's looking actually to go around the outside of Dimmy Deals, and then was held up, slowed down, ran a little bit wide of his own accord actually afterwards. So that was all essentially, I think, down to, for me, that was Rod Mallart's trying to move around the outside that didn't work. And lost out on account of it.
It looks like the inside car just nicely parked it on the exit. Yeah, Mallart's has just lost out. He's lost out massively there. Couldn't turn in when there was a car there. But the Lambo very much taking advantage. Oh, derailed even the Flemish Sim Sports car.
I think, unfortunately, for Rod Mallart's, at some point you do need to concede the corner. You're already around the outside, trying to move that isn't really going to work. It might be better off just to hang back a little bit to try and retain the position you were in, because otherwise you're going to lose out, and you did lose out to Hendrik de Grave, who put his car in a wonderful position to take advantage of a slowed up Desmo.BE Porsche. So up inside the top 10 now, the Lamborghini. The car that's, I was going to say the car that's made the most places since that race. That's not true. That is, of course, Martin Deckens, who's gained 6 places since the start of the race. Hendrik Grabber gaining 5.
Like Deals has just dialed. That wasn't even a pun intended. He genuinely has dialed something up, because he was looking really fighty in that car all of a sudden. He's now all over the back of Jagazoglu. He's 2.2 seconds back from Deckens and Branks. So they're losing that train up ahead. So Jagazoglu is really struggling for pace now in this phase of the race. I don't know if he's just eating his tyres, or maybe they're just overheating slightly with how much speed he's been carrying in the early phase. He's struggling to cool them back down. But he's very much under pressure from Deals as they head towards turn 1. Doesn't go down the inside, weaves to the outside. He's going to try and set up a switchback, is he? Down Paddock Hill, can't quite get his nose in anywhere there. So this fight is now going to continue for another lap. He's not going to send it into Druids. The Lambo's going to wait patiently, I imagine. He seems pretty smart so far, so I don't think he's going to try and force a move on the gold duct tape racing Porsche when he sees how racy he is. As far as the Lambo, sit and wait for the Porsche to make the move and then follow him through.
Yeah, you can see that Lamborghini lurking in the background, trying to scavenge any scraps that might come through from this fight between Dimmy Deals and Jagazoglu. Nose to bumper and down the inside into Hawthorne Bend they go. Very late lunge, but was it going to work out for Dimmy Deals? Not quite. They still go side by side. He's still there. And the 88 Jagazoglu has to concede the position. And that is a done deal for 8th place Dimmy Deals.
Through goes de Grave.
De Grave as well. Like I said, looking to pick up the scraps. He does great stuff. De Grave, but makes a mistake. Oh no.
We'll lose 2 places there.
Little error coming out of Sterling. Dropping back 2. So he did so good to gain 1 and then lost 2.
Where we were earlier, before the Porsches started kicking off in that midfield, Ryan Parkins 9 seconds back from the leader now, coming under pressure from Bruins in the Audi, the Sim District by BMS Esports. 4 attempts back there. That's your podium after 50 minutes of racing. You've got Cavallo in the Beamer just down the road there, 3 seconds down. So keeping within eye shot, waiting for a mistake to be made by those top 2 or 3. Jens Goosens for Zenem Esports here in the Lambo. He is in P5, further 11 seconds back. And then we got Deckens. This is where the fights that we've been watching have been. Deckens and Franks in 6th and 7th. Very much a pair now running away from the Deals. Jagazoglu. Deals extending the gap from what we've just seen. Jagazoglu with Mallart's behind. And de Grave there in 11th. Who's going to do all that work again. He done so well. And look in the background. That 5-second gap from Klinkhammer is now down to 1.3. So he is going to join that fight that we've been watching all this time. Lucas Romano for RP Motorsport is in 13th currently. in the Audi. Jeremy de Bouver in P14 for the McChallenge Audi R8. Dirk Bouts for RP Motorsport Azul. The blue version of the green Audi R8 that we just saw in the hands of Lucas Romano. Jürgen van der Peer for Dynamics Bellspeed, currently in 16th place. Haven't seen much of these guys. He has got Kurt Vannenacker in the McChallenge Audi behind, closing him down. 16th and 17th, going to be fighting it out very soon. Ewald van der Meiren for Try Racing. Saw him pit himself around. Interesting livery on that car.
I kind of like it. I like the sort of the asymmetric style of that Porsche. Very nice.
It's quite a nice colour scheme as well. The sort of dark chrome red with the whites makes it stand out. Wesley Gilhode for WPR Racing in 19th place. So we've seen he was the one that went for a trip round, knocked the Armco barrier with his front and rear wing. And then Luke Tice, an early retirement 15 laps ago, pulled into the pits for reasons unknown at this point.
Now Ryan Parkins put a lap on Gilherde, and then John Bruns will be soon to follow by, you would imagine. Does give Ryan Parkins a little bit of respite though, as he comes down through Pilgrim's Drop up towards Hawthorns. Does mean that potentially he's going to have clear air while that Audi is stuck behind lapped traffic, or soon to be lapped traffic. And yeah, Ryan Parkins is slowly but surely extending his advantage. The gap now over a second. So this is helping the Porsche Sport car. A very crucial point as well before the first round of pit stops that will be coming in the next 10 to 5 minutes, we would imagine. Of course, we will have a break at around about the 1 hour mark, just to make sure we're all nice and fresh and keep our energy levels up for a long broadcast that is 6 hours. So hopefully you'll be able to continue enjoying the show and continue enjoying our lovely voices.
Yeah, as you can see, Gil had just moved out the way into the final corner. And actually, I forgot, and we mentioned it briefly, I didn't realise actually how close that BMW was in the background in fourth place of Dorado. He's holding on nicely to that lead train. You can see it quite clearly now. As we've got a purple sector from Mallards in the final sector of the race. So he is trying to close Jagazoglu again for P9, currently in the top 10, like as you said. Crucial pit stop phase coming up. Lamborghini still well within play. Very much on the back of this train. Still with the blink problems though. Blink hammer. He is showing us out, but then he'll reappear. There he goes.
It was a little bit worrying because that was a particularly long blink from Louis, and that was maybe the time where his teammates, if they're with him at the moment, might be saying, do you want to come out of the car? Do you want to, hand over to one of us? Because it's very scary. It's a very, very big detriment as well if you lose connection. I've had that happen to me once before in an endurance race from the lead. Internet cut out. It's basically as soon as I started my stint coming out of the pits, internet all of a sudden cut out. And we lost a whole heap of time coming into the pits. As into the pits comes Timil Jagazoglu, those tyres were cooked. You could see the pace differential between the first 15 minutes and the final 15 minutes of his stint. They were night and day. So Jagazoglu peeling in, expecting to see the car take fuel, and then after the fuel's come in, he'll go up on the jacks and he swaps out drivers for Jesse Hendricks now.
Yeah, these three now. They go. Klinkhammer, definitely my driver of the day so far, but then I feel like that's a bit of a cop-out because obviously the earlier incident knocked him down the order. So he qualified obviously higher than this. Hendricks has the pace advantage with him at the moment, but he's doing well to keep it clean and climb his way back up through the order nevertheless. And we've got Hendricks in the pit. Is that a driver swap for Dynamics Pink? Haven't seen Jesse Hendricks yet.
That is a driver swap coming in for Simil Yagizoglu, taking tyres. You can see it up on the jacks. It'll come back down and get back underway. Blink hammer continues to blink. But yeah, like you mentioned, there are some definite candidates already for driver of the day. Martin Deccan is definitely one of them. He's been in the midst of this fight for quite some time now and has finally got a little bit of clear air, a little bit of respite. But as well, Hendrik de Graaf in that Lamborghini, the charge he's been making up through the field after a very disappointing qualifying. Didn't let that get the better of him, did he? Very good stuff from the Lamborghini driver, but there's plenty of time to come in the race. We could see some more stand-up performances later on. Don't forget, this isn't just about one driver in the car. This is an endurance event. We do have to share honours with their teammates. So we will see how the rest of the drivers fare for the remaining 5 hours of racing. Near enough 5 hours to go here. First hour has definitely flown by as we're seeing the gravel trying to fly by around the outside, down through the hill, goes drop up towards Hawthorns.
Looking really racy as de Graaf now. He really wants that position before they come into the pits. He's been setting purple sector after purple sector as we see Scott McFowle and Bruins actually set some purple sectors up there in sector 3 and sector 6. Ryan Parkins is in the pits from second. And look at this, de Graaf up the inside. Can he get his nose in? Not quite as they're going to the fast right-hander. Now into the second to last corner, into the left-hander. Can he do it on the brakes? No, he's not going to do it this time. Are they going to pit? We've seen a few people pit. Goosens is in the pit as well in P5. And it looks like the Lambo's dropped back, so maybe he's getting ready to come in now. No, he's going to follow him through, and the Porsche of Klinkhammer does come in. So now the pit stop phase kicks off, and the fight continues. Who is going to come out in front of who?
We will certainly find out. I'm surprised to see drivers making pits up this early. I would have thought they would have been able to save a little bit of fuel, perhaps come in at the hour mark, because at this stage we will be seeing splashes and dashes come the end of the race. Hendrik de Graaf losing a little bit of time as well through Paddock Hill Bend and Druids as Ryan Parkins gets back underway. And that didn't look like a tyre change to me. That looked like a very quick stop. So Ryan Parkins gets going with a very short stop.
Yeah,
Jesse Hendricks, I can compare the time actually in the pits. Jesse Hendricks spent 2 minutes in the pits, and it was only 1 minute for Ryan Parkins.
Yeah, you can see a quite clear minute difference. Like you said, pit lane timers wise, it was 2:09 for Jesse, 1:01 for Ryan. In terms of pit stop time, I think it was 1:48 and 41, so it's about a minute either way, minute and 8 seconds. Definite big difference for those two pit stops. As we see Klinkhammer come out the pits now. He also had a 41 second stop, 1 minute, only 1 second slower than Parkins there. And Goosens a 1:17, so 16 seconds slower than Parkins. Parkins with the quickest pit stop so far.
Interesting to see as well, actually, drivers trying different strategies. Some taking tyres, some not. I want to see what the track temperature might be.
Yeah. Not sure if I can get that up. I can give it a go. I was going to say, about the pit stops, unless you count World Random Irons record of 3 seconds when he came in the pit entry and then left, because that is counted on our timing screens. We see John Bruins now in P2, probably expecting to pit soon. Scott McFowle, our leader, is in.
Scott McFall coming through. Is he going to hand over to Olivier Voltzink, his teammate? Or is he going to carry on with those tyres? Some drivers opting for tyres, others opting not. Lamborghini taking on fuel, as is his BMW stablemate, Milton Cavallo. Neither driver opting to get out of the car, which tells me that they're going to be carrying on with the tyres they have. We'll wait to see Scott McFall get back underway. That's the odd thing. Big tanks, 120 litres need to get pumped in.
just a few things before, like you said, we obviously mentioned the 1 hour mark. We're going to be taking a quick break. So just a quick recap on some of these as we were looking at the pit stop phase, some things that we might have missed. You see the Grab past the Porsche there, and Mallard go for a little trip around. Took a big spin into the final corner, then has to do a how many point turn?
See, if I was him, I would just come into the pits now, because by doing, you could just go straight into the pits and lose less time, but by doing that, you've lost 10 seconds.
Yeah, massive amounts of time, and he's carried on. Lost a few places. We missed that happen. Was it just the grass that sent him round?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. But look here, he's faced in the way he could theoretically just come back through into the pits, but he spends so much time
I wonder if it would have been
facing the right way.
Unsafe pit entry maybe if we cut that line.
I think he'd be fine. I don't think it's that harsh. It's about pit exit in iRacing, but pit entry I think is fine.
There he goes, he continues on his way. I think the rest of the replays are just people passing each other in the pits. I'm gonna, before we go then, Ed, who shall I leave? Well, I'll ask the chat as well actually. Is there anyone people want to jump on board with once we disappear for 5 minutes for a quick energizer break?
I think it depends on how close Robin Van Gogh is coming out of the pits. Ryan Parkins passes him as Robin Van Gogh gets back underway. And that gap pretty much the same as it was before, just a little bit more in favour of Porsche Sport. 1.7 seconds. So I'm not sure we'll yet again ask the chat. Van der Maren's kept on going, 0 stops so far, and we're well over 1 hour through this race. So Van der Maren has done a very good job on the field, but he's trying to come into the pits. He's trying to come into the pits, but so many more cars which are on his inside. Now he can come through. That is absolutely heartbreaking. You can just tell how frustrating that is as a driver. He's just trying to come in the pits, but no one's letting him.
You could see him trying to get over, just couldn't do anything. As we see all of these lot. Castle Gilead, I think, in 19th place. Hammer now showing as P8, still second behind De Graaf,
I'll go with De Graaf, to be fair, on board.
He is right behind Moody in 6th. So we're going to head off for 5 minutes at the 1 hour mark. Thank you all for joining so far for this DynamiXX event. And me and Ed will be back shortly. We're going to leave you with De Graaf on board so you can hear the lovely sounds of the Lamborghini. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Welcome back to me and Ed May. You've been here the whole time. We're watching Hendrik de Graaf for the last 5 minutes, and there appears to be some catching up to do. So I believe just as we left, we saw Klinkhammer pass de Graaf in the Swiss flag Porsche. Let's see if we can have some replays of how all this happened and how this played out. So you can see Klinkhammer goes up the inside of de Graaf into Druid's hairpin. Nicely done. Easily done by the looks of it. And now he is chasing the number 77 there, although 77 of Dries Moody for Dynamics Racing Simulators currently showing in 19th place, so that means something else. Something big has happened in this top 6 fight. Klinkhammer goes up the inside of Druids again. 4P6, the Lambo's going to follow him through. Oh, just squeezes the Porsche on the exit. The battle continues down to Graham Hill Bend. Into the left-hander they go. Lambo around the outside. 2 Lambos around the outside, and they get sucked into each other, and around they go. There's a big crash for Moody. Oh, and then rolls into another car there in the background. Oh, no.
Heard WPR Racing, I think, had a little bit of a tap on the way through, and then that sent both Dries Moody and also Jens Gustens Zenon Esports 1 into the pits, both of them way down the order. Let's have a look at this again. They should have been fine, but they get sucked into each other, which is big hit as well, actually. For I thought it was just a glancing blow, but I think that was definitely a big hit for WPR Racing. They seem to have carried on though, regardless.
Yeah, that's a big shame.
That was a great fight that could have been carried on. 4 cars all together, scrapping it out. Unfortunately, the 2 came together.
Yeah, all the other passes looks like they were as a result of that. I saw Wesley go off track, I think. Oh, spinning Porsche. That's
Dries again. Dries Moody not having a good time.
That might be as a result of damage.
I think that's the 3rd time they've been in pits now, so there must have been a second thing happen to that Dynamics Racing Simulators car.
Can't actually see other than that spin. He comes back onto the track and then jumps.
No, he doesn't. Goes into the pits.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's him out of the race or if that's just frustration or what.
This was another thing. Carvalho passing Robin van Gogh for P3. I wonder if that was team orders. Did I have team orders? They're both Sim District GT3s. One's BMS Esports, one's Vibe/BMS Esports. But yeah, looks like a fairly easy swap in that place of the circuit, and they continue on in that order.
Yeah, it didn't look like a hard fight, but I'm not sure if that was team orders or otherwise. They're still nose to tail, still trying to reel in Ryan Parkins. That Porsche Sport car has been doing a very good job to hold on to 2nd place so far, but now he will have 2 BMS by Esports cars to worry about. Cavallo and BMW with clear run of the track. Both of these 2 cars, they were very match on pace. I don't know if it's maybe something about fuel, if that was the reason Robin van Gogh wanted to slot in behind, get in behind, save a bit of fuel in the slipstream. Maybe a bit of tyres as well. Maybe just Robin van Gogh doesn't have the same confidence that he used to have on the tyres at the start of the stint. He's swapping around as a result of that. Who knows? I would have thought the BMW would be struggling a little bit more with its tyres, considering you can just see the big bulk of it.
Olivier says no team orders. The guys are just driving smart, so there you have it. That's why they're still close together. They're not going to fight it out when they know there's a long way to go. Why fight when they can just slipstream each other further up the road, especially when 1.9 seconds ahead is P2 Ryan Parkins in the Porsche Sport, who has been in the car that whole time, as has Scott McFowle in the Sim District GT3 out there in the lead, the Lamborghini.
Yeah, Parkins has picked up the pace a little bit. His last lap was good 4/10 quicker than his previous. So a good lap from Ryan Parkins to try and extend a gap, try and build on something. Nelson Cavallo though, his lap times are consistently in the mid-23s, 1:23.5 for Nelson Cavallo, pretty much the exact same as in behind. So they are trying to work together. Hearing in the chat that Robin Van Gogh has got a damaged shoulder, so he's driving wounded. He's still doing a very good job. Makes his previous third position all the more amazing.
He's making his presence known though to Cavallo. He's definitely not easing off. They are driving smart at the moment, but he's not easing off for sure. Moody is showing in the pits still, so I wonder if that's a hefty repair. I don't know if they get fast repairs by the looks of it. I'm going to say not, because that is a long pit job. We know that Tice has been out for a while. I've seen a name pop up on the timing screens that we haven't seen yet. It is Goose Franken, who's just lost the rear end of the RP Motorsport DynamiXX R8.
Just about a car's bit from the inside, and then drives forward to get out of the way of Scott McFall.
Yeah, that was the leader going through there. I mean, all safe and sound. No one's crashed. It's close.
Just about, but you can see now.
These two.
Oh, hang on, these two are still going at it. Apparently, about to have a strong popped back in on Tuesday or Tuesday, Thursday. One of those two. But that's still
maybe that means Wednesday in between Tuesday and Thursday.
Maybe. We're trying to be nice to you, Olivier. We know it's not your mother tongue. You're doing a much better job than either of us could speaking
Absolutely.
Belgian.
Always
French.
wished I could speak a second language.
Oh yeah.
Envious of many countries around the world that can speak multiple. I think it's lazy
we
Brits, is it, Ed? Yeah.
Are horrendous.
Yeah.
That we are absolutely awful at speaking other languages. I know a little bit of Finnish, and all I know about Finnish is hello, how are you? Where's the alcohol? That's all you need to know.
That's the most important, I guess, when you're on holiday out there. I'm sure they'll be happy to.
I know how to thank you. I know how to say thanks after getting the alcohol, so you know. Those are the only things you need to know. But anyway, Robin Van Gogh, hopefully he'll be on the mend if he isn't already. He's definitely going to get a well-earned rest after his stint in the car, I am sure. But he's putting a lot of pressure on Cavallo. Himself was reeling in Ryan Parkins. Gap now under 1.5 seconds, so half a second has been regained.
Like he's trying to take this back, but they are both closing in. I'm looking at the pit stop times, and actually everyone in the top 8 was all fairly even, 41, 42 seconds. And then there's a 55 second there for Mallarts, I think, down in 12th, so he lost a bit of time in the pits. And then there's a few odd quick ones where I'm not sure if something's just gone wrong with the time screen or not. 36 seconds, for example, for Goosens. And then the ones that we mentioned earlier that were way over a minute. Good luck, WPR Racing, says Peter Denotto in the chat. WPR Racing currently in 17th. Wesley Gilhood, who has been in the car the whole time so far.
Definitely look like they've taken a fast repair now. Their car in much cleaner shape than it was last we saw them. That might have been on account of the contact when they arrived on the scene of the incident between it was who was in the car at the time. It was DynamiXX Racing Simulators, of course, though, and Flemish Simsports. Those two came to blows. Not Flemish Simsport, rather, no, it was the other Lamborghini, Zenom Esports, wasn't it?
Yes. Mallarts here chasing down Goose Franken in P11. I think I just see someone swap over then as well. I'll have a look at that in a second, but I feel like Marks is sizing up Franken here.
I think we saw something change, but that might be our cat with the driver blinking in and out rather than an actual on-track overtake. There are still battles going on though, which is good to see at this stage of the race. Well over an hour gone, 1 hour and 20 minutes now elapsed. As come to a replay, Navarro de Bova. The car swaps ends just coming out of Graham Hill. That might be where we saw change of position actually. Several cars got by, and that was Jens Goossens passing him. That was for position. So you are right to say there was a little change around. On account of Navarro's little error. Kept out of the wall though, which was good enough because those barriers are relatively close, aren't they, coming out of Graham Hill?
Yeah, they get to best thing. Good luck. They can continue the race now, damageless. As I don't know. Well, damage can just affect lap time, but obviously pit stops as well, which are crucial. 1.1 seconds the gap now between Cavallo and Parkins, up there for second and third, whilst Van Gogh sits there behind and watches. Gregory Franks, is in P5 now for the simulator's red team. Louis Klinkhammer aiming to chase him down. He's got 6.8 seconds to get that. I said he was aiming for the top 5 earlier. I think there's a 31-second gap between 5th and 4th, so I'm not sure if that's possible. It's a long race. Anything can happen. But I feel like luck would have to be involved in that chase more than pace, but we'll see what happens. As we see these two, Mallart's looking around the outside to get maybe a switchback on the exit, can't quite do it. Ooh, that was a late lunge on the brakes into Druids, got his nose in, and now they're going to go side by side towards Graham Hill Bend. Down the hill they go, round the outside is the Porsche of Mallart's. He's going to hold it, nicely done, a foot of room given between them as they went round the left-hander, and the move is done. Mallart's up into 11th place, and Franken down into 12th.
That was a wonderful little overtake through Graham Hill, and we might be seeing another overtake as Heyman and I think that's Peter Lemkins very close together. Thought for a minute Peter Lemkins was going to try something. That gap was well under a tenth of a second. They were side by side at points, but for now, it's Duct Tape Racing holding on to ninth place. As we can come back up to the battle for second place. Ryan Parkins, that gap now under a second. You can see the BMW has been able to reel in the Porsche. And now what will happen? And another thing as well to note, we have 4 different car mates occupying the top 4 spots, which is wonderful.
And the fight that we just saw for Franken and Mallart's is just down the road from these 3. I believe. I think it's them, or is it the other ones?
Yeah, it's them. That's Mallart's, and yeah, like we just saw, Goose Franken.
It's not this guy. These guys are clear. It's so close now, within a second. There's definitely an Audi R8 up the road. It looks fairly close to another car.
Yeah, Franken, I think, just up the road. Car that we just saw getting passed by Lord Mallart's just a little moment ago with that wonderful around the outside move through Graham Hill Bend. And now Lord Mallart's is trying to clear himself up down the road. Difference in pit stops as well. Very long pit stop from Goose Franken, maybe repairing some damage. As we now on board with the BMW. One thing I will say about BMW that I don't like is the noise of it. It doesn't really sound too eager to be racing around the circuit. It just seems a bit sort of bored, like just, you know, not really too eager. But it is a very nice car to drive. The feel of it is wonderful. iRacing have absolutely knocked it out of the park. It feels how we would imagine a GT3 car would feel. I think it's the closest car if you've ever driven ACC which does GT3s absolutely wonderfully. It feels a lot like the GT3s in that particular sim.
Boomer going off again into the wall. That was a harder hit than before. Front end though, no engine in the front of the Audi, but that will affect it for sure. And then through comes Pouliot in 15th, poor position.
I was about to say he's going to be grateful that the engine's not in the front. That'd be a race-ending incident if that happened to Mid-stint Cavallo. BMW, of course, front-engined, rear-wheel drive.
Surely now, Ed, you'd be flashing your headlights.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe even then I'd be hesitant to. There was a time where I didn't even have it bound, and I was peer pressured into binding it by my teammates at one stage. But you can just see the traffic is really paying a huge effect into this fight.
That hindered them massively. They caught right up to the Audi at the apex of one of the fastest corners on the circuit. Both of them had to brake. They've done well not to drive into each other there, to be honest, when they're so close together. Van Gogh and Cavallo in the Sim District cars. Just realised actually, we said about the top four being different manufacturers. If they get past Mr. Parkins in the Porsche, there's a Sim District 1, 2, 3 in the Lambo, BM and Audi they're aiming for.
And that will be a real statement, I think, from Sim District 1, 2, 3. They've been, well, the Audi, not the Audi, Lamborghini certainly has been the car to beat. No one's really came close aside from Monza. Even then, no one was able to beat them. They've won every single round so far this season. And I wonder, are we going to see, like you mentioned, a complete shutout now? They've added one extra car to their fold. BMW and the Lamborghini been there the whole season. Audi new for this round. They bring in just one more driver to completely lock out the podium and stop anyone from having a chance of getting something out of this race. We will see. Of course, it is early days. Porsche Sport have got more drivers waiting in the wings to take over, as do Mid-stint Cavallo and Robin Van Gogh. They will be handing over to other drivers, and it's all about how their paces all match up to one another. Lampkins got a bit of a fight brewing on here, still between himself and Ronnie Hayman. Can close the gap down through Graham Hill and have a good run through Surtees. It could be on to Wilkins.
Beautiful looking pair of cars here, opposites the gold Porsche and the silver Audi. But Lemkins, we mentioned earlier, he's been pushing to close this gap. Just at the moment hasn't had an opportunity to get the move done. He's looking like he's looking for a space here. Is he going up the inside here? He is. That looked fairly given. Earned, but given, if that makes sense. Sort of a half and half. Seemed to have got his nose in, but some smart endurance races here for sure. They know the race is many hours long. So they're not fighting too hard with the side-by-side at this phase of the race. I'm sure this will change in the later phase as we get closer to that checkered flag.
But definitely these two unable to be separated at this moment in time, aren't they? Happy Motorsport. Top 10 racing in Lampkins is ahead now, but I don't know if we're going to see Ronnie Hayman give this up just yet. A little bit of an adventure crew going through Druids. Maybe we might start to see the pace of that Audi come out on top as the gap is slowly and surely starting to increase. The gap here though has been coming down. Was 1 second after the traffic played its part, but now they are nose to tail once more. This is the closest we've seen this fight all race long. And it's a good exit coming out of Surtees now. Ryan Parkins will have to go defensive into Horfels if he wants to hold on to second place. And just see that BMW from the back end, very aggressive. But for now, Ryan Parkins is able to hold on down the succession of right-handers. Up the hill they come to Dingledell. Right over the curve as well. Lovely shot from above. You can see how close they're all getting to the grass on the exit. Again, slingshotting their way through the cambered corners. Final curve to go. Porsche can sometimes struggle on turn in, but it accelerates wonderfully. That's where the BMW actually struggles, is on corner exit for some reason. The car just isn't able to put the power down on the way into the corner. And obviously you can see releasing a little by little. Good end to the lap though by Brian Pike. He's able to give himself a little bit of breathing space through this all important first sector.
Yeah, you can see it evened out there in the hairpin of Druids. The Porsche looking like it had the edge on exit of the final turn in turn 1. And as it got into Druids, the gap closed with the Beamer. Fairly even pace by the looks of it. 0.7 for Parkins, 0.6 for Carvalho. Could put that to slipstream. 0.4, so the fastest actually Van Gogh, but he's getting a double toe. We've got another Porsche up the road there in traffic. Is that Mallarts? Yes. Mallarts in the Decimo.be Porsche. Currently in 11th place. Got second, third and fourth bearing down on him in the background, so he'll be keeping an eye on that. Gregory Franks is all on his lonesome for the Sim Racers World Pro 1 team in P5. And then 8 seconds back is Klinkhammer. That's a puff of smoke then. Is someone go off? This is Goose Franken. Ooh.
Big twitch, did well to keep that out of the wall. It's so easy when you have a moment like that on turn in, just for the car to spit you one way or the other, but you slowed the car down nicely.
Oh, that's not much of a reason. It's just
Not sure what was going on with the smoke there. It might have just been car blinking in and out, and then all of a sudden it sort of creates a plume of tyre smoke because it suddenly, hang on, there's a car there. So this wheel spin then creates a little bit of smoke on the circuit. For the moment, Luke Klinkhammer is trying to close in on Greg Franks. Last time by gained about half a second to the DynamiXX Simulators red car up in 5th place.
Oh, big drift there. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was
It was
well
lost on
held.
the rear end. That was nice. Nicely done, Mike. Not the fastest way, but
No.
nicely done by Klinkhammer.
very well held considering where the weight is on that car. If it goes at the rear, it's so hard to regain it.
This is a good point, I think. Hour and a half mark, 67 laps in. I always like well, it depends. I don't know how many of the teams are master strategists right now, but I like to always have the guessing game of how many laps are we going to run in this 6-hour race. Where do you think we are going to get to by the end?
If I'm honest, not a clue.
Maths. Come on, Ed. What's your
I'm
maths?
horrendous at maths. No, don't make me do it. No, I'm having flashbacks. Oh.
Well, we'll put it to chat anyway. Whilst Ed works that out in his head, I need to come up with a number as well. I need to work it out. Chat, how many laps are we going to have by the 6-hour mark?
At least another 67.
Well, at least. Well, you know what? You're not wrong. Oh, look at that. That is nicely done by Mallarts. Way out the way of the leaders, although Van Gogh has dropped back a fair amount in the Audi.
Flash of the lights. Van Gogh doing a little bit of an old headlight flash. You can see that now. Probably going to move away on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, start-finish it is.
Oh, he's just touched the grass. Right up in behind the dirty air, sends him wide, and that's him into the wall. And Robin Van Gogh is going to be furious in the cockpit of his Audi R8. That is an absolute nightmare.
That's going to very much be on his head now. He needs to keep cool. Easier said than done. Really keep cool. He's got a really damaged rear wing there as a result. And I mean, you'd assume with the pace of the car throughout the first phase of the race, the podium's not out of contention. It just needs to get those tyres back down to temperature, get the grass off the car, really nail down again. I imagine if he catches back up to Mallart's will be a lot more, what's the word? Not a lot more forgiving maybe this time round. Sympathy move over maybe. But yeah, we hate to see that for Van Gogh. Can he keep his head in the game and continue this race? I'm sure he will. Carvalho very much now on the back of Parkins. 4 tenths to gap. Similar gap down in 18th place with Christoph Willems for Tri Racing and Wesley Gilhood for WPR. 2 tenths to gap.
That's going to be very frustrating for Van Gogh. That could be a podium chance slipping away. And while it was obviously a little bit of frustration seeping in from the car ahead that he was trying to tell to get out of the way, blue flags in this series are advisory. The only series in the world that has blue flags that mean you need to get out of the way right away is Formula One. In pretty much every other racing category, blue flags are just there to advise you that there's a faster car coming through. Don't race them as if they're for position, pretty much.
We're going to go around the outside. We're going to go around the outside of paddock then. That would have been brave. Yeah, you're right about the blue flags. It's always a it's always a problem maybe when they're advisory, but they're racing drivers. I mean, even if it's a competitive game, they all know what they're doing. It's a conscious decision.
And the thing is as well, it isn't on Ward Mullarts just to fall off the circuit to allow the cars to pass.
Yes.
He was waiting, I think, for the start-finish straight, which is fair enough. I think probably going to move the inside into Druids, not into Druids, into Paddock Hill Bend, but of course we will never know because Van Gogh was pushing hard, maybe a little bit too hard, but you can forgive him because the frustration was seeping in. Sent him out onto the grass and then into the wall on the right-hand side as we see another car off onto the grass. That is Wesley Gilhood.
Made that easy for Willems there to try racing. Away he went.
Thankfully, of course, as well, actually, there is a fast repair available to the drivers. In fact, there is no limit on fast repairs, so they can come in and get the car patched up and back out on track. Depending as well on when Van Gogh came into the pits, he might opt to take his splash and dash now, just get the car repaired. Spend less time with a damaged car will always help, but maybe if he's confident in his fuel, he'll be able to just have to, run and bear it for the next, 25 minutes or so before he has to make his next pit stop.
I wonder if we'll see Moody return to this race. I didn't know about the fast repairs. He's now 19 laps, but they are still in the session, unlike Tice in 20th. So maybe they'll make a return. So Nick Hilliard in 15th place for Dynamics Bell Speed at the moment. The stripy livery. He's got Klinkhammer behind, I think. So that's coming up to lap.
Correction, there is a limit on fast repairs. There was a mistake when they set up the race, which is why it was saying for me that it was unlimited, but they're basically going to enforce a limit of 1. So if they see cars take an extra fast repair, they'll be in trouble, basically. They'll probably have to do I don't know, they might get DQ'd from the race or have a drive-through penalty with sort of a stop-and-go penalty or something.
Yeah,
but for now, that'll be there is a limit on the fast repairs. So just the one.
Just the one it is. Klinkhammer's really pushing. Really pushing. He's slid round Druids. In the distance there, he went off. His two left wheels, went onto the grass and he's keeping it in a straight line. At the moment, 10.3 seconds to Gregory Banks in the next Porsche Sim Racing World Pro 1. 284 up in P5. And then 18 seconds up to Van Gogh, who is still driving with the wounded Audi. He's got the Zool car of disappointment behind.
give Roman Van Gogh credit. He was driving wounded, of course, with a mucked up shoulder. Can't begrudge him too much for that little mistake. And of course, his lap times aren't really too bad. Still in the 23s.
Yeah, he's
Lapping
matching.
faster than Greg Ranks in behind in 5th place.
He's also matching Cavallo up in P. Oh, sorry, that's their best lap. He's 4 tenths down on the last lap. 2 tenths that time.
23.7, that's still a good time. That's only 10th off with Ryan Parkins in 2nd place. So the speed is definitely still there for Roman Van Gogh, even if that is a very strange shape for the rear wing of his Audi R8 to be. Ryan Parkins a little bit squirrely, we just saw coming out of Surtees. As Louis Klinkhammer, oh, again, we saw that earlier, didn't we? Oh, that's into the wall. That's what we saw at the beginning of this race. And he's done it once more, not to the rear wing. That's going to be, well, a really, really big bit of damage considering how sensitive these cars are in the aero department. And on a track like Brands Hatch, you want every little bit of downforce you can get.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to him at the start. That's why he's been chasing this whole time. And I'll tell you who gained out of that. It was none other than De Grava, the 867 Lamborghini, passed him as a result of that. So back up into P6. Gregory Banks now 15
9 places
seconds
gained.
ahead. 9 places. What are the gains looking like for everyone yet? So the biggest gainer by far is De Grava. Up 2 for BMW Cavallo, 4 for Branks in 5th, up 6 for the Audi of De Vlaming and the McChallenge DB Audi, currently in P8.
Yeah, just coming through Surtees now. De Vlaming off on a relatively good charging pace. It's got to be said, lap times not necessarily the fastest he's been putting in all race, but he's nice and consistent, which is the main thing at this stage of the race. Just to be going around, pumping the laps out, looking after the tyres, looking after the fuel. He's basically now, for the moment, De Vlaming all on himself. You can see clear track behind, clear track in front. It's a bit of a Sunday drive for De Vlaming now.
So the closest fight at the moment is still, after an hour and 42 minutes racing, at top, or second and third anyway, separated by 4 tenths of a second. Cavallo really hustling the beam around, trying to get in a position to make a move on that Porsche of Parkins in 2nd place. Porsche Sport were in chat earlier, sure they're rooting for Parkins. Can he put on a defensive masterclass for 4 hours and 18 minutes? So at the moment the edge looks like it's in the hands of the Beamer. Nothing is impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the pace advantage is certainly there for Milton at this stage, but is he going to have the ability to overtake? We keep saying it. It's a bit of a cliche commentary, but catching is one thing, overtaking is something else. He's definitely close coming out of Graham Hill Bend in towards Surtees, hard on the brakes, trail it through, get on the apex, get on the power nice and early. It's a good exit coming out of Surtees for Ryan Parkins. He's just lagging a little bit behind. So now into Hawthorns and the succession of right-handers should be enough for Ryan Parkins to hold on for another lap. Jesse Hendricks now.
Just
Bit of
past
fight
Frank
for him.
left-hander.
Yes, yet again, our fan club is gracing us with their presence. Good to see you, girls. Hope you're entertained by all this action on track. Ryan Parkins doing a good job of keeping Cavallo at bay. Now, Goose Franken could be at risk of getting overtaken as whoa, there's a huge moment. Jesse Hendricks car threatens to swap ends as he rejoins onto the tarmac. Very good job to keep it just about on the straight and narrow. Final bend.
That was impressive
We have
stuff.
to see. That was wonderful, yeah.
It's so close to going. We've seen so many people lose the rear of the Porsche, and you see it just absolutely counterweight the other direction. So to be able to keep that point in the right way was no mean feat for sure. Remco Barlow is leaving the pits for WPR Racing. So we've had a driver swap for them. We'll just head back. Goosens is making a move up the inside of the left-hander on Franken, and that is nicely done, and on they go.
Stuff from Goosens. Not running, so Franken's going to try and think about fighting it, but backs out a bit towards Hawthorns, maybe just trying to force a little error from Jens Goosens, but none was forthcoming. You can see already the pace of that Lamborghini is enough to build a decent advantage to the Audi in behind. And Parkinson Cavallo still knows the tail, still half a second the gap from second to third. Ryan Parkins, I think, will be grateful to see that there's only one Sim District GT3 car in behind. Knows that he's only got 15 minutes as well remaining of this stint before he'll be handing over, you would expect, to one of his teammates. Those tyres have been on since the start of the race and are probably crying to be brought off of the car as soon as possible.
Yeah, we saw we went away for the 5 minutes as the pit stop phase was coming to a close last time, and we had a nice few things to come back to. This time we won't disappear until well after the pit stop phase, so if anything happens we will be here for that. Lap 76 now as we approach the 2 hour mark. I'm going to wait for the 2 hour mark before I make my prediction of how many laps. No one in chat has said yet. I can see you all there. Video Baltink's been in chat the whole time. John Bruins is in chat now. A lot of the drivers who are currently off stint. Although I bet some of them have already worked it out. They must do. The strategy heads out there, tyre strategies, fuel strategies. Someone would have worked out how many laps they are predicting to have done in this 6 hours. It's not too long a circuit here at Brands. There's a hell of a number of laps to see. Milton Cavallo still closing down Parkins in second. So much so, he gives him a nice little kiss through the apex of Druids, saying, "Come on, I'm still here. If you don't want me here, move out my way."
Parkins is going to move out the way anytime soon. Into the services, that Porsche seems to be absolutely nailed on. Again, with a very nice exit. The BMW just isn't able to be close enough. And this is probably the best chance of an overtake is coming out of Surtees in towards Hawthorns. We've seen so many moves being made down the inside, but Cavallo just can't get the power down. The Porsche can, and that's really where we see the difference being made. Then, throughout the succession of right-handers, the BMW was able to reel in the Porsche once more. You can see the gap coming a little bit closer towards the Lima, but not close enough to really make a move. And then once more the final corner, needs to get a good exit. It seems to always go the Porsche's way. As I say that, Cavallo is close, not close enough.
Yeah, he's looking, he really is. He's now starting to push a little bit more as you can see some tyre marks in the gravel. That's Klinkhammer again, who's on the inside there, so that would have been him off at turn 1. Oh, nearly side by side with third place there.
Threw off Milton a lot.
He lost a few more places, so it might have been a big off for Klinkhammer. Let's have a look. Towards turn 1, just loses the rear end again. Through goes Daide Devlamik. Lemkins goes through. He's watching his relative. Comes on nicely straight to the inside of the circuit to let the leaders through. And I think shortly after, this is where you see him nearly side by side with third place Cavallo. And I think Goose Franken also went off somewhere. Same thing, loses the rear end of the Audi, just slides it down the hill in the Azul RP Motorsport. Didn't have as much trouble getting back on. see here at the back, Mallart's up the inside for P10 on Ronnie Hayman. That was nicely done through that fast right-hander.
Yeah, and that's again a move through Hawthorns. A place where we've seen plenty of action. Is again, look at this now. Cavallo really starting to pile the pressure on Parkins. Right up behind, he's going to look down to the inside of Surtees. Ryan Parkins holding it around the outside. He's going to get a good drive out of the corner. He forces actually the BMW to take a shallow, narrow line out. Not able to power down, but he is nice and close coming down through Pilgrim's Drop up towards Hawthorns. The BMW though has to wait yet another lap in behind the Porsche of Parkins. These two really battling it out nicely, clean, fair, hard racing as Parkins gets a couple of wheels out onto the grass. He's using every little bit of the circuit, and why not? Just a touch more.
Yeah, he's really pushing for it now. That was very smartly done by Parkins. The way, like you said, he really forced him to take the inside shallower line. And you said one of the strengths of the Porsches is the exit speed compared to the Beamer, and he's really used that to his advantage there by forcing the Beamer to take an even more compromised line on his exit. In the background you've got Mallart's and Klinkhammer there also fighting for position, as I think they're going side by side into turn 1. They are, so Klinkhammer's losing that. Mallart's up the inside of turn 1, he's still on the inside for Druids. Is he going to try and hold it around the outside? Klinkhammer, I would assume not, with how squirrely that rear end's been. Couldn't quite get the nose still there, and Mallart's is through. I want to see how well he did on the brakes there. It was just in the background, so he's moved in quite early. They're actually side by side in the zone, so it wasn't a lunge. It was more of just a 2x2 race. And through they go. The battle continued. Now we've got Hayman actually closing in the background as well. So Klinkhammer's lost a bit of speed at the moment. I don't know if he's just lost confidence in the car, or if the rear aero damage from that tyre wall may be hindering him more than expected. That time's like 124.5 the last time that we saw that spin.
Side by side, wasn't he? I think this could be down just, yeah, the tyres, the amount of spins he's been having. That doesn't help the tyre life at all. Then of course that rear aero damage probably is hampering his confidence in the car. It's all sort of combining together into one nasty little concoction at the moment for Luke Klinkhammer. This is going to be our first stint to forget. Might see him in the car come the end of the race after he hands over to his teammate for the next couple of stints. But yeah, for now, Klinkhammer will be, I think, very grateful to get out of the car in around about 8 minutes' time.
I think we're all just waiting for this move. Cavallo's been setting this up for a long time, and Parkins has been...
Again, the exit. Parkins is able to bring 2/10 out consistently through Surtees.
He's just been doing everything he needs to do. Parkins is really putting up a defensive drive. He said he would need to do it. I imagine if Cavallo can't get this done on track, it's going to be what can they do in the pit stops? Are they going to try and get a cheap overtake in the pit stops? In terms of their first stop, it's going to look like a no, because Ryan Parkins' stop was 2 seconds quicker than the BMW's last time. I wonder if that will change this time round.
We shall see. Again though, Parkins 3.5 advantage coming out of the final corner. He's able to hold on still to P2. The pit stops definitely in the forefront of these drivers' minds now. I think Milton will want to get the track position before coming into the pits. That will help him to no end, of course, but he's just not able to find a way through. Ryan Parkins has done a great job defending this P2 position for so long. Not about to give up right now, is he? Then again, coming through Surtees, just look at the speed he's able to get coming out of the corner. Again, extends his advantage. Come back down now. Jens Goossens.
Yeah, Goossens in 13th. He was a lot closer. I wonder if he just lost the rear on Druids. He was closer to Hendricks, who's up the road with Van Gogh right in front of him. The Dynamics pink car, number 88. So this is a tricky situation now. So Van Gogh obviously a lap ahead. But Hendricks looking quicker at this phase. But can he... Will they unlap themselves? Or will they sit behind? Knowing that Van Gogh has pace.
I think they'll probably just keep Van Gogh up ahead. I mean, the lap times from Van Gogh are still very good. It was a 23.5 last time by Jesse Hendricks, the 23.6. So that tells me that these two probably swapped around positions. Actually, and it is now Van Gogh up ahead of Jesse Hendricks in terms of track position. So, what on earth has gone on here? Cavallo into the gravel. Brian Parkins carries on.
Let's have a replay. So it looks like it's happened. Up towards Druids. The Beamer looks to the inside of the hairpin. Oh, and brakes way too late. it's on Cavallo's end, I think. The inside was given by the Porsche. Maybe pinched, but definitely given. As we see more kicking off. There's Goosen spinning into Paddock Hill. Doesn't collect anyone there, so that's nicely done. And then
They collect each other.
yeah, so that's Van Gogh in fourth, getting collected by another driver. So Hendricks was racing. Oh, and then an extra couple of hits on the barrier for good measure.
Hendricks was racing. I don't think Van Gogh was. I think Van Gogh was expecting just to be allowed to stay in front as the car in fourth place. Had no idea if the 88 was going for a move. There was no flash of the lights. There was no indication, I think, from Jesse Hendricks that he wanted that position. As we see now Ryan Parkins come to the pits from P2. But everything suddenly kicked off just before the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, it's all going off. I think Van Gogh's gone off again. Not sure how big.
Very big.
Very big.
Very big.
He's not saving that. Oh no, and Goosen's is going straight on into the wall as well. Oh man, that is...
And even if Van Gogh was holding the brakes, I don't think that would have stopped him on time, because you can see the camber of the track, it pulls him towards that hand side. You can see it here. Oh, the brake lights were on and then they vanish. Oh, he should have been holding the brakes.
Okay.
Jens Goossens.
Does he hit the wall? I can't see him getting that stopped, to be honest.
No, he doesn't. It hits the wall hard because they've done a driver change. Eulenbroek now behind the wheel.
So, bit of excitement at the 2-hour mark then, as we head on to lap 85. A bit of a shake-up. And I think the driver that's probably okay in all of that is the Porsche Sport, now with Paul Rieger in the driver's seat. So they made a conscious choice to come into the pits, not from, with potential damage from that contact in Druids. 1 minute 10 at this time, the pit stop. The other car that has 2 stops so far is Ronnie Hayman in Duct Tape Racing. And Jesse Hendricks is coming up with 2 pit stops as well. Eulenbroek, like you said, is in P16, currently exiting the pits. So a driver swap for these guys.
It's all been kicking off now. The only thing that wasn't really kicking off was, I mean, it did kick off for a bit, didn't it? That little incident with the BMW down the inside, sending it on the Porsche Sport Porsche, with Paul Rieger now behind the wheel. What will happen though when that BMW comes into the pits? Does the driver change? Does Scott McFall carries on in the lead of the race? Not seen much of this Lamborghini, but I suppose that's not a bad thing when you're leading the race by 30 seconds. 2 hours into a 6-hour endurance race, there are certainly worse things to have happen to you than not get a little bit of screen time on the broadcast.
They've been putting in a dominant performance so far and have kept out of trouble behind. Very nice looking Mario Kart on top of that Lamborghini. In the white paint. But yeah, no, he can't fault him at the moment. He's got the foul. And they haven't swapped drivers yet. He's been in the car for this first 2-hour stint. 31.7 seconds in the lead on the same strategy round at the moment. No extra pit stop for anyone around him. As we see Greg Franks come in, so now the pit stop phase is really going to start kicking off. I've seen a few people come in, forced maybe a lap or two early as a result of contact or spins. So we're going to start seeing some new names now as well. So everyone who double stinted, I imagine, is going to swap places. Closest battle on track at the moment is Peter Lemkins for RP Motorsport Verde, with the green car, chasing down DynamiXX in P6, the RDR8 up ahead, or the McChallenge RDR8.
Here we see Steph Delnews into the pits, so he drops back a couple places, as does now Aralo, BMW from second place, comes into the pits. What will they do in terms of driver change? Who's getting into the car? They're going to obviously be taking tyres. I could not imagine those tyres would last 3 hours. 2 is probably the upper limit. Just waiting to see that car stop in its pit box and change the tyre on its now. Jitsi Medema behind the wheel of the BMW as Robin van Gogh goes on by, inherits second place. We're aware though, will that third place BMW come out? Will it come out ahead of Paul Rieger? That's the car to look for. 7th place at the moment, Paul. As we continue on looking at the fight between Peter Lemkins and Egypt of Laming.
So the track
car in 7th place, yeah, just coming through Sterling's.
Currently showing the positions on the track. So you can see the greyed out cars in the pits.
Paul Rieger rounding out the final corner. BMW still stationary in its pit box. Now it's coming on pit exit. Out comes the Porsche. It's going to be a battle on pit exit, and I think it is the Porsche ahead of the BMW. Paul Rieger, Jitsi Medina, there we go, just coming out of Paddock Hill Bend in towards Druids. The order is as it was before. Porsche Sport in front of the Sim District GT3 BMW as the scrappers started to erupt now between De Vlaming and Peter Lemkins side by side, coming down from the Pilgrim's Drop, the inside line for Lemkins at the moment.
I feel like that went on for quite a while. It looked like they were swapping positions on that timing screen. Let's have a look at where that started.
Oh, it was a mistake.
Yeah, just gone a little bit wide. Opens up the inside. Silver Audi comes through down towards Graham Hill around the outside. He's going to hold it there. Oh, tries sending it round. Uses all the track on the exit. He's been given room. Peter Lemkins on the outside still. Now has to carry the speed all the way round. Again is given room, so nice respect. Loads of room as well. And then the side-by-side continues here. Lemkins gets the move done. It's given up on the exit.
It's now John Bruins in behind the wheel. Getting that car repaired as well. We can see, I think it's nice and cleaned up. Brewing in the right angle this time. Olivier Boltink carries on in the lead of this race. How on earth have they been able to build that gap and save fuel? They've had no one really to consistently slipstream off. A few, lap traffic cars here and there. So what on earth have they been able to get that Lamborghini to do in terms of the fuel?
So
it's been a diet.
As well. Yeah, so consistent. Coming up to some lapped cars now. That's the only cars they're seeing at the moment on track. I'm not going to put up too much of the fight. Going to be advisory blue flags.
Carry on. Wow, I would have thought they would have been coming in on that time, but no, they're still going. They've got this Lamborghini.
They would have. He would have come in already, I think, because this is the first time we've seen
Oh yeah, yes, sorry, my mistake.
They've done a second stop. Have swapped drivers. And then 2 cars behind Lenkins and Deglani not to stop yet. So Scott McFowle out of the car at the 2-hour mark. And now our top commentator in chat, Olivier's been keeping us company. As he passes the Flemish Lamborghini into the long left-hander. Paul Rieger for Porsche Sport now regains second place as Lenkins and Deglani come into the pits. And Maidema in the BMW now 6 seconds back. Going to have to do that job all over again to catch the Porsche Sport. It's going to be a hell of a feat for that Porsche to finish in second. And do you know what? As unbiased as I am, I'm kind of rooting for it because it's been on the back foot compared to the pace of the Beamer. But we'll see what happens. Robin Van Gogh jumps in chat, says not too shabby with only one hand. Shame about the teams that don't seem to get the blue flags. As we've already had this conversation. Yeah, it'll be alright. They'll be fine. Try and climb back up that order, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely, it was very shame, but I mean, driving with one hand is very good. I'm not sure how he was able to upshift and downshift with only one hand, but I mean, huge credit to him. Had his shoulder popped in earlier on in the week, so good to see. Hopefully you're going to be on the mend soon, Robin. Maybe not the best thing to do while you're supposed to be resting up, but I know you'll have the racing, so it's good to see you. Hopefully we'll have you in better shape for the remaining rounds of this season.
Got Kimber Haight in the Flemish Sim Sports Lambo now. Up 8 places.
Wow. Wonderful drive, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they've lost a spot somewhere in the pits maybe, but still 8 places is no slouch in the race. And it's not over. 4.8 seconds to Lenkins in the next Audi. I'm sure they'll be looking to gain that as we see Marsani in P10 just closing down Colin and Porsche up ahead.
The driver joining the chat now saying that was a sweaty stint. I bet it was, mate.
Also got bounce.
So he upshifts, wait, I've just seen Robin Van Gogh, he upshifts with the pedal, with like the shift pedal, then downshifts with the clutch. So he uses his feet to downshift.
See, the real question is, regardless of however that coordination works, is how was he extracting that pace out of the car driving like that? It's crazy.
I'm amazed that he was able to sort of get like learning that, because for me the coordination, it's just second nature, isn't it? Using your hands, shift up, shift down, suddenly start using your feet. Wow.
Blinking with the right foot, downshifting with the left. Nice. Crazy, but nice. Bouts. I was about to say something about Bouts in the RP Motorsport Azul car. He was chasing down Van der Peer in the Dynamics Bell Speed car. He's lost about 3 tenths in that corner just previous.
Oh, clutch pedal on the steering. Oh, that makes more sense. I forget people have better equipment than I do with my Logitech G29. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah. That makes much more sense. I had such a weird unit in my head. All sorts of contraptions going on. Different button assignments to get that car driving around. But now, thank you for clarifying.
Still well done, Robin. Showing about the incidents that happened in the stint, but there's still a long race to go. Handed over to John Bruins, who's putting in some very good laps, to be fair. Faster than pretty much everyone, but our race leader, Olivier Boltink. So our podium is still on. He has to close a little bit of a gap to Yitzi Medina, but Medina's struggling for pace at this early stage of the stint. Needs to adapt a little bit more to the car before we see his pace start to come through. So for the time being, John Bruins is putting on a good turn of pace. Could easily get a podium out of this race just yet.
Yeah, he's got a big job on his hands, but like you said, it's not out of the equation. You'd say Medina in third. 8.3 seconds the gap now to Rieger in the Porsche Sport. Hermans is looking pretty close to Hendricks in P12 as they head towards Druids, up the hill, into the apex. It's all very calm still. They're not, no one seems to be, well, maybe apart from the cars that are out there by themselves, it seems to be cruising at this 2 hour and 10 mark. They're driving fairly aggressively still, I think.
I think for some of the drivers, they don't know any other way to race. I mean, you see Olivier Baltic, every single lap he puts in looks like a qualifying lap. Same as well with his teammate Scott McFall up in the front of the race. If you just come to them now, I bet you'll be seeing him going from, you know, grass edge to grass edge, either side of the circuit. Maybe not the best area to sit, but then just through Graham Hill Bend, look at how much of the runoff he's going to use here. Way, way out there.
Proper pushing all over the place.
Line takes as well through Surtees, very nice. Then up through Hawthorns, and then the succession of right-handers. It's just going to be almost, you're going to see on board now. Sends it. It's also speed carries momentum right out to the edge. Careful to not tap the grass. But right over the curve on the inside. Use the runoff down the hill through the bell. Really run a ragged edge of grip. Buckets of qualifying time, really good stuff. Good balls in there.
Like you said, he's flying. He actually stayed right for a prolonged period of time. Yeah, stayed right for a period of time there to get the shortest run to the start finish line, and like you said, fastest lap at 1:22.5. Blistering.
So yeah, definitely, even though he's got 30 seconds to, his car behind, you would have thought he'd be the one most likely to treat it like a single drive. Back off a little bit. Nope, still flat out as ever, which makes the fuel saving all the more curious. I don't know how he's been doing it.
I'm suspicious. I feel like he knows that we are watching. It's surely he's not doing it. Well, I'm not going to challenge him to do it every lap. I'm sure he will. I mean, they're in the lead for a reason. The consistency of fast-paced laps is there. The last person on the lead lap at the moment is Steph Delnews.
Wow, already 5th place.
Yeah, and I believe Olivier Baltic has passed Peter Lemkin, so Steph Delnews is the next person to do that in P5. And they got the Tri-Sport car unlapping themselves there on the inside. No, backing out of it. That's Sam. I haven't seen Sam yet. They've got a new driver in the car. Sam Puttables. White and chrome red car. 7/10 between Bouts and Van der Peer, so that battle is continuing. The Azul Audi and the Dynamics Bell Speed. This is for 14th place currently.
Slip to the Belgian. Bouts trying to find a way past. Needs to be patient. Into Surtees. Focus on the exit. This is key.
These are the two, would you say these are the two twitchiest GT3s on iRacing?
Oh, by a long shot, yeah. Especially the Porsche is an absolute nightmare to drive personally. I just can't deal with the weight distribution. I'm much more at home in something like the Lamborghini or even the BMW. Those two cars are very nice to drive, especially the Lamborghini. Coming out of the corners, that car, it just sticks. It just goes. It's really, really nice car on corner exit. I don't think there's many cars that accelerate better. As touch of the grass, out of shape, keeps it out of the wall. Amazing stuff from Dirk Bouts as well, not to collect him, but that was Jürgen van der Peer just driving a little bit too hard, feeling the pressure. Dirk Bouts forcing him into a mistake.
Yeah, just we've seen that so common on that same corner, just dipping that one wheel on that grass patch. And around they go. We've also seen Maidama go off track somewhere. I don't know if this was a big one. He hasn't seen.
Same
Oh,
place.
same thing. Right rear wheel. Has a bit of a spin. That is not what they need if they want to chase that Porsche Sport for P2. Yeah.
Oh
and away
no,
he goes.
the Audis. Oh, I can't get on with the Audi. I mean, the cars are like pretty much the same to the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini just feels so much nicer for me.
I thought he was going to go off again then. That's it. And we saw this one live, just in front of Dirk.
I want to see on board from Dirk because that would have been very scary, I think.
Yeah. I think there's another crash by Herman's. Well, it says crash. It's likely a spin. Yeah. Just chucking it into
Again,
the corner, and the rear
Porsche,
end comes round.
Rear end goes.
You mentioned about an on the board. I agree. I want to see an on board of Dirk's car.
Because you never know where the car's going to go in that situation.
So many times has that happened in front of myself, and it looks like the car's spinning to the left, and it just starts rolling backwards into your line, and then you just have this feeling of I don't know how to explain. You're just like, oh, I can't believe that's happened. I've picked the wrong side. These two are looking closer.
I've noticed something as well. This is, I mean, Chaz like to talk about differences in cars. Look at these Porsches. I think the one in front, I think both of them actually might be running Pirellis. You can see sort of like a yellow sidewall on the tyre. But then when you go to the Audi, I think that is running Michelin's. It's got whites on the front. We'll see if we go to, I think, Dirk Bouts' car, William John Bruins. Maybe not. Maybe it was just a bit of the light, but they look like Michelin's. You see the white on the edge.
I've always wondered if that makes a difference, or whether it is just a sticker. Do you know what I mean? on the game, in terms of the game mechanic, or the sim.
But you see what I
don't call
mean?
it a game. Don't call it a game. The sim mechanics of the tyre. I know exactly what you mean. Two different branded yellow stripes. I would assume Pirellis. And the whites, like you said.
It would be nice to see them all running, you know, one tyre for continuity, you know, if it's like a series with one tyre supplier. But there are really many series now that exist that have multiple different tyre suppliers.
How would you feel, and chat as well, feel free to join in, how would you feel if they went down the route of having sort of different compounds for races like this? Not quite to the extent of Formula 1, but there are some British touring cars, for example, run a softer and a medium compound format. Would you like to see that in GT3 racing?
I don't know if GT3 racing needs that, I guess. At least in these sorts of environments and sprints and these endurance events, I think it's fine just with one tyre. Having extra tyres
You're going to go for it.
I don't know. Complicated matters. Yeah, down the inside. I think that was very cooperative Bavo fall on there. Great stuff though. Nevertheless, not taken away from Sandro Marsani's take down the inside.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, back to what you're saying about the tyres. I think it's fine as it is. To be honest, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. One thing I will say though is they do need to add compounds when we get rain, because I don't think people want to be driving around in slicks.
Yeah, I had this conversation with someone before. Yeah, that's it. I don't know if they will just... I feel like for some license levels, they might just change everyone to generic road or you know what I mean, treaded tyres. Because we know what the lower classes can be like in terms of racecraft in the dry, let alone throwing a rain in there and having to choose a different tyre. Unless it's just automatic for those sort of D license splits or C license splits, but absolutely for the top splits you're going to want to pick between slick and dry. Slick and wets. I'm looking forward to that. I'm really hoping they've got it right. Really,
I think they will do. I think they will, because I think from what I've been seeing is that they're going to use sort of real-world forecast data. So if you've got, say, for like special events and officials and stuff, especially for special events, they'll use the actual real world weather at the sort of track at that time.
Shoots up the inside of
Switchback.
paddock. Nice.
To the outside, centre down the inside. I'm trying to talk about rain here,
Yeah.
but there's a race breaking out.
How dare you, Joel? To make a move. No, that was a good move. Like you said, it looked like a half dummy where he went to the outside, shot to the inside. As you were.
But yeah, going back to what we were saying, using real world forecast data. So for stuff like the Daytona 24, if you are sort of live nearby the circuit, you might get a competitive advantage. You'll be able to sort of look out the window, see if there are clouds coming. Oh, hang on, guys, we might need to think about the weather. I think it might rain soon.
I think for me, I mean, I don't know. I haven't dithered in too many sims. I know I've been suggested to play a set of Corsa quite a lot. I just haven't got round to it yet. But the closest that I can remember to being close to real world rain, shockingly, is probably Project Cars 2. Just, I'm not really talking about the way the radars work, but more how it sets on the track. I like the way that the puddles formed in different places, in the places that they would actually form, whereas things like Forza, I know Forza's not a sim, but they would always just be there for the sake of being there. And I really hope, what I haven't seen yet, I don't know if Assetto Corsa does this, I haven't seen anyone get a wet line right. Like the wet racing line is the opposite to the dry racing line. And so far, in terms of virtual world, as far as I'm aware, that doesn't really exist yet.
I think in ACC it's present from what experience I have with it. Obviously not as much experience in ACC that I have in iRacing, but I definitely think there's a little bit there, but the main downside for ACC is that it's just one class of car. Even though I love GT3s, it's not an issue for me. I'd drive GT3s all day long. I know it's an issue for some people. They want like a nice wide variety, which sims like iRacing and Assetto Corsa, R-Factor and the like do provide.
Is this,
When the rain comes to iRacing, I'll be loving it because laser scan tracks. I think
yes,
Project
yeah,
Cars
yeah.
laser scanned as well, so it'll be a very similar experience there from what you were saying. And I'm looking forward to it. Sorry, Caroline.
Just very quickly, I was watching these two, Bruins and Mydema. Is this genuine pace difference between Bruins and Mydema? Because that gap is close to 3/10. The Beamer moving out the way. He's not going to make it hard for the other team. But that gap closed very quickly, and now the Audi R8 released to try and close that large gap to the Porsche Sport in second place, which is now 30 seconds.
I think Medina was just maybe lacking in pace compared to his teammate Cavallo, but we aren't seeing any mistakes coming through from Medina, which is the main thing in this scenario, is to keep plugging away at the laps, keeping the mistakes at bay. And now the torch has been passed to John Bruins in the Sim District Audi R8 to try and take back P2 from Paul Rieger.
Back in the circle. The one we saw earlier, was it? That is the one we saw earlier. It's all the same thing. It's just not updated. Never mind. Ignore me. Laps. It's just the same thing over and over again. We are approaching our second break. It's 2 hours and 25 minutes in. We're gonna. The second pit stop phase has been done as, oh my god, Olivia bolting. We said that maybe it was just him knowing that he was on stream. He's done another fastest lap, a 1:22.4. He is flying. That is a whole second, 1.1 seconds quicker than Riga in P2. He's just done a 1:23.0 that time. Traffic in front of him. And there is no doubt about that man's speed in P1. There is now only 4 cars on the lead lap with Bolton. Mydema next up to be lapped in 4th place. Crazy.
Just looking at the pace, Olivia Boltink is on a mission. Kimber Hayet as well. plugging away at the laps. Extending his advantage to Jeremy DeVoe by a couple of tenths. Losing a couple of tenths though to Peter Lemkins as the pace is coming through for a certain John Bruins. Team District BMS Audi R8 with the fastest sector 4 of anybody. That was the best in sector 2 and passed the best in sector 5, so John is absolutely flying here.
He's going to need it as well. He's got the bit between his teeth. He's closed the gap quite a lot, that lap.
I suppose it's not 22, it is a 22.8. Wonderful lap time there from John Bruins.
29 more laps like that, and he'll be right on the tail of Riga.
Yeah, absolutely. But for the moment, Riga does have a nice comfortable advantage. And his pace is consistent, which is the key thing. He needs to be nice and stable. John Bruins is really wringing the neck of this Audi, but when you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable to mistakes, and you're also using the tyres a lot more than those cars up the road that might be taking things a little easier. So for now, John will be quicker, but it could come back to bite him later on in this stint.
It's been a while since we've seen WPR racing. It's Remco Barlow, the number 33, currently in 17th place. Sitting casual and have been gaining places with people either crashing or dropping out. Sam Balls in 18th is 10 seconds back at the moment. We've got Kurt Vandenacker in 16th in the McChallenge Audi. He is currently 30 seconds back from Van der Peer in the Porsche in 15th. Dirk Boutz in the Azul Audi up the road, 7 seconds. Flying through the back section is the Audi R8. Christoph Hermans, Duct Tape Racing in the chrome gold. He's currently 13th with Eulenbrook currently side by side in the WPR car.
Still like to lead us through.
Yeah.
Shame that we haven't got the paint pack working, but we will be working to sort that in the break coming up in just a few minutes time, so hopefully we'll be able to see everyone's liveries loaded nicely. Jesse Hendricks there, letting tell that livery reloaded. You can see the DynamiXX pink car looking very nice indeed. Just trying to see what the gap is to Barlow Folon. 10 seconds at the moment, but Hendricks is marginally quicker. We'll see what the lap time is when he comes across the line next. Barlow Folon with a 23.9. Jesse Hendricks with a 23.4. So basically half a second gained last time by DynamiXX Pink. That is definitely coming down. Sandra Marsani, our personal best last time around, nearly a full second extended to the 10th place car, Barlow Folon. So now we're getting to the phase where maybe the on-track battles aren't as close as they once were, but the strategy's starting to come through now. We do have a close fight still though, which we might leave you with in just a couple of minutes time. Steph Del News, Peter Lemkins duking it out for 5th place.
These two going at 3 tenths between them. Typical fashion compared to the first stop, I imagine. When we go at the 2.5 hour mark, these two will start kicking off. Or is it going to get done before we go? The Audi R8 shoots to the inside of Graham Hill bend. Nicely done on the brakes there into the left-hander. Gives room on the exit, and the move is done. So Lemkins up into 5th place. Steph Del News down into 6th for Dynamic Simulators Red.
Beautiful, beautiful send from Peter Lemkins. The 66 RB Verde Audi R8 up into P5 with a wonderful send, wasn't it, on the brakes. Graham Hill caught, I think, both of us off guard in the commentary box. Certainly caught Steph Del News off guard, but will Steph let this one slide?
Always an
he'll try not to.
Graham Hill, so very well pulled off. Both respectful.
Absolutely, 100%. That's the main thing, is that there's a lot of respect as we see a car in front of the shot. That's the Tri Racing Sam Puttervale's car.
He definitely went off there. Might have been a small one, but he's gone off. Ooh, maybe not. That is not a small one. But placed in the right way. And off he
In
goes.
one shape as well. The car
That's
looks
so
as good as. What is that car made of?
Damage.exe. Something's not right there. They've got armour on that ball.
Yeah. Made of adamantium or something.
Who shall we
Come
get
out.
the availability of this time round?
Anyone in the chat got any suggestions? Or I think last time I chose someone, so I think if you don't see anyone in the chat, not you in chat, anyone else in chat, decide a car, they'll probably fall to you, Jack.
Yeah, okay. I'll trying to think who haven't we seen much of. I'm gonna go with. I'll tell you what. Let's go with our leader. Currently the fastest out there, Olivier Bolting, Sim District GT3 by Vive/BMS Esports, the Lamborghini driver. Probably not going to get too much stream time in terms of battles, so we'll leave you guys with Bolting for the next 5 minutes whilst we take a quick break. back. I'm joined, of course, by Ed May. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes into the 6-hour Dynamics Racing Simulators event. The Endurance Series, of course, for Brands Hatch Indy. You have been on board with very nice sounding Sounds very
near enough, the same, basically the same car.
Your current leader has gone faster again since we've been gone. Purple 76 at 122.2. Is there any end to this guy's pace?
Probably not. No, it's been absolutely amazing. It's the car for Olivier Bolting. Very, very quick indeed. It's obviously the track's cooling down a little bit. The pair of them, Scott McFall, Olivier Bolting, both evenly matched on pace. I've said this every time, every round they've been together. It's difficult to say which of them is the faster driver. They're both as quick as each other, which is a dangerous, scary combination, especially when Olivier Bolting quick by themselves. So is Scott McFall. Having the pair of them. But what hope is there for anyone else? You know, it's very, very tricky to try and best this team. They are far and away class of the field.
Yeah, I mean 45 seconds now. The gap on lap 114. 28 seconds between Bruins and Riga, so that gap has closed another second since we've been gone. And it's not out of the question that gap can be closed with. We're not even at the halfway stage. 20 minutes to go to we're at the halfway stage, but there are only 3 cars that Bolting hasn't lapped, and that is your top 3.
We've got Paul Riga at the moment in second place. Gap 45 seconds to Olivier Bolting. That is, well, almost half a lap. Just over half a lap the difference, I think, between Riga and Bolting. And that probably means that coming into the race, if this pace continues, that they will put a lap on the entire field, which is certainly no mean feat considering the level of competition. We already know that Paul Riga is a very quick driver, so is John Bruins. Everyone here is very, very quick, but somehow Olivier Bolting, Scott McFall, they're quicker. And at the end of the day, that's sometimes you just need to hold your hands up as a driver and just say, I can't really do anything about that.
Yeah, that's pretty much the stage. See a pass here that may have happened in the break from Jeremy DeBuva and Steph Delnews. Let's have a quick look at these two. There it is. DeBuva getting right out wide in the end. Sorry, going up the inside and forcing the Porsche right out the outside. Steph Delnews in the Porsche. So nicely done. And then the leader for second place, Paul Riga, comes through as well, so I'm going to let him through. As I say that, Jess Hendricks has had an issue into the hairpin. Rear end going round. We've said it time and time again about how hard it is to save this Porsche. And it only makes the saves that we have seen all the more impressive. Ooh, that was close. Big rear end tail slide there. Flash of the headlights from third place. That'd be, yeah, that's slowed him down quite a lot there. You can see Jess not lifting off, not lifting off to let him pass as afterwards either. Babo Fallon says past Masani, and that is why. How many times have we seen that Porsche off the circuit?
It's a very, very tricky car to get to grips with, to get a handle on. Unfortunately, not the case for Sandro Malsani. He's starting to struggle just like his teammate Klinkhammer was. Again, a little bit of damage on the rear end of the car. You can just see it there on the left-hand rear. But yeah, at the end of the day, that Porsche is a very tricky beast to handle even without damage. So far though, Paul Riga has been able to manage nicely. A little bit squirrely on exit, but keeps the car just about on a tight enough leash that it'll do what he wants it to do. So coming up towards Hawthorne, just he's able to just pitch the car in. It just seems to respond much nicer than everyone else. The setup does look like it's working for Porsche Sport at the moment in second place, but again, Olivier Bolting extending his advantage now 47 seconds. Just lap after lap, it gets bigger and bigger, that gap between P1 and P2. Following the gap between P2 and P3, and it started to stagnate a little bit. Paul Riga and John Bruins. I mean, John was obviously held up by backmarker traffic. The 88 of the Dynamics Pink car just getting sort of in the way. Well, not sort of, definitely getting in the way, wasn't it? Blue Druids held them up, but not over yet.
My Demo in the Beamer. Just cruising around in fourth now. Has lost 18 seconds in total. The pace difference between him and Bruins. But P4 still holding on. More driver swaps and pit stops to be had. Peter Lemkins for the RP Motorsport team there in P5. With Kim Piet for Flemish Sim Sports closing down 5 seconds now. Peter Lemkins in P5. There was a time, and is it still possible? We thought the Misani Porsche was going to finish top 5 earlier on in the race. They had a spin in the late section. In the late section of the track. And we saw it happen again. They've spun in the same place twice. But like you said, a tricky car to handle.
Very, very difficult indeed. Just looking though at the lap times, we were saying that Medina was struggling earlier on. Well, he seems to have gotten to grips with the BMW now because his pace is matching, in fact, actually quicker than Paul Riga in second place consistently as well. But look at the times, and he's been gaining a few tenths here and there. Now Paul Riga has put in a slightly faster time of 1 minute 23.1, but Medina still with a 23.3. Definitely on pace with those front runners once more. So just seemed to struggle at the start of the stint, but now that he's got his eye in, pace is finally returning to that BMW.
Yeah, he's it's always enjoyable to see the differences between these cars, but it's so difficult to know what's the car and what isn't the car. Because obviously the drivers all have their differences as well. Like you said about obviously the Lambo seems quite dominant in the hands of Bolting and McFall, who have been absolutely extracting every bit of pace they can. But then at the same time, perhaps in an opposite driving style, I mean obviously they're all driving fast, but the Flemish Sim Sports Lambo has been very calm, seems very calm and collected in their race, and just slowly been picking off positions through other people's mistakes maybe, and then when they needed to, it got a little bit racy in the train of Porsches that we saw earlier, which is still kind of there with Steph Delnews leading the way, but the gap's a little bit bigger now, 3.5 seconds back to Barvo Fallon, and then 6 seconds back to Mazzani, who we saw off track a second ago, and then 14 seconds back to Hendricks, who were near the top end of that Porsche train, and then Eulenbrook just a bit further back for them in the Zenem Esports car as he enters the back section in that Lamborghini.
Very nice livery, actually, you got to say, on that Zenem Esports car. Now that it's loaded, now you can see it. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, orange and black. Nice colour scheme to have. Stands out. Always a smart colour to go with each other. Herman's behind them for Duct Tape Racing.
And the car that's blinking in and out, which is a slight worry. We've seen Klinkhammer have those issues earlier on. Now it's Christoph Herman's turn. Dirk Bouts, 14, RP Motorsport Azul. I mean, we've seen plenty of action with both of the RP Motorsport cars, to be fair, haven't we, Jack?
Yes, that's right. The two Audis have definitely been getting into it. Always finding themselves in fights, which is good. That's why we do it. It's why we race, to overtake or defend, whichever way you want to do it. What we don't want to do, well, actually, to be fair, I was going to say what we don't want to do is make mistakes and break on the grass. But if you're not making mistakes and breaking on the grass, you would say that maybe you're not pushing hard enough. So they've been finding the absolute edge of what is okay. Some of them going beyond it. But what I do like to see is when people have gone beyond it, they're carrying on, and that's what's most important.
So it's that spirit to carry on, even if you've got a disappointing result. Still carry on. You get points. Maybe some other drivers, some other cars around you will have it to incidents, and we're going to pick up places later on. It's not about playing the what if game. It's all about just going, right, this is a situation. How do we make the best of it?
That's right. It's a long race to go as well. Like no one knows what's going to happen as we approach the halfway stage, and it is just a matter of what are they going to pick up? How many places can they pick up from other people's mistakes? We've seen as soon as people start getting close on track, it's not just always for position. Sometimes the lap cars come into play. We saw one of the Porsches outbrake themselves into the hairpin earlier, into the back of one of the lead lap cars. And then that's when it all comes undone. A little bit of damage too far. They've only got one fast repair, as you've said. They're monitoring people who use more than one, who might get a penalty as a result. So anything can happen, even with the gaps as they are.
Yeah, definitely. The gaps not really as close as they were. We are seeing a little bit of a fight though. Cars underneath the second. You can see Babo Fallon. I think that's Sandro Massani. Oh no, that's not. That's Babo Fallon. Steph Del News rather. Closing into one another. Gap around about 1 second, but no fight brewing just yet. It's more about the strategy at this mid-phase of the race. I can guarantee you, come the end, it will suddenly erupt in action yet again, because every single round of this championship so far, Jack, there has been last lap or last 10-minute drama every time without fail.
That's what I like to hear. As we see Colin now getting within that 1 second mark. So we've got a battle incoming for P8. Steph Del News is going to come under pressure within a few laps' time for sure. Colin currently putting in faster lap times, although Del News must not have made a mistake on the previous lap, because it was 1.3 second time difference between those two drivers on the last lap. The top three all did a 1:22.7. 0.70 for Bolting. Riga did a 7.2, and then Bruins did a 7.1. Now that's about to change as they cross the line, as Bolting sets a purple sector 4. Still finding time out there.
He's definitely getting a little bit more time in the track. A little bit more rubber being laid down. Track temperatures coming down as well. Look at these two. Bauer on now, really piling pressure on Steph Del News. He's fought up massively last time by. He's going to look down the inside into Surtees. It's not going to be fought too hard by Steph Del News, he had to say. Very wise. Realises that it's probably not best to fight. We'll just both be losing the time. So for now, Bavo Fallon will take back 8th place. Almost back to where he qualified P7. And that P7 car, Jeremy Devova, is only 8 seconds up the road, and with this pace that Bavo Fallon is pulling out, he could get up there very shortly. Maybe not before the round of pit stops has come through, but definitely very shortly nevertheless.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too hard fought on the exit, like you said. And the gap's now going to increase as we see. I said he was going fast. This is beyond crazy. 1:21.9 for Olivier Bolting. He's just teasing now. That is that's a lap time I didn't think we'd see, to be honest. We saw some very quick high 22s. He goes and breaks the 21 barrier. Craziness.
Brilliant lap there from Bolting. That time it was a little bit slower because he had to make a pass on the back marker car. So it's a 23.0. Van Hernacker though. Oh, just a little bit too deep through the corner. Too much speed taken in. Runs wide of Sheens. Gets it recovered in time for Sterling's. But now he needs to be a bit careful on the next couple of corners. Make sure that the tyre is back up into racing conditions before you can start to work the limits of the grip again.
Yeah, he done the right thing there. He opened up his steering rather than trying to get back on circuit as soon as he could. And then that just allows the car to sort of, yeah, you're going even further off track, but at least you can keep it facing in a straight line. We've seen 2 incidents so far where the rear end just comes round, got too much right-hand steering angle, and around they go and just rejoin into the wall. So he's done well there, especially in the Audi. I imagine he lifted off as well before coming on. If you keep your foot on the throttle, that's another chance of a spin. As you see the gap starting to increase now. Del News now down by 2 seconds. Trying to close that battle to Colin. Bounce is also about 3 seconds back from Herman, so he's closing in on the Motorsport car. Barlow came into the pits, I saw, for WPR Racing. In terms of pit stops, we are... this is what it looks like. 2 stops for most teams as we approach our 3-hour mark. So we're approaching halfway, and the third round of pit stops is not too far away now for all the drivers. Some people are making 3 stops already. That would be due to crashes, I assume. Eulenbrook 3 stops, Herman's 3 stops. Got Barlow down there with 4, so that would be the one that we just saw not too long ago. And then Moody and Tyson been out of the race for a while. So that's 72 laps behind Barlow and Moody, and then a further 27 laps. So they've both been out the majority of the race. It's the early phase. Lap 125 we're on. 5 minutes to go till the halfway point. Having a look at the gains, this is the situation from the start of the race. Kim Bayet now back up to 9 places gained in P6, with Dabuva in P7 in the Audi R8 and the Challenge Audi R8. So very strong races from those two at the moment. I think they'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I'd definitely be happy with that. That's a good first half of the race. Let's see what you can do for the last half, if you can build on it, if you can maintain where you find yourself. Because even if they drop back a couple of places, they'll still be happy. Top 10 is a really good achievement in this series. With some very quick drivers here. Kimber Hayat from SimSports, just looking at lap times, they are trying to reel in actually 5th place Peter Lemkins. So, amazingly enough, we could see that car make double digits in terms of positions gained for the end of the race. 4 seconds the gap between P5 and P6, and that gap is coming down lap by lap. Half a second gained by Kim Hayat last time around.
Yeah, flying at the moment. Like you said, half a second. Those 4 drivers actually, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, have all gained from the start. Perhaps the most, I always get frustrated. Like you said, it's an achievement to finish in the top 10 in a series like this with the strength of field as it is, the top drivers in the cars. And we've got Del News in 9th place, currently showing as no places gained, no places lost. And it's possibly the most depressing but also fine position to be in. He hasn't gained or lost anything, but at the same time they are fighting and doing well to keep that position. You know what I mean? Do you get that?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah, it can be frustrating when you think, oh, what? Oh, come on, 3 hours in the race, something should have happened by now. I should have got a place. I should have done something with it. But there's plenty of time to go in the race. It's not about where you find yourself 3 hours into the race. It's where you find yourself at the end of 6. You might see though, Steph Del News drop back a place.
Yeah.
Because right up behind Sandra Marsani, car really piling on the pressure. Thought for a minute we were going to see another lunge into Sterling's, but that car has already had its fair share of difficulties through that corner and doesn't fancy adding anything to it. Potentially through the final corner, but no, waiting, biding his time, trying to get it set up potentially for Paddock Hill, but no, opting to go into the pits just before the 3-hour mark.
Didn't want to take the risk with the move, although that was definitely on. That would have been on into Paddock for sure. Right on the bumper of Del News. We see some more frustrated there.
If I was Dale News, I would be very frustrated to have him send a move like that and then immediately come into the pits. I'd be like, oh, yeah. Why'd you do that for?
That was definitely tried forcing an error. As I say about the purple sectors, Voltink sets another fastest lap, a 0.7 up there at the top end.
That's wow. Just wow is all you can say in that situation. Putting out that time, well over a second faster than his nearest rival, Paul Rieger.
You've got to say they're aiming now. They've got to be aiming for lap in the field. That must be their target. This is the current fastest laps of the race. 121.7, a full second faster than Rieger in P2. Bruins actually, the third place team with a faster lap than second place. Rieger coming into the pits for their third stop in the Porsche Sport car. Is he going to stay in the car? If they're both double stinting, I would assume that he is. to be in there for about a minute. John Bruins, P3, passes him for now. In the Sim District by BMS Esports Car.
As you're seeing what the lap times are like. Again, John Bruins quicker than Paul Rieger, but it's a big gap to try and make up. Of course, at the moment he's in P2, but won't be after he makes his next pit stop. Paul Rieger pitting though just before the 3-hour mark, comes out at the 3-hour mark. I'm not sure though, that could leave himself vulnerable to needing a splash and dash come the end of the race. That Porsche Sport car needs to save a bit more fuel to be safe come the end of 6 hours. If you can save a pit stop, that will essentially give you about 20 seconds compared to the cars that do need to take an extra pit stop. Like we're seeing Yagazoglu in the pits, seems to be fine though for a splash and dash, as with Jürgen van der Peer, who stopped in the box.
Back in the car for Yagazoglu. It's one of my favourite drivers in the first stint, pulled off some good moves. Made some mistakes, but coming out in P13 now for another stint for him. Paul Rieger has come out 1.4 seconds behind my Beamer in the Beamer. Just up the road there, but a pit stop incoming for that team. And Rick Grave says that's a pretty Lambo. It is a pretty Lambo. We're talking about the Flemish one, and there goes the Beamer for his third stop.
That BMW, lovely, lovely livery on a lovely, lovely car. People like to say that it looks ugly, but nah, I'm a big fan of the Beamer. I'm trying not to be biased, but you know, stuff it, I'll be biased. It's a lovely car.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's grown on me over time for sure. At first, I think I was on the train of the what have they done with that grill and stuff, but like I said, it's definitely it's nice to drive. It really is nice to drive. And it definitely handles a lot differently. Like you said earlier about the engine noise, it doesn't feel like it's got grunt, it feels sluggish in sound. But in terms of pace and how it handles, it's very much up there with the other cars, as we've been seeing in this race, and I'm sure we'll see it again in the hands of Cavallo, who's jumping back in that car. Pit stops. Shuffling the order once again, you can see who's made 3 and who's made 2. So currently Bulltink and Bruins still yet to pit. As is Lemkins up there in P4 currently. Dizzying heights of P4 for the RP Motorsport Verde car. And Kim will be watching as these two both haven't made their third stop, and the gap is now 3.9 seconds. That gap has been closing, like you said earlier, Ed. He's been chipping away at that time. He comes into the pits now a lap before Lemkins.
A nice pit entry there from Kim Bahayet. Stops in the box, make sure he doesn't overshoot, because that will just be extra time losing for no reason. So you see Peter Lemkins down the inside actually of Cavallo, but Lemkins is yet to pit. Milton, let's not forget, back behind the wheel of the BMW. And that's a tyre change as well, actually. So that's really thrown some GT3 BMW off the strategy a little bit. Unless they feel that Milton can manage 3 stops, or 3 stints rather, on that set of tyres, that's going to mean an extra tyre change compared to the rest of the field. And that could mean that their chance of podium will be gone now.
Yeah, we've got Robin Van Gogh says RP has to get tyres on this stop. So the stop's definitely going to shuffle up the order this time round. Some people opted not to take tyres the first time, or the second time, whichever way round they did it. But it's always interesting in these endurance races, the different strategies that teams take. I've always wondered, do they do they make the plan before the race and just stick with it, or are they more fluid with their plan, so they completely react to what's going on around them? Do they have multiple scenarios where maybe if they're just racing a certain person, they just change it on the fly? I imagine all the drivers are communicating throughout the event, trying to decide what they want to do to gain as many places as they can, as we now go past the half-hour mark and see our last few pit stoppers, although the lead 2 and 4th and 5th still haven't pit yet. So despite that pace, I say that as Bruins comes into the pits, but despite that pace, not really needing to save fuel in the lead, as he still goes round at the 3 hour 5 mark.
Yeah, he's carrying on. Very, very good stuff on the fuel from Olivier Wiltink. From Van Gogh in the pits. Expect to see him come out just behind Paul Rieger. How much though has he been able to gain in terms of the pit stops, in terms of the time on the track? Just following as well all the progress of the other cars there. Fights coming through. Nielsen Cavallo actually is only a little bit back from Bavo Follon, I believe. So here is Bavo Follon, just in the background you can see the BMW will be arriving on the scene in not too long a time.
Yeah, so that's going to be for position, like you said. The gap not looking that big, 1.8 seconds. Got a car in between them though, as we see a few more coming to the pits. We'll get rid of that now. Look at the track map to see where everyone is in terms of position. So 7th and 8th, not too far away from each other. And the leader going into turn 1, out on track by himself pretty much. 2nd place, all the way on the opposite end of the circuit. 3rd is, can't actually see 3rd. There is a stopped car in 14th place. That will be Jimmy Deals. He's had an incident on that back sector. Waiting for those 3 cars to pass, and away he goes. Let's have a replay of what happened to Jimmy. Oh, too much on the exit. Did he get past? Oh, it's just because he didn't make the spin. So Goose Franken passing that car nice and safely. No issues there as Deals comes back on track.
Nelson's going to be hoping to get past this Audi as soon as possible, even though Peter Lemkins is, up the road in 3rd place. Does need to come into the pits very soon.
That would be why I couldn't see the 3 on the map. He was very much in this sandwich for these 7 and 8. As we see the Beamer of Cavallo go wide there on the exit, he touched the grass. Baltink is now finally in the pits at the 3 hour 7 mark. But yeah, the Beamer making a small mistake on the exit there and is maybe showing a little bit of frustration. Being able to see that Porsche right there, but with an Audi R8 in between the 2 of them.
Just backing off a little bit, very sensible, doesn't want to get involved, knows that this car up the road is about to come into the pits. Peter Lemkins should be in really any minute now, so we'll probably back off into the final corner and stay to the right hand side, which he does. Comes into the pits and releases the BMW Nielsen Cavallo. Now just himself and Bavo Follon sharing a bit of track. Paul Rieger up into 2nd place. Robin Van Gogh will see get promoted into 3rd, with Peter Lemkins taking his stop, which he does. And now what's going to come through in this fight between the BMW and the Porsche? We already had a fight earlier with this car. Milton against Porsche Sport car, driven by Ryan Parkins. They came to blows at Druids. Let's hope this fight is a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate one when it just came together into the hairpin and it ended worse for the BMW. But Well, I say ended. It's not over. 3 hours to make up for it. But like you said, let's hope this was a little bit clearer as we head into this fast right section with the really low nose cam straight over that curve. Right out to the grass, back over to the right. So we see Romano get back into the car in P5. He's back in the Audi. Oh, using the grass on the exit again is Cavallo. Really running out to the exits in the car. Maybe struggling with a bit of understeer on acceleration. Maybe a trait of the car being front engined. All the weight is in that front end. And obviously as you're turning right, all the weight going. Oh, look at the Audi coming out of the pits. Right in front. That's the Verde Audi of Lucas Romano. That is 4th position as they go into Druids side by side. The Audi tries holding it round, but the Beamer absolutely shutting the door on the exit. Well positioned there by Cavallo for sure. He's really put the rear of his car in the right place. Flash of the headlights from Romano. I don't know if that's disapproval or not. But all fair, and up they go towards Follen for P6. As we see a spun Azul Audi, RP Audi in the background there. That's Goose Franken, who's gone off track. I would assume touching the grass on the exit, or maybe a mid-corner spin. Grass on the exit.
You're right the first time, yeah, just too much on the exit. That's a lot of grass on the exit, and I think it's the bump on the curb that also unsettles the car, helps him round. Gets it pointing the right way relatively quickly, which is good to see. Got another fight brewing though. We already saw Cavallo get the better of Lucas Romano in the Audi. Now though, it's a different German car that he has to try and get ahead. Babo Follon in the Porsche. Looking at the lap times coming through, looking at the gap, coming down to just over a second as they break the timing beam. Start their next lap. Not sure which way this fight is going to go, to be honest. Bravo Follon has been very good at defending, but Cavallo, the pace he's showing so far has been very, very quick. Let's not forget he was up in P3 for quite a while of this race earlier on.
Yeah, for sure.
We have it in him.
Well, he's got the pace advantage, like you said. He just needs to... I don't want to use the phrase. Maybe we should set a limit on that phrase of catching as one thing and passes the other. That's twice. We've used it twice.
Yeah, put another pound in the box.
Yeah, maybe one more. We're not allowed to say it more than one more time, so let's hold on to that for another 3 hours. But 9 tenths to go, and a couple tenths advantage a lap has Cavallo. So let's see. Probably in the next few laps, we should see that gap close, and we've seen a common overtake distance of about 2 tenths into turn 1. But we've also seen a few surprise moves in other corners where they've just been late on the brakes. Forces themselves down the inside, and they catch the driver in front sleeping, and then once you're on the inside line, you can dictate where the other driver goes. Whether you want to give them room or not. But to be fair to everyone on track, they have all opted to give room. We haven't really seen anyone forcefully get pushed off, apart from the slight mistakes we saw at Druids, but they didn't look like they were on purpose. They were just misjudgment.
Yeah, look at that time that's been eaten up by Milton. Half a second faster, in fact, maybe 7 tenths faster than Babo Follon last time by a score aided by the slipstream. But a lot of that was just down to pace, and now coming into Surtees, needs to focus on the exit. Porsche, like we've been saying, always gets a good exit, and again, this time, Babo Follon in his Porsche, able to get a much nicer drive out of the corner than Milton. BMW just so sluggish coming out of those sorts of corners. It's so tricky to keep the car balanced and also get the power down.
Got some traffic up the road there as well, Ed, so this could be it as they come down into this final sector. Cavallo chasing down Follen with all of his might. So they go into the left hand, he's not going to send it there. Touches the curb nicely, the camber bringing those cars in towards the apex of the circuit and spits them out nicely towards the final corner. This one's slightly off camber as they turn in, it drags you right out to the edge. As you can see the circuit dipping inwards towards the pit lane, and then they come right out towards the left for the right-hander of Paddock Hill Bend. It's not close enough this time, but can he get a better exit down the hill? He's taken a nicer line towards the apex. It looks like he's got a bit of a run. It's going to be a late lunge on the brakes in towards Druids. They've left the gap. The Porsche has left the gap to the inside, given the beam of the space, and away he goes into P6.
Much better on the brakes that time from Nilton in towards Druids, able to stop it nicely on the apex. Fallen left him plenty of room, and Nilton took great advantage. Is now able to find himself up into P6, and now maybe it's finally working in his favour. He's got a minus drive out of Surtees, able to try and build an advantage, build a gap maybe to Bavo Fallon, who's in behind, just going through Hawthorne now, and then plenty more right-handers all to go in this section. Just right-hander after right-hander after right-hander before we come to the top of the hill. Cavallo with a wonderful little move down the inside, crucial as well that he got that done quickly, because now he can focus on another car up the road, Gigi de Vlaming in the McChallenge Audi, only 2.5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, Fallon's not letting him get away.
Yeah, he's not, definitely not. Let's not forget though, P5 was where this car qualified, and P5 is not far up the road, so we might be able to see this car back up where it qualified, and who knows what can happen then.
2.6 seconds to Blimey. He is currently, his last lap was a 1:23.6. Carlos was a 1:23.7. The width of the pass. That gap is going to close, and Romano is actually joining this train there in the Audi in the background. You can see him just coming over the hill now in the Verdi Audi. And now, I've got a feeling Romano might have a slight pace advantage over Fallon at this stage. Can they close that gap and get another move done at this stage of the race? We have got 2 hours 45 minutes. We've got a couple more pit stops to go, and there's still battles throughout this field. And like you said, in typical fashion, I've got a feeling we're going to see some feisty fights in that last phase of the race, all for those final positions after 6 hours of racing, and that blows my mind. That people do that.
There are some very close gaps. I mean, Cavallo to Fallon is 2 seconds, then there's less than a second, less than a second, less than 10 seconds, less than 8 seconds, 2 seconds. It's all close in this sort of midfield fight in the top 10. Could go any way really, and that does tend to bode well for that final stage of the race when everyone tends to put their quickest drivers in to get the most out of the race. You might see some fireworks as the sun begins to set here. Time of day. The race started around about, I can't remember now what the time of day was when we started, but I do know that the race will probably finish under the sunset. So we're going to have some lovely shots of cars with iRacing's wonderful day-night transition. The way the sky goes, a nice shade of orange. iRacing do get that nailed down, to be fair to them.
Sunsets. I can't remember did I say my lap guess?
I don't know. I gave up trying to work out maths. My brain's too smooth for that.
I'm going
wrinkles.
for 2:58. Is what I'm going for. It hasn't taken me that long to work out.
I'll go 2:59.
Oh, no. Okay. Fair enough. 2:58.
I might have a smooth brain, but it's aerodynamic. I can think quicker. Maybe not smarter, but quicker.
Everyone's witnessed. If you win, you cheated. Someone in chat will say 2:57 now and just sound me in.
So win's a win.
Yeah, that's it.
I ain't got no morals.
Yeah. I'll tell you who's back in race mode is Yagazoglu in the 88 car, 7 temps back from Delmuse. This is for a top 10 to get back into that top 10 position. Porsche v Porsche once again. 4 temps to gap now as they go down Paddock Hill towards Druids. Slide in the car around Druids as Delmuse. Always in that braking and entry point. Just as they turn the car in, you can see the rears get loose ever so slightly. Very twitchy cars. In to the sweep on the left. Surtees. And now
That's exit there for Yagazoglu.
yeah. It does look like it's got a strong pace advantage right now. It's closing the gap. Slipstream obviously helping a little bit down that back straight. Into the fast rights they go. This is on board. Chasing down using all that curve on the exit. Over to the left hand side. Up into the lines right. Missed the apex on the grass, and that is a free position. There we go. Top 10. Easily done.
I'll take that all day long.
Yeah. And Del News, in fairness, kept the car facing the right direction. So didn't even need to apply too much pressure, but that move done quite early on. The next gap that's closed is our friend in the Beamer, Milton Cavallo.
Hang on. I've just noticed another thing. Something's happened to our race leader because that gap was a lot bigger than 20 seconds. Did they just take tyres maybe at the stop, and I've only just noticed that now? Well, the pit stop was a lot was definitely
122.
So yeah, they probably took tyres, and I've only just noticed that till now.
Yeah. The 4 guys behind with 41-second pit stop, so an extra 40 seconds in the pit stop. And they were about 50 seconds ahead, so that makes sense. So no actual mistakes, not popping up on the timing screen.
Sorry, I got excited, everyone.
Yeah.
Business as usual. Carry on.
Well, it's not out of the question with how much they were pushing, but Boltink having another stint in the car. And I imagine McFowle getting in it after the next stop around the 4-hour mark. Or with the way they've been going on fuel, I'd say 4 hours and 10 minutes for the lead car.
Definitely, they've been absolutely stellar in terms of outright pace, but also in managing, which there's no way you can fight it, really. They're quick and also really good at managing the fuel. You just can't do anything in that situation other than drive faster, which is not impossible with the way Scott McFall and Olivier Boltink have been driving.
Tell you what we didn't see actually after the pit stops all sorted themselves out is Kim Bayer is actually in 4th place right now in the Lamborghini. Not really being threatened by De Vlaming in 5th, who is about to start racing with Cavallo for that position. So this would be Cavallo's next target, is the Flemish Sim Sports beautiful Lamborghini. Looks like it's got a bit of damage on there, on that front left-hand side, right as we're looking at it now.
You just see there's a little bit of a bump and a bang. Might be just from potentially making moves down the inside into Druids. Easily done. A little bit of a bump here and there.
This looks close. Very good exit.
Will Nilsson do what he did last time by get a good run out of Paddock Hill Bend and send it up into Druids. That's his best chance.
That Audi was late on the brakes.
Very early. Both of them with a good drive, but he sees an opportunity down the inside. He's going to send it on the brakes. Wasn't covered off by De Vlaming, and Cavallo took great advantage of the fact there, didn't he? Absolutely sent it up the inside, got it stopped just about in time for the apex.
That really did catch him sleeping, I think, because you see him turn out of the corner when he realises the BMW's committed to the move. We have an overhead shot. You can see here.
Like it was.
Yeah, it was
got
quite
it stopped
far back.
perfectly.
And then just runs out the Audi on the exit, but not harshly. Didn't run into the grass. Just nicely done. Gives him a bit of room. You can see the marbles from this overhead shot on the outside of Graham Hill Bend. And on it, look at the outside of Surtees as well. Very dirty with all the tyres. You don't want to go out there for sure.
Forbidden licorice on the exit.
But now that is 5th place for Cavallo. Upwards 12 seconds now to 4th place, Kim Behait in the Lambo.
Yeah, wonderful stuff from Milton there. Getting back up into 5th place, where that car does definitely rightfully belong. Volume broke a little bit wide, but nice and careful on the rejoin. Sometimes you've seen drivers make a little mistake and try and rejoin too quickly, make a mess of it, and then all of a sudden they're in the wall. So Very good awareness from Joel there. Having it back. It's Bravo full on. Gap has come down actually. As Paul Riga will just go from there. Here we go. Robin Van Gogh and Paul Riga. What is the time difference? Half a second last time by. So again, Sim District Audi is finding the pace once more. But who knows, maybe come the end of the race, judging by the speed, it might be right at the end of the race that we see these two battling it out.
It's all possible. That 20-second gap could be a pit stop difference using all the grass. It's just, it doesn't matter how many mistakes people are making out there, they will not stop. Will not stop going out there. As I think Goose Fruken's had an issue. Franken, sorry. Spins on the fast section of the circuit. Rejoin. Nicely done. Zool RP Motorsport car. Oh, no, he's going to have to reverse. Couldn't get it turned. And away he goes. He actually went off track again. Oh no, it was just that one.
Just that one. You can see the little one's Michelin's, but has this car got Pirelli's? That's yellow, isn't it? How have they got the same car but different? What on earth is going on there? Because we have a look at Robin Van Gogh's car. Or is it like, I don't know, maybe they are Michelin's as well, but they look like yellow sidewalls to me.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It was definitely Michelin's on the other one. It must just be the little flashy yellow in their logos showing more. I doubt if we do a slow-mo shot it would slow it enough for us to see what those tyres are.
Hang on, they're yellow, aren't they?
They are yellow. But
what is going on here? iRacing, what are you doing?
oh dear.
Oh, this is what me and Chaz can sometimes get annoyed by, is when we talk about these different little inconsistencies in iRacing. You know, as a broadcaster, when you're doing all this, you want it to look as sort of reasonable as possible. It does look a little bit weird seeing cars with different sort of tyre manufacturers in the series. You'd expect them all to be running the same compound, the same make.
They don't seem to have, in terms of a business, I would imagine they can pull their own sponsors in from tyre manufacturers. Obviously they've got the Michelin pilots, and Michelin's are regularly used. They've got Pirellis on the F1 cars and stuff. I don't know if the tyres licenses come with the cars themselves or they're done separately. There's plenty of scope for what they've built on this platform over the years of it being out. It just does seem like every now and then they're sometimes a little bit behind, even though they're so far ahead. It's a really weird situation. But I mean, the rain thing, like we said earlier, is going to be a big step for them in terms of catching up to other sims. Yeah, who knows how it's going to go.
I mean, rain at this track would be something else, wouldn't it? Imagine the giant puddle you'd get at the bottom of turn one here. You know, you just come through Paddock Hill Bend and then all of a sudden there's just a lake.
It would be, yeah, I remember they've always been pretty good with tyre wear and track temps in terms of dynamic racing lines. You can see the rubber going in, the marbles on the outside. So I'd be amazed if they got things like the flow, because there would be a river effectively going across the track as you turn into Paddock Hill with the rain washing down. Little Fords appearing, so if they can get that sort of stuff, people are going to have major issues, because as soon as you hit that, you're going to understeer towards the exit. It's going to be so fun. But a massive safety rating killer.
Oh, 100%. Maybe iRacing will be a bit kinder on races with safety, on your safety rating if there's rain-affected race. We see, Oldenburg again running wide of a corner, but carrying a lot of speed, seemingly joining the track in one piece. Back now to the action. Barrow Folon in behind De Vlaming. That time is very, very equal between the pair of them, so this is likely to be a great little fight on our hands.
Yeah, he's been closing down slowly but surely. Has fallen. He's actually got Romano not too far behind in the Verde Audi. That'll be next if they're closing in a couple of tenths a lap. Got Pouliot in 15th, he's chasing down Franken, 1 second between those two. So there's still fights all over the place. Eulenbrook was lucky not to lose more time there, but he has got deals. Not too far behind. Well, I say not too far, 32 seconds is what I was looking at. That's far enough. Maybe needs a bigger spin, does Eulenbrook, for deals to catch that gap. 23 seconds between Riga and Baltic. So, still pulling away the leader, but not really as fast as we saw earlier. But very much these two currently to be focused on. 6 tenths between them, and Follen closing that gap lap by lap.
I mean, it's interesting because if these two start to fight, all of a sudden behind you can see the Audi Lucas Romano RP Motorsport Verde right there in the mix. You can see them there, beautiful camera shot. It's not just these two cars to fight. You might be seeing a third mix himself into the picture.
Depends how much side by side they do. Doesn't look close enough this time. It's going to be a hell of a late break if he does. You see some more people having issues around the circuit. Delnuz has been off again.
These two don't even need to fight, as we see it. Something happening with Delnuz. Oh, turning in far too early for Paddock Hill. Into the soft tyre barriers, minimal damage, still a little bit of a knock on that rear wing, very sensitive to damage the rear wing of the Porsche. Unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit annoying for them to have to deal with. Hopefully the steering is in alignment, doesn't look like it's crabbing. A little bit twitchy, just trying to get the car back onto sort of less grass covered tyres. The Sandro Marsai, big swap at the ends. Did well to keep the car but its momentum so that it doesn't send him into a wall.
I think that car not long came into the pits, and then Yagazoglu passed them for P9 as well. So we see Navarro de Bover as well. So we've seen a few people make mistakes. That's just on the grass all the way through there, on the straight bit and in the braking zone. It's definitely using all the track good. Yeah, you know what? Nice rejoin. Really gave all the... I've seen so many people head straight towards the apex in that situation. And did not happen. Now, going back to this, 3 tenths between Follen and DynamiXX, so this battle's still very much the same, but as you said, the RP Motorsports Verde car now within a second has closed 3 tenths as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't need these two to go side by side. He's been closing in on pure pace alone.
Getting a double toe nicely down these back straights, as Pouliot and Franken are also on the same bit of circuit. The Azul RP Motorsport car. Another thing he said earlier was the RP Motorsport cars obviously providing us entertainment throughout this stream so far. 3.5 hours in, and very much so. They're involved in another battle yet again. Goose Franken coming under pressure from Nick Pouliot in the DynamiXX Bell Speed car for P14. And in the background of this fight for P6, Lucas Romano enters the fight once again in the Verde RP Motorsports car. With nice green accents, but Bravo Follen at the moment is the one we are watching. Closing the gap, step by step. But DynamiXX very much keeping the lap times up in the McChallenge. And just trying to keep that gap as it is. You want to keep that gap above 3 tenths to avoid any sends. Any legal sends, I should say.
Follen having to bide his time, pick his moment as well, though he can't go too on the offensive to DynamiXX. make a mistake, miss out, and suddenly finds Lucas Romano coming down his inside. Kimber Hay as well. Actually lost a little bit of time on that last lap. Cavallo is closing the gap. Last I saw, I think it was 8 seconds. It's now 6.
Yeah, lap times wise, Cavallo's flying. 23.3 last lap, 24.1 for Kim. So nearly a second lost in a lap. I don't know if that could have had traffic, might have been a slide, anything like that, or it might just be actual pace. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Steph Delnews comes into the pits, so Jorlenbroek takes a position up to P11. 5.7 seconds the gap now, so that lap for Kim was a 1:23.95, 1:22.96 for Milton, so it is, the pace difference is about a second a lap.
Fastest on the track as well, actually, almost. Pretty much. Actually, yeah, definitely fastest car on track at the moment is Milton Cavallo.
Meanwhile,
that's a very, very good lap time, especially at this stage in the stint. And the tyres might be starting to wane just a little bit more.
Lucas Romano closing these two down. The gap is fluctuating between 4 and 5 tenths for Follen and De Vlaming. Romano fluctuating between 7 and 9 tenths as Franken passes Steph Delnews, as did Pouliot in the pits. I think Pouliot actually passed Franken as well. Did you see that? Ooh. Big a bit of oversteer there as he used the exit curve. This was for P14 into the final corner. Into the main straight they go. That was Nick Pouliot passing Goose Franken for P14. And Steph Delnews still tumbling down the order with that pit stop. Three tenths the gap as they exit the main straight. Follen right behind De Vlaming. 3 tenths as they enter turn 1. Not close enough to overtake. Can he get a good exit? Not good enough, I don't think. Always closes up onto the brakes. Everyone holds it tight to the curb round Druids. And down the hill they go. This is looking back from Follen's car. Now the R8 right behind of Romano. And now onto the back stretch they go. The run. This should be it.
Been sent to
Around
go
the
around
outside.
into Hawthorns. Is he going to carry the speed through? Oh my word, he's got the run, he's got the speed, and he's going to be ahead. Wow, that was a great send right the way around the outside. De Vlaming did all he could, held the inside line, but couldn't hold Mano Follen off. What a send that was, all the way around the outside into Hawthorns.
That was brave stuff. Real brave stuff.
You know, maintain that was brilliant. And now that's going to be worrying, I think, for Romano, because now he realizes, I've basically just got to follow that, and that is a tough act to follow. Wow. He now knows, though, Romano, how De Vlaming is going to defend.
He committed early.
Very early, but look at this right on the outside.
Mad.
And yeah, De Vlaming did all he could, held the inside. I thought it was going to be a lot harder for Follen sending it around the outside, but no, he carried on. Brilliant stuff, as we see. Right above it, I think that was passing someone in the pits.
Out of the race now, I believe, Delnews. Another retirement added to the list. Tice, Moody and Delnews out. As we were watching Dabuva, I think he's gone off track again. Slide or grass? Grass. But that was a safe one. Safe one at least. We haven't seen the Tri-Racing car for a while. Ewald van der Meiren. Currently in P17, 39 seconds back from Dabuva. Using any more grass, and that gap will close. Barlow 39 seconds ahead of Dabuva as well in 15th. Remco Barlow for WPR Racing. They've been quiet as well, just slowly climbing up that order for other people's mistakes. Goose Franken we've seen a few times. Cooliart chasing down. Well, it's just been passed actually. That's the leaders up ahead. P1 Olivier Baltic. So we see Misani go off track again. Grass. Slide. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Nearly. Nearly.
Out the wall, just about out the wall. Hopefully had a clear bit of track. There's the lead just coming by in the background, but thankfully had a good clear bit of track. So he was able to get back up to speed nice and quickly, nice and safely.
That was a fantastic shot of the rear end going through that apex. It's just, is it from bouncing over the curb, or is it just how late he broke? You see the brakes come on and the rear end just goes. And then he goes onto the grass. And I thought he was going to catch it at this point, but then now it's too late. It's going, it's gone.
Yeah, it slides the first time quite late on in the corner. He's able to try and react and catch it. It's back under control, but then sending onto the grass, that's when it goes the second time and spins him round. So it was good for him to try and recover it, but unfortunately did end up pendulum around in the end. It's must have been an inevitability in that Porsche. Romano, motorsport Verde, trying to size up, I think, if Larvink more than anything else at the moment. Not looking like he's going to go for a send right away, but instead just eyeing up potential move. Meanwhile, in the background, Robin Van Gogh approaching on the scene. Third place car, looking to put a lap on P7 and P8.
He's lost a few temps of Romano just in that section alone. He was looking to close that gap. He was closing that gap for a while. You see something else in the pits. It's WPR Racing in the pits. Fabian Van Schajik is now in the car. And P16, so the Groovers passed them in that pit stop. 20 minutes out of sync by the looks of it at WPR. Normally around every hour are the pit stops, but they've already done more than others anyway. And 7 tenths behind them now in P17 is Van der Meyren in the tri-racing car. And that is 4 positions, same gap as Romano and De Vlimink. And the gap between Cavallo and Kim has also come down to 2.6 seconds now. So the BMW is flying. But then it is a big task to get a podium. To go after Kim if they can get there. But back to Romano. Audi R8. Another Audi R8. Up 7 places. Romano where he started.
For the Audi, you can see he's trying to find his way through as there's a bit of first being kicked up ahead. Someone's having an incident.
These are very nice looking Lamborghini that just went off into that wall. They are dropping down the order. Verheyt now in 6th. He's lost 2 places. It's just up the
more
road.
damage on the rear wing now of that Lamborghini, so we're going to see if we can get a replay. That's a bit well sharp. Here we go.
Grass on the outside. Boom.
Big hit at the back.
There goes the BMW. And that's an engine hit as well. Rear engine car. And here comes P6 as well. That's fallen. It's a kind of race for that one.
Yeah, and then he tries to fight him off of the corner. And then has to...
Big slam of the brakes. Didn't want to fight that one back fully. And then behind them is the fight we were watching of 7th and 8th. So if we go back live, they are very much going to be together on track. That is gutting for the Flemish Sim Sports car, but the race is on.
It's definitely not what Robin van Gogh wants to see, though. These 3 cars now fighting together. The 2 you might have been able to have dealt with, but 3 makes it all the more hard. And we've already seen this car struggle with traffic. Blue flags have really been frustrating. That car is in the number 16 in P3.
And it's a good thing he's got a minute 13 to the next car. He's flashing his headlights. I'm not sure it's going to do much help. He's going to have to be really close for them to voluntarily move out the way, I think. I think Rigo in P2 has made an error somewhere. And the Porsche Sport car loses the rear. Ooh. That's going to cost a lot of time. Ooh.
Yeah,
And the clumsy.
that's brought Robin van Gogh, I think, into the picture. You can just see that battle in behind them. It's the gap now between second and third. It's 5 seconds. There's one big snap from Navarro de Bova. That was a huge
That's
moment.
a big hit. That is a big hit. They come into the pit lane to fix that. Romano has passed the line for P7 also. Oh, optimistic. Down the inside, Surtees. This is where Van Gogh is. He's the P3 car behind these 2 as they're fighting it out in position. They're not going to voluntarily move out the way when they are fighting also. There we go. P7 does, or P8 now, does move. Lucas Romano is very much keeping him there. Keep the car in between to try and extend that gap. He won't move out the way, I imagine, until either second to last corner exit or main straight.
Straight, yeah.
Oh, there he goes. He's letting him go in there.
There we go.
That was
It's a good
good.
long replay that.
Yeah, that was good from Van Gogh, to be fair.
Yeah. So Van Gogh negotiate the traffic nice and cleanly. Now though, has to get through on Kimber Hayek. He himself has been able to, you know, sort of build a bit more of a gap now. Had Lucas Romano right up behind him after that mistake, but he's since been able to extend an advantage somewhat. Porsche Sport though, 5 seconds, now 4.5 seconds the gap between themselves to P3, Robin van Gogh.
Yeah, it was a good spot actually on the timing screen. Didn't think much of that spin. I just felt like Porsche Sport had such an advantage. But it has very much been eaten now with that very small mistake. I'm not sure if he's going to have much damage from that little touch with the Armco barrier on his way back on. But 4.4 seconds, Van Gogh very much in the race again. Saving grace, the 1-2-3 at the moment is looking unlikely unless Cavalier can do something special or there's more mistakes made. It's not over till it's over, but 1 minute 13 currently the gap between 4th and 3rd. But yeah, right, Van Gogh very much in this race for P2. So we'll keep an eye on that as these guys are still fighting it out. A 3-way fight for P7. P6, sorry. Him leading this train in the Flemish Sim Sport Lambo. Not wanting to lose any more positions, I imagine, but going to have to fight for it now as the Audi R8 looks to the inside. He's done it once before. Is he going to do it again? Forces Kim out to the outside. Through the inside it goes. Got a better exit. The move is done. Up into 6th place is Lucas Romano. Kim down another one. And the Blymink now looking to take an opportunity as well as they head towards the back section in the McChallenge Audi.
Wonderful stuff. Lucas Romano taking advantage of the walking wounded Lamborghini. Thankfully that Lambo will be able to come into the pits relatively soon, in around about 12 minutes time. Is now very out of shape and almost into Sterling. A move could have been on for Blymink. Much better of it, but knows that Lamborghini is going to be a sitting
On the
duck and he's a
outside of the
target.
final
He's going
corner.
to try and go around the outside of the final corner, but it's not going to work out for him. So instead, will have to set his sights potential on getting the best run possible through Paddock Hill Bend and then sending one up the inside into Druids. Just following through here, Paddock Hill Bend misses the apex slightly, doesn't get the best run up into Druids, so will most likely stay in behind. There's plenty plenty of action on the track, which is wonderful to see. Now, and listening to the sounds of that Lamborghini. It's good exit as well, but I think that damage is really affecting the straight line speed, the acceleration on the top end of this Lambo. Suppose we make his way up into Hawthorns, that gap will come right the way down.
He's just got to pick his moment. DynamiXX just needs to pick his moment. The Lambo is wounded. You can see that. Seeing him push the car beyond the limits, touching the grass almost from every corner. Another slide through here could be costly. It's not going to make the move into the left-hander. Towards the final corner they go. Looking closer than before. Single file this time, of course. They were side by side last time, which ruined the run, but the Lambo getting an amazing exit out the final corner. And I'm going to say the Audi doesn't look close enough again unless it's ready for a lunge, but the Bova is looking close to making a move here. Couldn't quite get that done on the WPR car. That wing looking worse for wear.
As now, as we look away, I think they have just finally swapped around. I think it was a good run through Paddock Hill. And look at this, sends it down on the inside. He decides late to go for it, but sees the gap open, goes for it, gets the move done.
So many times into Druids they've had late lunges when it's just like the outside car just opens up the inside. It looked like a small mistake on the brakes potentially for Kim. I don't know if it was a twitch from braking or maybe a twitch from realising that the Audi's made the move. Let's try and get an overhead shot. You can see there just a late lunge. Kim started turning in, so I would assume that the twitch was a reaction to seeing the Audi just all of a sudden appear. But I must say a quick shout out to all the drivers that have been making this move in Druids, because it's very rarely had any contact involved, and they're all giving each other racing room, and it is so good to see the amount of racing respect between all of these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really, really great event. Not seen too many big incidents, which is what we might have been fearing when we saw this on the calendar. Brands Hatch is a very technical, narrow circuit, not the easiest track to overtake on, but they've been making it work, which is really good to see. The only instance we've really seen this evening ones involving sort of drivers making errors all by themselves, just drop wheels onto the grass and suddenly they're in the wall.
That's right, it's just all of a sudden seems like, I mean, during that sort of second phase, second or third phase, it felt like the gaps were quite large, but all of a sudden in this, as we approach the fourth hour, everyone appears to be on the same lap, within a few seconds of each other. It's like the tyre strategy is starting to nullify itself now, so everyone's starting to form back on the same strategy, and the gaps are being more realistic. And I imagine the same is going to happen over the next 2 hours. And like you said, I can't call it. The only thing I can call is the dominant performance of Olivier Bourtink up there in the lead, 41 seconds ahead once again after Paul Riga has a spin in Druids.
Yeah, I think it's fairly safe to state who's going to win the race. But other than that, it's anyone's guess, isn't it? This is really wide open for anyone to try and make up a few places come the end of this race. And Paul Riga, Robin Van Gogh, that gap now 3 seconds has been coming down each and every time we've looked at it. We've had a little bit of an intermission when we've been following the mid-pack fights. And now we can focus for a little while at least on Robin Van Gogh and Paul Riga. Gap now 2.5 seconds almost, but will extend because of how strong the Porsche is accelerating out of Surtees. All the way down to Pilgrim's Drop. Let's have a look for the already damaged on the rear wing. Runs a bit wide, but carries on nevertheless, so could have gone a lot worse actually, to be fair. Very, very safe rejoin. No one behind to worry about. Personal best this lap actually as well in the first sector by Robin Van Gogh. So he's definitely finding a good turn of pace. Has got a car between himself though and Paul Rieger, and it's the Decimo .B Porsche 5th place. Rob Van Gogh looking to put a lap on essentially everyone bar 4th now if he's able to get ahead of the 451 Porsche, which, to be fair, he likely will be able to.
See, Rieger still has got the pace. He's doing 122 still, and there's no traffic involved. Van Gogh has got the edge. Just a couple of attempts this time. It was nearly a second last time. That gap now coming down, and the fight for P2 very much on as we approach the 4th hour. I believe with the pace he's going, we should see this before the next break. Next break being at 4.5 hours. I'm going to call it. I'm going to say Van Gogh can get P2 in that time. You don't want to take the risk. Commit to it. Go on. Say no.
I'll say no. I think, yeah, I've been forced into it. I'm going to have to say no.
You don't have to. You can agree. You can agree.
Nah, makes it more entertaining that way, doesn't it? We'll see how it goes. We will see how everything materialises.
I'm not saying that. 3.3 seconds. Lost half a second somewhere. 3 tenths though between Kim and Devliming. So the Hates found or managed to settle down again at least. Get back into the groove of things. As Yagazoglu comes back into the pits and is going to trigger our next pit stop phase. One of the first stoppers now. Pit stop number 4. So you'd assume no fuel saving for the Dynamics Pink team.
I mean, we've been seeing how well they've been driving, how much Yagazoglu's been pushing that car. I'd be very surprised if there was any fuel saving going on from that team. Some good fights though, haven't there, all across the fields. I mean, this is just another one of them. Kim Bahayat and Devliming. Well, Bahayat was passed by Devliming. He's not giving it up without a fight, and definitely keeping that gap very honest. 3 tenths the difference. Another fight. Devova and Evold van der Maren. Navarro Devova has made 4 pit stops. Evold has made 3.
Coming to the pits now as well. So that's 2 drivers triggering that stop. Pit strategy.
47 laps for Biltink.
Yeah, it was a hell of a long stint, wasn't it? We saw him extend. 43, 44, 47. I don't know if he does that again. I don't know if they're trying to avoid a splash and dash or.
They're trying to avoid an entire pit stop at the end by the sounds of it.
They're really extending. Compare that to everyone else. What's the second longest stint? 45. I can see a couple of 45s from Romano in 6th place. So he's managed to do an extra 2 laps compared to the nearest competitor on laps. In terms of 2nd place and 3rd place, they're doing 44s and 43s. That's amazing stuff to be doing that pace and using less fuel. Investigation.
At the moment, looking at this, Paul Rieger will need to have another 44 lap stint to avoid a splash and dash, I reckon, because we did see that they were borderline last time by. They're going to carry on, which bodes well. But they do need to really avoid that splash and dash, because as it stands, there's a 2-second gap between 2nd and 3rd. Splash and dash will definitely put them in behind the Audi, so they've got to do the best they can. Look after the fuel, but also keep in mind that they can't allow the pace to drop too much as Devova gets a little bit of a slide coming out of Surtees. That does slow down his drives to try and pass Evolt and Navarro. Look at this. Kim Bahayat. We thought he was walking wounded. We thought it just dropped down through the field like a stone with his damage, but quite the opposite. He's been overtaken by the car. He's got fire in his belly now. He is absolutely piling the pressure before the pit stop phase on Fugitive Vlaming.
I'm just looking at this. I don't know if it's just one of those iRacing things that we were talking about earlier. Some of the dial deals in P9. He's got 2 yellow boxes. I don't know if that's because there was a random 5th pit stop in there somewhere, or does that mean that he didn't change tyres and then did? He's got 2 yellow, blue and yellow. I'll have to look at the stops to confirm that. You know what I mean? I wonder if he's got like an extra
Yeah.
pit stop hidden in that. 4 stops. But then so has Yagazoglu. Oh wait, you can see Yagazoglu is on the end, so yeah, there must be a hidden pit stop in there somewhere. Which is why there's 2 yellow boxes.
Yeah, that's what it's on with 39. He's done 39 laps on this stint so far.
But yeah, as you were saying, Kim very much back into the groove of things now. Pressure on
the exit. Vlaming, very, very snappy on the exit. So he's quite a lot of pressure, but there's a mistake from Kimber Hayet. Too late on the brakes. He grabs a load of marbles for his trouble. Now he's having to battle wheel to wheel, but I think
Deals is actually a lap down, so it's not going to affect position, but it does affect the gap between the Hayet and DynamiXX. Can't blame Deals for trying, actually. Like, definitely allowed to unlap himself. At the same time, I don't want to let DynamiXX go. But that's frustrating, being behind the car you're fighting for position, but a full lap down and seeing that you're on even pace. Definitely an annoying situation for Dimmy Dals. Porsche Sport jumping in chat. There's a rumour floating around the paddock that the next person in the Porsche Sport machine, currently in P2, the 101, Paul Rieger is going to jump out, and the next driver is a birthday boy.
Oh!
I heard Ed is going to sing happy birthday.
I will do no such thing.
And, well, what better birthday present than to be handed the car currently in P2. 28 minutes left for my my prediction to be wrong. Porsche Sport also heard that you're singing happy birthday, Ed.
Oh, I'm... Who is saying this? Why are you saying these things? Why have you done this?
Porsche said it. It's not me.
You are... Oh.
Which
No,
version are you going to sing? The normal version or the Stevie Wonder version? Oh, they're in the pits. Here comes the birthday boy. We'll keep an eye on that when they come. Robin Van Gogh goes up into P2.
I'll do it, but I'll mute my mic, so you won't be able to hear it.
It's the thought that counts.
Because if I do it, it'll get clipped.
Oh, that is a name I recognise, and you mentioned it earlier. I forgot about this. I did forget. You did say.
And I was like, I know who this could be.
Yeah, it's the all famous Peter Mackay getting in the Porsche Sport car. I'll be intrigued to watch his pace. I haven't seen Peter drive before.
Very strange to see Peter at the end. We know he likes to start the car, just so after his first 2 stints, he's able to get out and have a beer. Hopefully he's keeping teetotal till now. Squeeze Franken has a little bit of a moment going into 30s.
I'm going to stay on this because he definitely was running Michelin's when he stopped then. And I want to see what colour they are now that he's up to speed. No, they are definitely white. That's just, we're going to keep going back to it, I know. Peter Mackay's hungover, apparently.
Oh, he's hungover today. Okay, so he did all his drinking the other day, and now, you know, hair of the dog. Nothing to try and, bit of alcohol to cure the hangover? Probably not. Hopefully not. Anyway, Peter Mackay in behind the wheel. Birthday boy himself.
Do we dare?
Probably his age.
Yeah, I was about to say, do we dare ask his age?
I don't know. Is that not the car? 101?
I don't know if that's the done thing. I don't know if that's allowed.
He knows about that many years of automotive history, so that's encyclopedia knowledge is Peter Mackay.
Nonetheless, I'm sure everyone in chat, both of us here in the comms box, and everyone on the grid wishes Peter Mackay a happy birthday. But it's over to him now to do a job. He needs to try and keep P2. The gap was 2-point-something seconds as he came into the pits. Van Gogh yet to pit, 47 seconds up the road. It'll be interesting to see when he comes in and where that gap is.
We're going to see exactly where he goes. Maybe the 101 stands for the units of alcohol he drank the other day.
Yeah. Actually, I read the wrong interval there. That was 47 seconds from leader to second. It was a minute 22 from Peter Mackay to Van Gogh. He was actually right behind him on circuit. With a 1:08 pit stop, Van Gogh has now come in.
Just seeing the gaps on the track, just having a look through.
Porsche Sports say, take away 69 from our car number, Peter's age. Hashtag quick maths.
Nice.
I can't do it. 32? Have I done it?
Just as random maths.
I think I've done it. 32! I'm going for that. I'll just commit that to my answer. I'm too busy watching the numbers go around the track.
Yeah, I've mentally, I can't do maths. I'm mentally checking out. As soon as someone mentions maths for me to do, my brain just goes on, a 5-minute holiday. It's my defense mechanism, just to stop doing maths. I had enough of that throughout my school life. As soon as I've had to stop doing that, I don't want to go back to it.
I am correct.
Anyway,
226 laps. Add his age to it, and that's how many laps we're doing this race, I'm telling you. There you go.
Peter Mackay, though, back into the lead of the race. Only just, though. Look how close John Bruins is. And these will be the two drivers in up until the end of the race, I'd imagine.
So he has kept P2, and you can see in the background 1.6 seconds back. Romano's up into P4. Obviously pit stops to be made. Someone's just set a purple first sector. It is the iLiveries car of Marcus Bublak. Another driver for this car. Seen this car backwards more than it needed to be, but it is a handful. And now it's up to Bublak to try and close. But Romano is 6/10 back from this fight. Pit stops wise, hasn't pit yet. But I imagine it's not far around the corner. 4 hours and 10 minutes incoming. I said the 4 hour 10 minute for bolting. On trend, maybe a little bit later if he's going to extend even further.
These cars all together. This is brilliant, isn't it? I mean, Lucas Romano does need to come into the pits, but we have got pretty much 3 cars fighting for second place. At least for the moment.
What mentioned in the livery, just a quick recap on the livery situation. So trading paints was on. There was no paint pack for the first stint. Fixed it in the second stint. Paint pack is now on. Whatever is in there is on the car, I believe. The 992 livery. It kind of works, you know. It kind of works. I like the gold and white. obviously... you
Just
can-
shows that Porsches never change, do they? It's the same car.
Oh no, you can't say that. He said it.
It's the
He
same
said it.
car.
He said it, not me. I've said that before and got crucified. I changed my mind.
Porsche Sport love me. They can't be too upset with me.
I think the last time I said it, I was with Chaz, and then he said I can't say that, and they gave him a free Porsche for the weekend. So here's me asking for my chance.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Please,
I like your optimism. I wish I had that.
please. Yeah, no, but I do like the white, black and gold, white, black and gold livery. It's definitely smart. You can see on the back where the slight difference would be, but it very much still fits. Maybe a couple of stickers out of place. Most of the pit stops have been served by the looks of it, except for the usual.
Yeah. He's done a purple sector 3, close to the timing beam, tries to improve his time. Is it going to be a faster lap? No, not quite for Olivier Bolting, but still faster than anybody else on the circuit at the moment. 22.3. Listen to that, the little crackles,
Yeah.
you can just hear it.
Just clocked that as well. Made me look over. I was like, oh, what was that? Very nice. Machine. 6 temps now between Bruins and Mackay. And then 8 temps to Peter Lankins in P4. Oh no, it's just changed. I don't know why that said that. It's 57 seconds.
Yeah, our time is off. I got a little bit confused, but
Yeah.
you can see Michelin's there.
It must
And
have been the oh, he's just come out the pits as Lankins, so because he's just got in the car. So it must have been as they went across the timing beam. But this gap.
Michelin's on that car. Pirelli's on this one. What's going on, iRacing? What are you doing?
We need Bruins to spin to be able to confirm this.
No, we don't want that. We want to see a fight.
What's more important, a fight for P2 or what tyres he's wearing?
Oh, I don't know actually.
I think we all
Oh,
wanna see
that's
the
a
fight.
tough one. That
We
is.
all wanna
I know
see
which-
the fight.
I know which outcome Porsche Sport will be getting on.
Yeah.
We open for a little mistake from John Bruins, but I'm not sure that'll be forthcoming. We've already seen, I think, the allocated spins for that car earlier on in the session as it blinks out of existence, comes back in. That's going to be worrying for all of the Vibe BMS esports supporters. It's in District GT3. They already have one car in the podium places. They don't want another one. So they do want another one, but they don't want the other one to drop out.
Ran a little bit wide on exit, did Mackay on the grass. It's cost him a bit of time through that section. The Audi very close. Possibly close enough for a 7 there. Didn't take the opportunity. Take that as a birthday present. And then into the final corner they go. Just going to wait for the first turn. Porsche getting a nice good exit, as we've seen, but the Audi's still very much in tow. Is he going to have to defend here into turn 1? Is it going to be a Druid special? Into the corner they go. Misses the apex slightly, but carries the speed through nicely.
Cover it off. He's going to have to cover it off because look at this down the inside. His thoughts about it. Mackay did end up covering him.
Turned in, he done the diagonal braking line. It's risky but
Porsche
smart.
Sport. They're very pleased with this. They've never heard peaks are quiet. So that must be a nice little bit of respite for you all. Although you can tell that he is laser focused right now. He is hitting his marks. He had a very good exit out of the Olympic 30s corner. All the way down through Pilgrim's Drop up towards Hawthorns. Gives him a bit of breathing space. But yeah, the big area to focus on is getting the best run possible through Paddock Hill Bend.
See him take a defensive line there.
Yeah,
into
he
the
did.
Right-hander, so he knows that Bruins is bubbling up for an attack. Is it going to be this time? Oh, we had a look, didn't quite go for it. Into the second to last corner, heading towards the final corner now. This gap is closer than it's been. It's less than 2 attempts. He's not going to send it into the final corner. That's an intimidation. Tries to get the exit speed.
Here we go.
Oh, Peter Mackay covering the inside. He's going to force Bruins to go around the outside. They are being watched. Is Bruins going to commit to the outside? He's going to try to. He's going to now have a better exit. Oh, but he actually didn't capitalise on it. He's lost out there. Look at the gap now. He's not going to be able to send it from there into Druids. Peter Mackay holds on to to P2. 4 hours and 14 minutes into this race. 2 temps.
Here we go into Graham Hill.
Oh, see him
That's
back
a little
out.
look. Thought better of it. He lost time though. Trying to psych out Peter Mackay more than anything else. Yeah, Peter is going to be absolutely silent here, completely focused on the task at hand, which is keeping John Bruins in behind for the next 1 hour and 45 minutes that remain. Was blinking out of existence, that's a worry, not only for Peter Mackay but also for John Bruins and his teammates. Look at this though, coming up towards Sterling. Is he going to have a send down the inside? He's going to think about it.
He has a look every
He's bent on
time.
it every single time. He is just filling the rear view mirrors of Peter Mackay's Porsche in towards Clearways.
That'll go one of 2 ways. It'll either the intimidation will work and Peter Mackay will get a squirm and maybe open up the corner, or the intimidation will go wrong and there'll be a lock-up and be contact. Either way, it doesn't look good for Peter Mackay unless he can keep his head in it, maybe hang over, keeping his mind firmly in the game. This is not the type of headache he wanted at this stage. As we see Boulting finally come into the pits, 4 hours and 15 minutes.
That is all as we see. We can't put up in the thought of how amazing Olivier Boulting's doing on his fuel, because how amazing is Peter Mackay holding off the Audi in behind. This is a great fight. All the while, though, they're actually almost getting in the way of Ward Mallart's. The Decimo.be car has got front row seats to this brilliant fight for P2.
Peter Mackay knows that he's going to go for any opportunity that presents itself. He really defended that right-hand side, and again, the right-hand side, he's covering it off. He's forcing him around the outside, and that is exactly what he needs to do every time, because it gives Mackay the high line, really, and it gives him the opportunity, if it presents itself, to just shut the door on exit, because we all know it's a risky move around the outside, and you are putting your fate to the guy on the inside. Now, everyone's been respectful so far. We're getting to the later phase of the race. I'm not saying this isn't respectful, but it's definitely going to get feistier.
Here we go, Peter Mackay in towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's a good line through there. So does the Audi. Peter Mackay goes defensive early on. And while all this is going on, actually, there's a gap of about 4 seconds. Ward Mallart's in behind these two, and just up ahead of these two, Gypsy Medina, Sim District GT3 BMW up the road, and that is a fight for P5. So,
Let's not
it's all
forget
well and good
teammates
having this
as well.
fight, but yeah, Ward Mallart's is going to fancy trying to get up to the BMW as soon as possible. That could add another extra dynamic. Look at how early defensive Peter Mackay goes, covering the inside all the way through Westfield, down into Dingledale and up towards Sheens. Mackay is making his Porsche as wide as he can. This is brilliant stuff.
I think he's spotted pretty early on, has Mackay, that the advantage that Bruins has is in that final square sector of the Grand Prix layout. Everywhere else seems to be pretty even and just toe advantage. Final corners fit fairly even. They'll get the toe down to turn 1. Mackay's been nailing Paddock and Druids and Graham, but then those right-handers, the high-speed right-handers, that's where Bruins comes alive again. You see there, it closes a bit on the exit of Paddock Hill.
This is wonderful stuff. This is absolutely brilliant. You can tell that Peter Mackay is focused. In fact, a lot of the chat has got focused. There's suddenly the flow of messages is silenced as all of a sudden we have a great fight. Peter Mackay running a little bit wide, a little bit squirrely on the exit. Is that going to open the door for the Audi that blinks out of existence? Looks to go around the outside now through Pilgrim's Drop in towards Hawthorns. But no, not yet. Instead, looking for a switchback manoeuvre. But Peter Mackay once again covers off the inside towards Westfield. Down through Dingledale. Peter Mackay holds on a little while longer up towards Sheens. Again holding the inside long. This is going to really frustrate car in behind. Look at Ruins right up the rear end of Peter Mackay, sniffing the engine. And then into the final corner. Oh, Peter Mackay, he's hanging on just about. But where on earth is John Bruins? He is gone. And when will he return? Where will he emerge? What has gone on here? Has he disconnected? What on earth? This is a huge, huge moment.
5 seconds.
And it all hinges on when
Did
John
he go
Bruins,
off? I think he went off.
He hasn't gone off. Oh my word, he has. He's back there. What?
He went off on the final turn. He looked like he went too wide. I'm going to assume that's what happened.
You think?
I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay.
Can't get a replay. No, we won't be able to. That is massive.
Just a quick update while this fight has taken a rest. Olivier Boltink says he's sad because he had a 40-second hold for unsafe pit entry. He's stupid. So that'll be why that pit stop was so long earlier on with the 40 seconds lost. Which is
Also, I will add that his stupid bit was added by Boltink himself. It wasn't just
that was
Jack
me
calling
saying
Olivier.
Apologies. Yeah, he said it. So a big mistake, but at the same time, so far ahead with it. In the end, it hasn't mattered. Still 1 minute ahead, that team of Peter Mackay, Scott McFowle back in the car. Jeremy DeBova had an incident after leaving the pits. Not long after leaving the pits, he had a bit of a spin in the fast section, and then I believe Yagizoglu flies past and takes P8. And then the only other thing we have is the blinked replay. Yeah, John Bruins did in fact go off on the final turn. He went too deep on the brakes. I don't know if that was one of those situations where maybe on his screen it might have it might have blinked whilst side by side with Mackay, and potentially on his screen got doored off, but you can't really put that on Peter because of the car disappearing, really. Tabuva having another off-track moment since we've been speaking about it. Same thing, I think. Oh no, he keeps it on that time. No worries. Back to live. So the gaps very much evening out. I'm glad that we got to see a bit of that replay actually, because it did look like Bruins was making the move around the outside, but you just can't judge when a car is there when it disappears like that. He was gone for ages. There's nothing really that Mackay can do in that situation. But 2.5 seconds, Bruins has the pace. He will close that back up. We've seen the advantage that Bruins had in the final sectors, the 90-degree rights. He will close that gap, no problem. It was 5 seconds. It's now 2.4. So the battle has simply been put on hold. And I am looking forward to it restarting, because that mid-sector fighting was insane.
That was something else. That was a really great fight. Robin Van Gogh saying they're aware of the blinking. That was just their mistake going into turn one, unfortunately. But Mackay lives to fight another day. John Bruins is closing that gap down very quickly, though. So don't count out the Audi just yet from P2. Regardless, though, of the results. Oh, as Peter Lemkins has had a moment.
Completely caught that by accident. There he goes. That's probably another grass moment. 52 seconds to the car ahead, 22 seconds to the car behind. Not too much of an issue. But the pit lane thing being set off again. So the timing being for the pit lane, definitely just in that pit entry. I think is also had an off. This the challenge car, is that the one we saw, or is that just a mirror image? It wasn't the one we saw, it was a mirror image of Jeremy DeBova's off. Those two really going for it on that grass. 1.6 seconds the gap now. closing. In terms of other battles, I think it's time, whilst that gap closes down, let's go for a reverse order of what's been happening as we approach the 4.5 hour mark. We've got 5 minutes. It's going to happen again. We've got 5 minutes till we go for our third break out of 4, and I guarantee that fight will happen when that happens. Maybe I might stay for a bit longer if it does happen, but we'll see.
I would say if we're going to go for it, we might as well go on our break now quickly and get on board with, I think, John Bruins and see what happens. So I think that battle will start to emerge in about 5 minutes, so I think.
Let's go for it. Go and grab a drink. Let's do the 5 minutes now. I don't know if we can, because it's 4 attempts, you know. I'm going to sit around. If you want to go grab a drink, Edge, I don't mind. And then I'll go back when you come back. Will you stay?
Yeah, I'll stay. Let's see what goes on here, John Bruins.
I don't know how long this is going to go on for, but we'll commit to it now. Because it's 4 attempts as he continues to blink in and out the Bruins machine.
Because I think we were supposed to have our break at the 4 hour mark on the broadcast during the race. But we missed it, so because of all of the action that was unfolding. And because we were wishing Pete Mackay a happy birthday, and I think the greatest present will be a P2 finish. Even a P3 would be great, but now that he's in P2, he's going to want to hold on. You can see how well or how hard he was defending. There was a bit of unfortunate instance, of course, with blinking. But John Bruins, he's got fire in his eyes, the adrenaline pumping through him. He is really moving around the circuit, filling the rear view mirrors of Pete Mackay.
And so the battle continues. Episode 2, Mackay versus Bruins, Porsche versus Audi, Sim District versus Porsche Sport. And Mackay currently in P2. Bruins all over the back of him. The question is, how much is Mackay going to want to keep this going? Is he really going to fight this all the way for his whole stint? How much track Bruins uses on the exit into Druids. There we go. Covered in flies. The Sim District Audi, unfortunately, one of the 2 cars losing its livery in the pack update in phase 2. Now onto the back straight. Now watch the slipstream take effect, along with a slightly better tractionised exit. I don't know if that's a word, but it is now. P3 heading up the hill into the fast right-hander. Now this is where Bruins has the advantage. And we've seen Mackay defend lap after lap. He's not defending this time. He's still all the way on the right. Closing and closing and closing. Is he going to defend on the exit of this one? No, doesn't need to. He's going to go up the hill into this right. Now this is where he needs to think about defending, maybe. The Audi's not going to go for it yet. Into the right-hander. Whoa! And there's a Lambo, that's the Flemish car, I think, in the background, spinning around. De Grave into the final corner, so no move on that lap. De Grave currently in P8. Doesn't want to be doing that too often, as De Bruva is not far behind in P9. I think Yagazobu actually passed him a lot of that. 1.6 seconds back now. Yeah. There he is.
Easy pass, he'll take that all day long with Yagazobu. There's no easy passing going on though for Bruins at this stage. Pete Mackay is really making him work for it. Half an hour till the next round of pit stops, the final pit stop as well. And it comes down to potentially how much fuel has that Sim District Audi saved compared to the Porsche, because if they stay as they are, it might need to be a battle in the pits. Who's been saving the fuel? Who hasn't? Who's going to have the shorter stop? Who won't? As we see just coming out, was the all-important start finish straight. Will there be any moves emerging into Paddock Hill Bend? Doesn't seem likely.
No, I don't know if Bruins has maybe calmed it down for a bit in terms of pushing. I mean, the pace is still there for both drivers. I think we might have to call it, Ed, and disappear for 5 minutes and just leave it on here and hope that they don't take each other out whilst we're gone. Otherwise we'll be here for this whole stint.
Yeah, as well, we do have a break scheduled at the 5-hour mark, but we might we might have a slightly longer break now. We'll see.
Yeah, no worries. Well, we'll leave you guys with this race because this is where the action is. And me and Ed will be back in 5 minutes. just as our good old spam friends join us in the YouTube chat once again. I have been using restream to block these throughout the stream, but it doesn't seem to be working. And a quick shout out and a thank you to John Bruins in P3 for waiting for us to come back to take P2. Peter Mackay and Bruins still going at it, tenths apart. I imagine it has been that way ever since we left. We've double stinted the break, so we are now with you all the way through to the end, as the next scheduled one was 5 at the 5 hour mark, which is only in 20 minutes, so we might as well go all the way through. Don't know about Ed, but I've just had wafted down my dinner in that time and re-energized, ready for this fight to continue. As I see my Beamer in the pits, now in the pit exit, in the BMW. I wonder if that is for an issue. See if we can catch up on any replays that we missed out on whilst we've been gone. And of course a quick shout out to all you guys watching, Porsche Sport, anyone else that's in the chat, Baltic's in the chat, Robin Van Gogh's in the chat, Milton Cavallo's in the chat. Anyone who's supporting the streams, always gets a shout out. This race is so close, it's going to be difficult to get these replays done. Let's go for it. Mydema, off track. How? Why? Broke late, missed the apex, onto the gravel, spins. Hits the wall, bang. That's why the Beamer potentially is in the pits. Goes wides at Druids. Tabuva, again, in the McChallenge Audi. Paddock Hill, turns in. Accelerates, gravel, back on, safe, no problem. Jurgen van der Peer passes Fabian van Schajik, that's in the pits, so we don't need to see that. Mydema went off again. Fast right-hander at the back of the circuit, grass, spins, wall, yes. Damage, probably. Flemish goes
Hotel,
past.
Trivago.
Is that what I sound like? Flicking through. I'm just going through them all.
Hello everybody, I'm back as well. Sorry about that.
That's alright. Hendrik de Graaf passed him for P7. Tabova passed him for P8. And then they pit. And then I think, after leaving the pits, not another one for Mydema. Yeah. Onto the grass again. No wall. There we go, and he's back on track. And that is all that happened in that double stinted break.
Oh. Glad I wasn't gone for too long. I was worried there because I had to go because there was a big noise outside, and all I can say is this bloody storm.
No, that's fine. You just came back. I saw the time. I was just saying to the guys, Porsche Sport and everyone else that's watching, I managed to waft down dinner in the double stint.
Love it.
And you just got back just a minute after I did. So here we are into it. Said we're going through to the end now. There's no point in stopping in 15 minutes, so we might as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we did the double stint. And now we're here, ready to watch this fight continue on through the final pit stop phase, which is on its way in 15 minutes. And then, well, it might be the final pit stop phase, unless anyone needs to splash and dash at the end. Bruins waited for us. He didn't pass Mackay whilst we were gone. Heyman is also looking pretty close to Mydema after that pit stop. This is for P11, 3/10 the gap. Duct Tape Racing looking strong against the BMW car. BMW has shown pace all race. So let's see what happens.
We will. Another thing to note as well, though, with the fight between Mackay and Bruins, in behind them, Scott McFall. And, well, he doesn't need to pass these two. This is second and third. He could quite happily just stay behind them both and win the race quite comfortably. It's all basically up to Scott McFall. We also know that probably doesn't want to get involved in the fight too much, but if, you know, he's being held up, he's well within his right to try and overtake.
There's some team play that could come into play here. I didn't want to say play twice, I had to. But yeah, the district car in the Lamborghini Sim District GT3 by Vive/BMS Esports. We said their target is probably to lap everyone. It's well within reach. But that is a Sim District by BMS Esports Audi in P3, fighting for P2. Does that Audi let the Lambo through and then follow him through for P2, or are they going to stay in formation and let each other race? Who knows? Both are legal options, as long as no contact's made, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, I think, between these three drivers.
I think in terms of from previous events, I have seen the BMS car, at least the Lamborghini, does tend to stay behind, not get involved. However, as soon as I say that, here we go. Scott McFall up ahead of John Bruins.
See the Audi lifted off then as well.
Yeah,
so
definitely. It's very cooperative there, working together. But last time out at Hockenheim, it was a lot later on the race, granted. This Lamborghini, there is a fight up in front for the last podium place. They stayed behind, they didn't want to come through and disrupt the fight, which in actual effect did disrupt the fight, because that meant that the battery pair needs to do one further lap, and it was one further lap that this Porsche Sport car couldn't manage on the fuel.
if I was Peter there, I would have held the inside and lifted off with the Lambo around the outside. But he's done well. He should be able to turn it in. Oh, the green Lambo holding him up. He needs to get across to the right-hand side. Does Mackay? He does. And then the Lambo breaks early. Holds Peter Mackay up into the apex of Druids. Doesn't take the risk with his car, though. Peter Mackay's now got the Audi on the outside and keeps P2. Great driving from Peter Mackay there, because that, as I said, was team play very much at work. And in this instance, it didn't quite pull off. I think McFall did everything he could to help out there without it getting a little bit naughtier.
Yeah, that was very smart, is what I'll say about Scott McFall, the way he positioned his car in a way that you could consider was, he was just overtaking, trying to do the best he could, but then, got over to the inside, broke a little bit earlier, sort of almost boxed Peter Mackay in, but Peter Mackay, he was wise to what was going on. He was able to hang around and John Bruins round the outside, put him onto the marbles, and from there it was so difficult for the Audi to put the power down coming out of Druids. And that was really, I think, what sealed the deal for Peter Mackay to hold on. And now Peter is actually getting a bit of toe from Scott McFall. So now this could start to play into the hands of Porsche Sport. Give Peter Mackay a bit of something to work with.
Scott's got a second choice now, though. Does he continue to push as he has been doing? He's already a lap ahead of everyone now. In which case, you're right, Peter will be getting a bit of slipstream for a little while. Or does he try and play the nasty and just sort of...
He can't do that, sure.
No, he wouldn't brake check, I'm sure, but lifting and coasting and maybe backing up. We've seen that done before. Not in Dynamics, I should point out, but I've seen it in races before. But I don't know, with the dominance and how clean all of this has been, I can't see that happening. I think he's just going to try and drive off, and the battle's going to continue between Bruins and Mackay. I think Heyman actually did pass my Dima as well.
Already, you can see Scott McFall building a gap to Peter Mackay, so he's choosing the former rather than the latter. Ryan Parkins in the chat there, moving away. Very interesting fight, but also very exciting as well. Plenty to talk about, plenty to get excited about.
You've got Yagazoglu wanting to get past as well. And he is currently in P6, 11 seconds behind P5. I don't know who's going quicker, P2 and 3?
Soon,
yeah, they are. This is going to mix the order right up. But to do this I don't know, is Mackay staying in the car till the end, or are they going to keep that information to themselves?
I don't know, they might be very quiet. I see Ryan Parkins in the chat now. Maybe he'll opt to get back in the car he did. Obviously qualified and started this car, so we know he has a lot of pace. Here we go though, this is the replay, slow motion of John Bruins trying to go around the outside.
Watch the Lambo brake slightly before the bridge. Brakes early for that corner for sure, to try and get Peter to brake early. And then the Audi, like you said, around the outside, and Peter has to absolutely floor it on the exit to shut that, otherwise the Audi will
just
slot
when the
in.
marbles got loose.
Yeah, there we go. That's how he continued in that position. Ronnie Heyman past my Beamer, P11 on the back stretch. Up the inside. He's not going to fight that in the Beamer by the looks of it. Lets him take that and carries on. Van der Perre goes off track. Spins at Druids or just runs wide on the exit. Ooh, that's wall. Yeah. Oh dear. Very much Pirellis though.
Yeah. We've established that the Porsche has Pirellis.
Yeah. And back. That was Dirk Bouts actually passing around the perfectly third team. That was for position after he went for that spin.
By now, half a second. It's probably the most comfortable we've seen this gap for some time. Knows what he needs to do, and that is drive the absolute wheels off of this Porsche.
This has been fantastic to see because the Sim District BMS Audi, I'm sure Porsche Sport won't mind me saying, has had the slight edge on pace, I think, regardless of driver. They've seemed to have closed the gaps quickly, and they've been right on the tail of the Porsche Sport car. Pit stop wise though, I think I'm right in saying that the Porsche Sport car has had a quicker pit stop every phase. It was 2 seconds difference this time round, granted, but it's still quicker. So continuing that trend, you would assume that if who'd be getting in the car next, it was Parkins in the car first. So if he's getting in it next, you'd assume you'd have a little bit more of a gap as he comes out the pits, and then the fight is back on to whoever is in the Sim District car. That would be my assumption. But at the moment, 4 temps between them after 5 hours of racing.
It's brilliant stuff, isn't it? We've seen a little bit of drama earlier, didn't we, when obviously Scott McFall came through, but now it is just the two of them fighting it out together. And now this is going to be a great little fight. I mean, what a drive it has been as well, though, for the Lamborghini Sim GT3 car. Up to the front, miles ahead, and this is great. Scott getting information in the chat saying that Scott actually went to the inside because to defend against the attack, Pete McCoy would have dived down the inside, having to brake late. I can see where they're coming from. Definitely.
I think Bolton might be confused. That was my opinion, and not Porsche's of the defending thing. But yeah, he's definitely making sense. If he goes to the inside.
Yeah, you can justify it either way, I think, but you can see how they would go down the inside to sort of help out their teammate. You can also say that they go down the inside to help themselves stay ahead after making the overtake. It's definitely open to interpretation. I think the only person that truly knows the reason why they did it was Scott McFall, and we can't really have a chat to him because he is in the car right now.
Well, that'd be a good idea. Should we get radios on? Talk to them while they're driving.
I don't know. I think from certain ones, maybe not.
Yeah.
Might be too colourful for a live broadcast. We can't bring in Pete McCoy just yet.
Definitely heard some heated drivers before. I'm not sure how it'd go well on broadcast. We know obviously people get verbal bans in official iRacing. We've heard enough in the official iRacing races. I'm sure these guys all know what they're doing, so it's a little bit different. But this gap looking ever closer between Bruins and Mackay. And closing in is Bruins. It's been nearly 5 hours, and this is the gap between second and third. And I believe it stayed this way pretty much the whole race. So the Sim District car looking to gain that position. If we have a look at the games, this is where it currently stands before the final pit stop phase. Lemkins up 4 places there in P4 with the RP Motorsport Verde car. We've seen them a few times. Malarts we've seen quite a fair bit as well in P5. He's up 2 places. Lenny Zoglu we've seen a fair bit, up 4 places. And of course, De Grava in the Flemish Lamborghini up 8 places has been the highest gainer throughout the whole race. Was slightly higher, was slightly higher earlier. Just made one mistake. But that is, of course, understandable with how long the race is. Dubova up 6 places. We've seen them make a few mistakes as well in the McChallenge car, but they are still there in the top 10. Bublak for I liveries. That's the car we were watching in the early phases. The chrome and red Porsche. Have a quick look at the I liveries car. See a little bit on the side. Currently in a sandwich at the moment. It's 15th place behind the WPR car. It does look like Dubova's closing in on De Grave. 6 tenths between them two, and that is for P7.
Versus De Grave, who is going to be the fastest of that pair.
I've been holding off on puns for so long.
No, let them flow, mate. Come on, the more the better.
No, I can't, because I can feel, actually, to be fair, I've always enjoyed the size of disappointment when they eventually do come out. Scott McFall has not fallen down the order, that's for sure. He's at the top. For example.
John Bruins doesn't want to ruin his chances of getting P2 here. He needs to be very sensible.
That is correct. Of course, Hendrik de Grave was almost in a grave situation when his teammate put it in the wall, but they're still there in P6. So that's fine. Oh no. No more.
No more. That's it. We've got it all out of our system now. We're good for the final hour. But I'm not going to promise it to you guys in the YouTube chat because, well, don't make promises you can't keep. I'm guaranteeing there'll probably be at least another one before we're done tonight.
Dirk Boutz is around about where he started.
Oh, there we go.
These two, man, I can't believe it. I did not expect this race to go on this long. Definitely for a few laps with the way Mackay was defending, but this has been a whole stint of this. And they've very much kept their heads cool. Probably got no idea what's going on around them, just focusing on each other. We've got Bruins and Mackay, 3rd and 2nd. Tabuva and De Grave in 6th and 7th. Both evenly gapped. And both fighting for position as we approach our potentially final pit stop phase. And it looks like Bublak has triggered that phase in P8 in the I liveries car as he comes in for what is potentially their final stop.
It might need one last little trickle of fuel for an extra pit stop, but that does look like it is the first of the stops. This is a great fight though. Everyone's enjoying it. Robin van Gogh is loving it in the chat, which is good to see. It's a nice tense situation, but good to know there isn't that much animosity between the two camps in the YouTube chat. Pete Mackay defending brilliantly from John Bruins. There is the question of, is Peter going to finish this race? Is someone else, maybe like Ryan Parkins who started the car, going to finish? They've all done their fair share, so they can basically put whoever they want for that last stint, the all-important last stint as well. John Bruins, he could quite easily hand over to one of his teammates as well. I know Robin van Gogh started the car. He's enjoying it in the chat though. Maybe he wouldn't enjoy it so much if he was in the cockpit. It does get kind of stressful as you see Ward Mallarts. I think that was a pass on the car that was spinning. Was that Peter Lemkins?
Peter Lemkins, but it hasn't popped up that he's gone off track. But he definitely had a big moment.
Huge slide, wasn't it, coming down through Paddock Hill Bend? Got tons and tons of tyre smoke.
One more time. There we go.
Wait.
Yeah, so he's kept it on track so it didn't pop up on this screen, but the overtake did.
This goes that's Tokyo drifting, but we're not in Tokyo, we're in Kent, and Kent drifting doesn't really sound as good.
I tell you what, I wish I had John Bruins behind me in the Daytona 500 because it would have ended a lot better if I had someone this patient sat behind me. That is for sure. Noble
I
Racing.
wish I didn't have someone like in behind me because my heart rate would go through the roof and I'd probably pass out from stress.
I'm not really an oval racer, and it was the first special event I've done on iRacing, and it was all going so well for the first, I don't know, 70 laps out of 200, and then someone not as patient as Bruins appeared out of nowhere. But it is what it is. These guys clearly, well, road racing is a different series completely, really, isn't it?
More sophisticated.
Oh.
I know, I went there, but I mean, I'm safe. We're on a road broadcast. If I was
Yeah,
on
that
oval
is
and
true.
stuff,
That is true.
I would not be brave enough to say that if I was commentating an oval broadcast. I will tell you that much. Any minute now, one of these two cars will come into the pits. Porsche Sport, I think, have been coming into the pits consistently a little bit early. Yeah, 41, 42, 44, 45, now 41. Whereas
Bulltink went 48 laps on his second stint. Still extended all the way. They are definitely. This will be their last stop for sure. Has to be.
Absolutely.
They've extended
Here,
so
though,
much.
Mackay will be coming in, I think, maybe a lap before John Burns will then have cleared track to himself. But will the undercut work more in the favour of Porsche Sport? Peter Mackay going to the inside line very early on, defending, probably showing his intent that he is coming into the pits now, which he is. Will he hand over to one of his teammates, or will he go on until the very end? Birthday boy himself, Peter Mackay, in the pits. And John Burns inherits second place. And now he needs to have the in-lap of all in-laps if he is to secure and hold on to this position. He's been fighting so hard to try and get.
Is he going to go another lap? Because he had the pace the pace advantage over Mackay, I think. So he could do a two laps of free air maybe, or I don't know what's the benefit. Maybe his Pirellis are working hard.
Maybe, yeah. The Michelins. Pirelli's on this one.
Yeah, Pirellis.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe he needed Michelins. Maybe that would have helped him get that extra little bit of grip to pass Pete Mackay on track. But now they do seem to be working very nicely here as the sun is beginning to set. You can see an orange hue starting to fall on the circuit. As John Bruins, he's really wringing the neck of this Audi R8.
That is Mackay staying in the car. Peter Mackay is, I repeat, staying in the car and is back out on track.
Here we go then. John Bruins, is he staying on track or is he coming into the pits? He is going on for one more lap. And this is looking like a very good time. We're going to see as he comes across the line what lap time will come through for John Bruins. 22.11, a personal best. That's the fastest that car has been around this track. The second fastest time of this race. Across the board, Scott McFall fastest with a 1:21.7. Then it's John Bruins with 22.1. That's a very quick lap time and a real statement of intent from John.
Pit stop with 41 seconds for Mackay.
That was
Pit lane
relatively
for a
quick.
total of a minute and 2. That was a quick stop. So we'll see what happens when Bruins decides to come in. McFall, you would assume, is not going to come in for another 15 minutes. They've extended it every single time.
I reckon it might be at least maybe one more lap, maybe two, we'll see. But I think this could just be one more lap for John Bruins.
I was just about to say, looking at the pit stop strategy, they were close on track anyway. De Graaf and De Boven are about a second apart fighting for position. I was going to say if De Boven could pass De Graaf, which he now has because De Graaf is pit, then they both have gained 8 positions in this race. But at the moment it's mixed up because the pit stops are happening. 3 more, says Robin Mangle for
Wow.
Bruins.
That is a lot of time in clear air, and that means that their pit stop will be that much shorter. Could be very, very important here in determining this race outcome. Short stop will do John Bruins a world of good. And as each lap passes by, less time in the pits saves a little bit more time. That could mean the chances of Pete Mackay holding on to second place becomes slimmer and slimmer. 22 again, another fast lap from John Lewis. It's 2.1, so he's consistently quick as well. Looked a little bit out of shape this time by maybe he's really just using the tyres a little too much now. There's lap to go. We will see though as it comes up to the line. That's the best sector coming through. It's going to get a nice little slipstream though from the car ahead. Peter Lemkins, that is, just up the road. Driving Maxwell there. Could hold him up though, potentially John Williams, because he is on a massive turn of pace. Might find himself just a little bit hampered by this car on the road. That is. Yes, that isn't Lemkins, that is Red Bouts.
I love the sound. Love the sound. Oh, and there's a blink. Who's that? Look at the road now, is that has been let through some stuff from the Audi R8. 5 hours and 8 minutes now. As Scott McFall sets a purple sector 3. Can't believe they're still finding purple sectors. Bounce has come into the pits, so that's why he let him through. Bruins through. Lap 220 with 52 minutes to go.
Keeping count of the laps.
I am. Yes. 258 versus 259. And anything above 258, you win. Oh, as the Lambo flies across. Maybe caught out by a lift-off there. Shoots the outside of the car. Maybe just maximising his slipstream intake. Where is Peter Mackay? He's on the back section. He's been doing 122.7s.
122.4 last time around. 27 was the outlap.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing is, Pete Mackay's been doing these laps. The reason why John Bruins is going that much faster is because John Bruins has less fuel in the car. A lot less fuel. 120 litres compared to, or maybe 100 litres at this point, probably compared to, what, about 4 litres is a big difference. And we're seeing that displayed in the pace as Pete Lemkins continues. Oh no, Pete Lemkins isn't the car we can focus on. John Bruins is the car, and he comes into the pits. So now, what is the difference? It should be John Bruins coming back out, this time in second place. Where is Mackay? Just coming out. Ooh, not great, is it? When you see that gap.
Keep an eye on the timer. It's at 15 seconds so far in the pits. Last pit stop for Mackay was 41 seconds. John
Could be a
Bruins
30, 35, I reckon.
is on 25. Oh, this is tense. 35.
He's still stationary in the pits. Now he gets going. 38.
He's done that.
Stationary.
That is very much done.
And that's comfortably now in P2.
Master stroke. Patience from Bruins. And look at the gap as well. Mackay put up a sterling full stint defence from Mr. Bruins. But Porsche Sport in this case outplayed slightly on strategy, but is it over? I don't think it's over. Depends if we've got any splashes and dashes in the tanks with 50 minutes to go. I'd say it's unlikely at this stage. It's top 3 anyway. We might see someone further down as Peter Lempkins seems firmly in P4 for now. Dabuva comes into the pits. Lempkins hasn't stopped yet. Neither has McFowle.
So here we go then, the final 50 minutes. Henrik de Grave in a bit of a fight, you've got to say, between himself and Semil Yagazoglu. With Larmank as well in the pits, he's just coming out, so he should get ahead of these two.
Larmank back in the car in P6. He's in the challenge mobile. De Grave did just pass Yagazoglu into turn 1. Let's have a quick replay of that.
Typical timing.
Yeah. Happens all the time. Is it on the brakes down the inside? Yeah, so that looks fairly comfortable. Nothing recorded to do. I think Fabian Van Schaajik has had a big issue in the WPR car. Spins. And then he jumps back to the pits.
I think that could be the end of the race at this late stage. Maybe we'll see what happens.
Still 4 attempts ahead of Yagazoglu, 5 seconds behind Larmank. I said they'd be fighting over that most positions gain. They're both currently up 8 places, 6th and 7th. Can de Grave close that gap? It's 4.8 now. And take P6 and get that most positions gain. I think if he can, for me, he's not just going to win the nicest looking livery award. You've got to say they've done the hardest work. You can't say they've done the hardest work. People always go for the most passes, don't they? But at the same time, Fowler and have absolutely dominated. Dominant performance. You said the Lambo was strong from the previous 3 rounds, and it has absolutely shown that once again. I think in Brands Hatch 4 of the DynamiXX Endurance Series.
Yeah, they've been very, very good. Scott McFall displaying that brilliantly with his pace, quicker than anybody by some distance as well in the 22s, 22.4. I mean, we are waiting for them to make their next pit stop, aren't we?
Yes. Ooh.
Still.
Yagazoglu using the grass, bit of extra traction. Yagazoglu. Oh, there's a gap. There's a gap.
That was a bit of a stretch there.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. That was. Sure you're okay? Couldn't put on your yoga. We need to prepare to do a stretch like that, surely.
It falls in the pits. It falls in the pits. 5 hours 15. 5 hours 15.
Yeah, swiftly moving on. There's a race.
We'll ignore it.
Scott McFall is going to hand over to his teammate Olivier. I would doubt that. Not really enough time to do a driver change. Just enough for a bit of fuel and then off he goes. Might see a splash. We might see a splash here and there, but that is it essentially for the expected pit stops this race. De Grave and Yagazoglu not separating, are they? Still, even though De Grave got the position, made the move, he isn't really showing a gap from Yagazoglu. He is, however, closing a gap to with Larmank up the road, half a second gained on that last lap. Let's see what the difference is this time by.
Landing on the brakes into that final corner, extended, and then on exit, you can see Yagazoglu was just slightly slower in, slightly faster out. The slipstream, and again into the brakes. Lambo pulls away, misses the apex. It's just a constant accordion of position. Oh, look at the brakes on the Porsche into that corner though. Really closed in then.
Porsche is very, very strong on the brakes. In terms of acceleration, the Lambo is probably going to have it like out of this corner. Lambo is very strong. But then in terms of braking, slowing it down, Porsche is very, very good at getting it stopped.
Very close to the marbles there was the rounder. So head down the back straight into the fast right-handers. Right-hander
This is
up
more
and
Lambo
over.
territory.
And we're going to see a nice shot. Centuries. There we go. There's also a fight down in 15th and 16th. It's Shaji and Garuba.
It's Lamborghini by the way it drives out of the corner. The rear end just hunkers down and it just drives off beautifully. You can see how stable it is coming out of the corners. On the way into the corners, it's a little bit feisty. You can get a bit of overspeed, oversteer, but Henry Grava managing that very well, holding on to P7.
Do you know what we haven't seen in a while? I'm going to put the commentator's curse on someone. We haven't seen anyone spin in that second to last corner grass spot for a bit. Wouldn't mind seeing one more of those, I think.
Why have you done it? Why have you said that? You're going so well until then. I was even thinking it myself. But I was being kind, I wasn't saying anything, and now look what you've done. Bravo Folland's going to have an incident, not at that same place, but somewhere else because of that. Oh, that's gravel. Whoa, twitchy, 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 twitchy. Slow it down, slow it down. There you go. Doesn't lose that much time either.
WPR fighting Dabuva in the challenge number 7. This is nice. Down the inside into Graham Hill Bend. Ooh, big touch up, and there he goes up the hill. That was clumsy. Tight racing between the two of them.
You cursed it by saying this was nice, and then
Yeah.
actually a second afterwards.
Oh, well, that's a tough one to call because the WPR moved over to open up the corner.
There's already a car there, yeah.
And the car was still there, so it's hard to be able to put that all on the Audi, I think.
Definitely. I think that was just the Porsche getting a little bit too eager, trying to maximise the corner. You can see here, going into a position that the Audi was already occupying, got out of shape.
He's lost the rear end as a result of that, and then the Audi's turned in.
Can't avoid
that.
Yeah.
That's a shame for the WPR, but they can move on. They can carry on. They're not out.
No, definitely not. Because the Varlink has really dropped back all of a sudden. Something might have happened. Maybe a little bit of twitch here or there, because Henry Grava has closed that gap down under a second, or under 2 seconds, or 3 seconds rather. Get your maths ready.
Can't see it. You can see him in the distance there. That looks longer than 3 seconds. It must be. Yagazoglu's still on his tail. You can see he's 2 cars back as the Flemish Lambo. He's got 2 lapped cars in between.
And for me, that's 3 seconds. It looks longer, but I think it is 3. I'm not sure.
I don't know if there was a mistake made. I think. Well, unless there was traffic or something with the Grava. I think the Grava did have the pace advantage earlier in the race on this driver pairing. I don't know if it was by this much though, so we'll see. Nothing's come up on the screens. We have got Nick Pouliot. Ooh, nearly gave me what I wanted. not quite. In the entry, I want the entry grass. One more person to do the entry grass.
I might go out there and do it for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably wouldn't do it by choice. I'd do it by mistake because I've made that error numerous times at that track on that little bit, because it does lure you in. You do want to maximise the run through the corner, because the camber invites you in. It goes, oh, come on, go wide, carry all the momentum through, carry the speed. Yeah, well, there we go.
Pretty close, isn't it? Yeah, it's ugly on the nose cam of the Porsche. Get a very nice view of that rear end of the Lambo. Into the fast right hand as we go. We've got 2 lapped cars up the road, and then 3 seconds till P6 is in shot. We've got Follon has closed the gap to Romano as well in P4. So the battle's very much coming back into view. That's Peter Mackay, isn't it, ahead of these two?
It is, yeah. Definitely struggling for pace now. I think he used a lot of his tyres to stay ahead his endurance for the entirety of that hour-long stint. And now might be either probably getting held up himself actually by one of the challenge cars. I think that's Navarro de Bova. Yeah, he's opening a big run. He's going to go down the inside. He's probably going to get the move done, is he? Or will the
Graver's going to try and hold it around the outside.
Ooh. A little bit twitchy.
Still there.
Still has enough of an overlap to have a right to the inside line. Coming into Hawthorne. But we're back out of it. Very sensible. This is not what either of these two needs, though, if they want them to get up to P6.
It's cost him a second, I think.
I think they're also getting crossed by the fact that Pimlico is stuck behind Navarro de Bova.
Another issue for Franken in the Azul Audi. Michelin's.
Yep.
Eulenbrook has made a pass on Bublak. Shows this is.
Is Bublak in the wall?
I can't see anything. It would have been done by now.
Well, maybe Bublak is still ahead of Eulenbrook, so maybe that was a blink out.
Maybe.
Overtake.
And then everything else we've just seen, it was de Graaf and Zoglu fighting it out for P7. Follon is now a 10th behind Romano. Look at this.
Whoa.
This is 4th place. Follon closed the gap rapid time and is now well within for a sniff of P4. There's 35 minutes left, and we are assuming, unless anyone's short-stopped at any point, that there are no more main pit stops to go. A potential splash and dash for a few drivers. De Graaf's within a 10th of Yagazoglu. It's 2 fights, very close together, and for top 10 positions.
Ooh, yeah, so plenty still to go. As we see now, all of this chasing back, trying to fight their way through Peter Mackay. Peter doesn't really need to worry about trying to pass the car ahead. Not going to help him catch up to P2. So that might be the reason why these other drivers are trying to get a move on. Peter Mackay is happy to stay behind the number 15. These cars are not. So down the inside, Zoglu thinks about ascend. Peter Mackay is just going to carry on his normal line. He's not getting in the way, he's just driving a line. But they can't really get close enough to get past him at the moment.
It's frustrating because they're clearly quite even on pace, these 3. 4 even, because Blue was not exactly much. Still out ahead of these. Follon closes again on Romano in the back section. The Audi squeezing to the inside to defend. Porsche might look to the inside of this next corner, thinks better of it, tucks in behind, hits that apex, tries to get the exit speed. Haven't seen anyone make any lunges into the final corner. They've all waited. And here he goes. 2.5 or 25 hundredths the gap. Still at 25 hundredths. Is he going to look to the inside? He's going to try and break later, but the R8 on the outside. Very nicely done, and beautiful apex as well. Cuts the curve a little bit, but oh, that was close. Really close. Looked to the inside, did Follen then into Druids. But the door firmly shut by Romano in P4. That could have ended in tears.
That really could have done, but it was great, wasn't it, that they managed to get through that unscathed, because you could tell that was scary stuff.
Yeah, Follen's been trying for a while, I think. He's not going to give up anytime soon, that's for sure. The situation with De Grava, so Mackay has let them both through. And now, onto Deruva. Is he going to let them through? That's the question. I think Mackay did the right thing. They both had even pace. He's not catching up to Bruins up ahead. The gap 16 seconds. He's got a minute behind him. It wasn't worth fighting these two when they're fighting for position. Deruva moves over, lets them both through. And now they can continue 7th and 8th onwards. 6.2 seconds to Yagazoglu. So he's been gifted a 1.5, 2 second gap there. Further than he was. Now it's up to these two. Can they close that gap, or are they going to fight each other? That's the question. Ideal's been off track again. And we've seen that a couple times. Getting on the grass early. Pirellis. BMW. They've got 3 fights within a second. 5th place, taking 4th, 8th for taking 7th, and 16th, and it's way to 50th.
Driver this time back in behind Negazoglu. Both have been trying to catch Devarnik, who was able to extend his advantage all throughout that last phase of traffic. He's running very wide. Whoa, Hendrik de Grava very out of shape, well held. And the car gripped back up. It looked like it was going to spit him into the wall, and that could have been his chances of a good result going up in smoke, but he held it nicely. And now lost a bit of ground, but still within slipstream range of the car ahead.
Yeah, he done well there for sure. That looked like a big squirm. These two still nose to tail. Follen has tried everything he can so far. Last lap times 23.47, 23.46, so they are pretty much running the same laps. In terms of De Grava and Yagazoglu, it's 23 to 23.9. That'll be with that slide. And this Porsche is just all over the back of the Audi as we enter the final half-hour sprint to the finish. 234 laps into the Brands Hatch GP. I think you might have this on the lap count. Who needs to be good at maths when you can just one up? Just
Yeah,
one
exactly. You know. It's just whatever. Yeah.
It's just what it is. None of the
Don't think smart. Think clever. It's by Follen.
Don't think smart, think clever. As Follen sends it to the inside of Paddock to take Romano for P4. Let's have another look at that. That was easily done. I don't feel like Romano put off as much of a fight as he could have. Look at that on the brakes, just straight down. And it was well done before the apex, and away he goes. That was insane. Now,
wasn't it, from Bravo Follen?
yeah. Now
Right
that's
up
it.
on the side. And now needs to focus on clearing a gap to Lucas Romano.
Can Romano stay with him in the slipstream, or has he used too much? Or is he starting to fuel save? That's another thing that might come into play. I'm not sure where everyone is on their pit stops. You can have a look at the pit strategy thing again. But are there people that are worried about a splash and dash and maybe just going to have to save fuel in this last half an hour?
Romano did come in a little bit later than Fallon, so could potentially be Fallon needing to fuel save a little bit, but it seems to be fine. Pit stops for 43 laps every time look to be enough to be comfortable come the end.
Yeah, 43s across the board for Fallon, like you said, for the Decimo.de team. Romano, 43, 55, 43, 44. Really shouldn't have to. 44s across the board for DynamiXX until the last stop. Nagazoglu had an early stop. Stop 1, lap 39. Due to an issue, I imagine. De Graaf no longer the highest place after getting passed by Nagazoglu. That honour goes to the McChallenge car of the ID DynamiXX. There he is in P6.
Very, very good stuff from DynamiXX. And you'll see the lap times he's putting out as well. Very good, keeping Nagazoglu and De Graaf at bay. See that there's still fights going on even at this late stage. Half an hour to go and we've got cars within a second of each other. De Graaf and Nagazoglu still nose to tail.
De Graaf is not letting him go. Still very much within shot. Just fluctuating between sort of 8 tenths at close to 4 on one of the corners and it drops back down again. But Nagazoglu has still extended it to 7 seconds, so sorry, since Nagazoglu is still 7 seconds behind him, has extended still, even though these two are now in 3 out. Which is interesting to see, because it looked like he was being closed down quick earlier. He's definitely woken up a bit now. Haven't seen Boo Black in a while. He's there in P9, still in the top 10. And we've seen this car have a number of issues today, so they are definitely doing well. I'm sure they'll be wondering what could have been, but at the same time, we've got to be happy with those, well, the amount of spins that they've had to still be in P9. Because I don't think many others have had as many. So they are still up there on pace rather than luck. You see the Zenem car. We haven't seen much of the Zenem car in terms of fights. Joel Eulenbrook, 169. Also in the top 10. That's all the Lamborghinis in the top 10. But the Beamer was running so strong early in the race. He's currently down in P12.
I think it was that extra tyre stop and that extra stop as well that they had to make is to really hurt them. That one more tyre stop. You can just tell that has held them up, slowed them down. And then obviously involved in incidents later on in the race. You can see their car's not in the best of shapes. It's a real shame as well because they were definitely up there in with a shot of fighting for a podium. And for them to be down in P12, it's definitely not the result they deserve to get from all the hard work they put in early on, is it?
No, it does. It makes it look like they've had more of a nightmare than what they actually have had, for sure. As it looks like Eulenbrook has passed Boo Black. A spin. There's a spin into the pit lane on the final corner. Just as we were talking about that car going through the motions. That was a fairly safe off track into the final sector. And it does say that the car entered the pits and then left the pits really quickly. So I wonder if we've seen another one of those pit lane entry spins. And then carries on. We'll find out. He's approaching the final corner now. Is it a grass touch? Too much speed? Oh, just a blink. Oh, how strange. Couple of blinks.
Just a couple of blinks that can throw the timing software all out of whack.
Yeah. Teleported into the pits and back out again. But he's now got someone to chase. Zulenbrook took that position from him. About 7/10 the gap. Behind Follen now, so Follen pulling away in P4. De Grava falling back from Yagazoglu. And De Vlaming 6.5 seconds ahead of Yagazoglu, so Yagazoglu is trying to close that gap. 123.1 for Yagazoglu. The lap before 122.9 for De Vlaming, now a 123.3, so let's see what Yagazoglu do. 22.6. So he's closed that lap. It's going to be fluctuating, isn't it? 23 minutes left on the clock. Who's going to be the most consistent in this late phase?
I think for my money, De Vlaming is in the best position. He has the advantage. He has the track position. In that time of 6.5 seconds, there or thereabouts. It's probably going to be enough. Oh, look at that. You can see Yagazoglu, how much those front wheels were working to try and recover that rear end. Wow, well held. You could just see how much he was fighting it. We can't obviously get a replay of that because it won't come up on our event viewer. But I wish I could have seen the onboard just to see how much he was, sawing at the wheel to get it to grip back up.
It's definitely been one of the drivers who's worked the car the most, I think, throughout. We've seen the rear end come out many a time. It's been very squirmy in the hands of Yagazoglu. An exciting driver to watch in terms of the way the car behaves in his hands. I don't know whether it's aggressive steering movements. He was one of the first to pull off the send into turn 1 in this race in the first hour. A beautifully done move, which we've seen a couple times now. Most of the overtakes, where would you say most of the overtakes have happened?
Probably up into Hawthorne's Bend or into Druids. Those are the two main action zones, I think, across this race. Maybe we've seen a few moves as well, haven't we, though, into Stirling's. But mostly those are the areas that the action's been, I think.
Yeah, it's been. Yeah, I agree with you. Druids in this right hand at the end of the straight. Hawthorne's, is it Hawthorne's?
Hawthorne Bend, I think, yeah.
Interesting.
It's definitely a very big overtaking opportunity, but none coming through for De Grava. He's having to sit behind, and by this time, behind Yagazoglu, De Vlaming, though, continuing to hold on to his advantage now, 7 seconds. So as the race moves on, we're into the final 20 minutes of running. That's going to be good news for this man, John Bruins. He's been able to get up into second place and stay there, which is the most important part. That Porsche Sport car spent so much of the race. It spent longer in the race in P2 than anyone else. But it's not about where you spend the most amount of time, it's about where you finish. I know that all too well after my time in the Formula 1. Spent plenty of time in the lead, but when the race actually finished, I was nowhere near it. It's just the way though, isn't it?
Always happens. It's another one of those phrases that's commonly out there. There's a number of motorsport phrases that are always used. It's not where you start, it's where you finish, etc., etc. But it's just so true, and that's why they're most commonly used.
It's just common sense, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it shows as well, though, that the plan that Sim District had in the Audi has been worked to absolute perfection. They had that huge setback, let's not forget, in the first hour. I think it was in the first hour, wasn't it? The first 2 hours at the very least. They had an incident, dropped all the way back, had to take a fast repair, but from then on, they have been completely faultless. And they've executed their plan to climb back through the field to perfection. And that's seen them secure P2.
Now 19 seconds ahead. Mr. Mackay. You see Garver still fluctuating in and out of the second. The WPR car in the background using all the grass. Back on safely though. That is traffic for Lagazoglu up the road. Hermans. There it is, Christoph Hermans and Dr. Racing. It's been a while since we've seen them. Moves to the left. Allows Lagazoglu through. And now Jagava's got to do the same thing. Where is this going to happen? This is closed up quite quickly through this section. It's not going to be here. This might have to be another straight. Oh no, he's done it. There he goes. He moves to the left. Lets him through. 1.3 seconds. The gap between Degardi and Lagazoglu. 3 seconds now between Romano and Follen. There is Follen in P4.
Place has been very good as well from Bavo. 23.3. Matching John Bruins, about just a little bit faster than John Bruins in P2. Faster than Pete Mackay in P3. Not going to obviously close up to those two before the end of the race, but that just shows how much pace that Decimo.BE car has. Didn't qualify as good as I was expecting them to, but their race paces really shone through, and I think a P4 out of this race, they'll be very, very pleased with that result.
Yeah. Robin Van Gogh in the chat made some stupid mistakes in the second stint. This is him saying it again, I'm not saying this. But John has been immaculate, he says. As we saw it, like you said, he sat behind Mackay for the whole of that second to last stint. Not saying he didn't try, he definitely tried. Put some moves on in the early part of it, and then he kind of just sat within a second waiting for Mackay to make a mistake. It didn't come, but the pit stop phase was all they needed. Peter pulled the trigger on the pit stops first. 3 laps later, John puts in some storming qualifying laps. He comes out miles ahead. Came out like 10 seconds ahead in that last pit stop phase. It's now extended to 20 seconds because he came out in 3
Absolutely, they were really helped by those in-laps, clear air for John Bruins, showing his pace. And then, of course, that short stop in the pits helped him out to no end as well. Just easy time to gain. And then when they came out, it was a foregone conclusion, really, that they would be holding on to P2. Just looking through the rest of the field, closest fight is that battle between Degrave and Jagisoglu. De Vlaeminck continuing to stay 7 seconds clear of P7. And with 15 minutes to go, they will be the favourites to hold on to that P6, and that'll be a very good result for the McChallenge by DB car.
You can see that orange hue of the sun starting to go down, as you mentioned earlier. All the marbles on the outside of the corner, and there is the sunset blinding as they come into the final corner.
It's in a really awkward spot there, isn't it? It's just as soon as you're trying to find your point to slow the car down for the final corner, you can't see anything.
Bolting, our race leader, full lap ahead of the rest of the field. He set us purple sector 2, so we're still finding time, still pushing. 5 hours and 45 minutes later, there's the sun as it comes round that second to last corner, heading towards the final corner. As you said, Norton blinds spot to try and find the braking zone for this final turn. That challenge Audi is going to be well out the way. That'll be the number 7 Uber. Let him have it. The other choice. The 8.
Purple's lap time fastest of anyone, 1:21.6. That really Bolting.
Crazy. Said he was still finding time. There it is, fastest lap of the race. 14 minutes to go. I wonder if he's going to have another go.
Just a little bit offline into paddock hill, so I'd be surprised if he does go faster, but
Yeah.
we'll see how accurate the lines are. Just to steal the word Robin used for John's race, that he's been doing immaculate. I think that I can perfectly describe their stablemates in this District GT3 car. Hopefully, though, we will see that Audi at full strength the next time out. Of course, Evan Vanguard driving wounded with only one arm. Hopefully, it's feeling better for a month's time.
It's a beautiful looking Lambo. I do like the shape of the Lambos on here. I can't say I was. I don't know. I wasn't expecting it to come to iRacing because I'm aware of obviously licenses and stuff can be quite difficult for different car brands. I assume from all the other games that struggle to get licenses for certain cars, and it seems to me that there are certain partnerships that iRacing has as a sim that are stronger than others. Porsche, for example, who are in chat somewhere, and obviously running course in this race as well. BMW seem to have had a nice relationship with iRacing as well over the years, especially with the M4 being released before its real release this time round. And then what else? They had the M8, I guess, the GT4s in there. But the I don't know, the Lambo for me just seems to come out of nowhere, and it's a nice addition. It's nice to see differences in brand.
I mean, for me, what would come out of nowhere would be an Aston. If they brought in the Aston GT3, I would be spending my entire life behind the wheel of that car.
They had a GT1, so I don't know if that relationship has soured, or if they are planning on bringing it in. I want to see. I like the additions of the touring cars that they've had.
Oh yeah.
For sure, it was nice to see because I never really drove the Audi before, the RS3, and then they brought the Hyundai and the Honda in. It's definitely revitalised that, although the racing is sometimes questionable, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean the Honda's a bit weird as well. I think I'm not sure if they fixed it, but I remember at least early on in its release, it had a weird pogo stick rear end.
Yes, the rear suspension was very. I'm not sure how it was it was only on the baseline setup, so what everyone was locked to basically in the main series, but it couldn't ride any curves or bumps because if your rear wheel hit it, you would bounce much like the old Jetta and just get spat off into the wall.
Oh.
But they did fix it. It's still quite bouncy. You can definitely mount curves and stuff now. And I think the Hyundai got a little bit of a nerf as well. So they're all fairly even. Some of them still obviously understandably favour certain tracks over others, but it's definitely a lot closer.
Though that iRacing was able to do that level of BOP for the GT4s.
Yes.
Because that is a Cayman Fest.
Is it?
It is.
That's that partnership, isn't it, Porsche? But you got. I can't say I've driven the GT4s much in terms of the multi.
Give the McLaren
racing.
a go. Honestly, give the McLaren a go. It is so fun.
I've driven the BMW quite a bit when it was in the 12.0. But the multi-class stuff, I should probably give a go. Maybe next season, I might commit to it. We've got 10 minutes left. That last stint has flown by. 10 minutes left, lap 250. Sam Pottables for Try Racing is half a second back from Dubova for 15th place. 4th position with 9 minutes left on the clock.
Here we go.
And a bent rear wing for that Audi as well. So you'd assume he's not in a good place. See a few off tracks for Dubova. I don't know if they're all in the same, if we've seen them, how long ago they were. Let's have a look at the latest one. It's already got a bent rear wing there. On the grass?
Oh, yep.
What about the one before that? Still already got a bent rear wing. Grass? Saves. And the one before that. Ooh, this is where the wing came from. There we go. Found it in the end.
So I think we've just had a moment. Oh, well,
dear.
there's Fabian Van Schajic. But I think there was another moment just going down into Paddock Hill Bend. This isn't the one. This is a different incident.
You said the last 10 minutes. They're all going off.
It's a Redeemer. With a little bit of moment. This was the one I liveries Vibe Sports. We're going to see the rear just swap ends, make traction. Marcus with black into the wall.
That's a big dent in that wing. Well,
Thankfully, car behind is well over 2 minutes behind, so a bit of a comfortable margin for the black, but still not the way he wanted to end this race.
Sam Green, Try Racing the bill. You assume with the damage on that Audi that he should be able to get this done. But they're looking fairly even on lap times. Sam's definitely got the edge. 3/10 the gap. Going towards the line. Shajic obviously ate the pit wall pretty hard just then, so he is probably firmly in 17th place now. Try Racing going to look to the inside into Druids, not quite. Does break quite late. No contact made. Wide all the way through Druids. Doesn't quite get the run down the hill. The lights are definitely on now on these cars as they shine down the hill. Upward straight into slipstream zone, 3.5 tenths. This gap has stayed pretty similar. Not sure where he's going to be able to make this move.
No, I'm not sure either. We'll certainly find out there, won't we? Right over it. Is he going to just roll over and take it? Really? That is Stand for the bell, so I was going to put up a fight. Wilson, allowing the chat. Thanking BMS for the invite to get involved in the racing. Hopefully we'll see you around for the next couple of rounds, the final 2 rounds of this Championship Milton. Next one, I think it was on the 12th of March. So it's European now. Good to see Blackwood drivers out in force at Canberra. But we still have 5 minutes to go at Brands Hatch. Oh, there's a big moment sliding onto the grass. Right over. Contact with some put avails. So
I'm surprised at that. It's just like the Audi run too wide on the exit. Porsche ended up having the position really, but then they both went for the same part of track, not on purpose. And it's not even popped up on the event viewer, so we can't have another look at it. He rolled round the mile, so that was our last incident point. What incident is he talking about there? The one we've just seen?
oh no, as in for Van der Maren, that means that the car will have to come into the pits to serve a stop and go penalty, or drive-through penalty rather, because every 25 incidents I think you have to come through the pits. So we will unfortunately see that car peel off on the right-hand side. Should see it now. There we go.
Ah, there he goes.
Huge shame. It's just the instant they're having right in front of them, and that is put an end to one of the last fights. In fact, probably the last fight we will be treated to this evening. Unless something very dramatic happens in the next 4 minutes. It has been a very good evening, hasn't it, Jack? We've had some great racing.
It has,
Great
yeah.
performance from these drivers. Olivier Balding, Scott McFall, class of the field yet again.
There's been battles throughout, all at different points of the race. Interesting strategy calls. Yeah, some people taking tyres at different times to others, which made for some interesting early and middle stints. An amazing fight from the birthday boy Peter Mackay and Bruins for P2 for a whole stint, which I'm still baffled by, and obviously chat very much enjoyed that fight. Some very strong racing and early pace from the BMW, currently in P12. That P12 just not doing justice to the amazing effort that those guys have put in the early part of the race. But then the same for all drivers who are going to cross the finish line. It's a 6-hour race. It's props to everyone that crosses that finish line. Like, they've put the effort in. They finished. They crossed the finish line. They've been racing throughout. It's a shame about Sam's incident point there. There's nothing we could do about that really. But they fought hard for 16th. Arguably they could have got 15th, but at the end of the day they've still made it. And that's really. But for Olivier, that is not all that matters because he is still flying. This BMS Vive/BMS Esports team, Sim District GT3, has been absolutely unstoppable. You said it at the start to me, the previous rounds, and I think I took it not with a pinch of salt, but I didn't realise it was this dominant. But here we go, a whole lap in the lead. 254, about to go on to lap, or about to complete its 255th lap. And I feel like we've just passed Pete Mackay again, so he's nearly 2 laps ahead of the field. I'm not sure on the gap to John Bruins. Can't see him on the relative, so the gap must be fairly far. In fact, it'd be better to look at the track map to answer that question. Yeah, so they're on opposite sides of the circuit. He's not going to catch Bruins any time. It's a lap everyone up to third twice. And second once. That is incredible stuff. As we go on to our final minute now of the 6-hour race as the sun comes down. Sim District. What a performance. Poor Sport obviously deserve a shout out as well. Couldn't quite hold on to the P2 due to strategy. Nick Pouliot sliding a Porsche again. Couldn't end the race without seeing one more Porsche spin, of course. There goes the Tri-Racing car. He's going to have to reverse. Oh, not that far. Where's he going? I'm so confused.
It's just, yeah. It's what on earth?
What is going on?
What?
Ooh.
What? Oh, there we go. I think. Yep.
There we go.
Yep, no,
Forward.
There we
Forward
go.
engage.
There we go. Oh. Was worried it was going to have another moment when it suddenly got to the grip of it. But here we go. The clock has ticked past 6 hours. And this is it. The final lap for this team. The 45 Lamborghini Sim District GT3 by Vive BMS Esport. They know they're on camera. Hello, everybody. Well done. Yeah, good stuff. Just a few more corners to go, and they will greet the checkered flag. Worthy winners, putting a lap on the entire field. I said watch out for these guys. They've been putting in dominating performances, and today it has been no different.
And Let's... Oh, wait. I'm 1 lap short. Am I 1 lap short? I'm 1 lap short. But it means that I still win.
You do.
I still win. The checkered flag is out, and Olivier Boeltink in the Lamborghini GT3 flashes his lights, weaves down the straight and across the line. 6 hours of racing, and he takes the flag. Peter Mackay behind is going to finish in 3rd place. As Hermans, they're all going to cross the line out of sync because they're all lapped at different points. Eulenbroek finishes 9th. Hermans is 11th. Who is going to be next to cross the line? It's going to be P12. The BMW. And then we got 15th place is on the way. Navarro de Buva in the Audi. He's going to weave down the straight. Here he comes to secure his place. He's got the 10th place I livery's car behind him. Marcus Bublak crosses the line. 13th place, Goose Franken crosses the line. 16th place is across the line. 4th place, Barvo Fallon has just crossed the line. 17th place is up next. That's Fabian Van Schajik in the WPR car. Brings it
It's
home.
been a wonderful drive from Bavo Fallon at Desmo.be car to bring home 4th place. But this driver, John Bruins, what a final couple of hours it was for him. Battling with Peter Mackay, using the strategy to his advantage, bringing home 2nd place. Very well deserved and makes it a Sim District 1-2 on the podium.
Yeah, and our final driver to cross the line is going to be Nick Pouliot in 14th place. And we just saw De Grava there in 8th and Yagazoglu as well, finishing in P7 and 8. To Vlimink, done very well to finish P6. But your winner for today, an extreme performance. People in chat showing their congratulations. Well done, Scott and Olivia. Great job. Ollie and crew, amazing job. John and Robin, solid race. Love the way you fought the Porsche. And it's on next time better, as they all bring their cars back round the track and in towards the pits. You can see the teammates lining up side by side there. The BMW definitely would have been hoping for a better race, but I mean, they gave it a good show. As Olivier goes past the pit lane, and we're going to get some celebratory donuts. 2nd place Bruins lines up alongside him. Got some wheel spin in there, and around he goes. It's gonna hit him. Boom.
Still, very well done. They're trying to coordinate it.
Bruins giving up. So 1-2 for the team.
That's the thing with traction control. Very difficult to do donuts. Oh,
He
John
gave it a go.
gave it a go.
Gave it a go.
Go on, Olivier.
And it's on a hill as well, this straight. It doesn't make it any easier.
Look at that. Plenty of smoke. These are the slowest donuts I've ever seen. Going on. Oh, here we go. Maybe. No. Come on, lads. Never mind. There we go.
Okay, they done an attempt. I mean, Boeltink got a fair few donuts in. And there goes the engine. It's fine. It's all fine. KVid VDS says, well done, CG. Congrats to my colleague, Good Racing. Scott McFowle's Sim Racing channel says, well done, everyone. All of the chats coming in. It is, it's going to be interview time.
I think first, I've got a job for you
And
to
the
do, and that
results.
is run through the race results. Take it away, mate.
Of course. I don't know if I can... Let's have a look. There we go. So I thought that was going to take long. Right, so the results. Just waiting for this replay to sort itself out. There we go. There they are. Here we go then. So your final results are... That's coming up as the team names. We want to see the drivers' names. It will be team names.
There we go.
There we go. So, Sim District GT3 by Vive/BMS Esports. They were your team winners in the dominant Lamborghini today. They were a lap ahead of second place and 2 laps ahead of everybody else. Sim District by BMS Esports. The Audi finished second place. They put on a sterling attack on Peter Mackay in the Porsche Sport car. And had a great comeback drive to get P2 based on strategy in those final stints. Porsche Sport come home in P3 in the end. Again, being in P2 for most of the race, for the majority of the race, but ended up just losing out on that final stint. Decimo.be finished in 4th place with RP Motorsport Verde in 5th in the end. They had a cracking race as well, regularly in a fight to get up to that P5. McChallenge by DB, the number 10 car, was in P6. Dynamics Pink were also in P7. Those two also showing up quite regularly in the battles on stream. Flemish Sim Sports probably had the most fights that we saw of anyone. 7 places gained in the end, only 1 less than Jeremy DeBuva in the McChallenge number 10 car, who gained 8 places. You got Zenom Esports in P9 and iLiveries in P10 in the end, after numerous amounts of spins on the grass for that P10 team. Duct Tape Racing bring it home in P11. Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports. That's the BMW. Had a strong first half and then floundered in the second half, unfortunately for them, but they had a great effort. RP Motorsport Dynamics Azul also had some issues, bringing it home in P13. Dynamics Bellspeed P14. McChallenge number 7 car was down in P15 in the end, driven by Kurt Vananacker to the finish line. And then you've got Tri Racing, unfortunately, just going over their incident threshold on that last part of the race. And then WPR Racing is 17th, followed by the non-finishers, that is, of Dynamics Simulators Red, 108 laps down. Dynamics Racing Simulators, 210 laps down. And near the start of the race, Team Tice, 237 laps down in the end in P20.
So, a wonderful race evening in the books here. 6 hours of a wonderul Brands Hatch GP circuit. And now it's the time where we interview our racers. And who do you want to bring in first? We've got a couple lined up. I think, you know what, with 2 Porsche Sport drivers, why not? Let's bring in the birthday boy and his best mate, Ryan Parkins, into the booth. Congratulations to the pair of you. That was a good, hard fight. At the end, you come away with a P3, but you still got to be happy with that.
Oh, we're delighted. Yeah, we're absolutely delighted. Our first podium of the season to be up here is that. Although we're one behind what the Great British Curlers got in the final, the Olympic final. Unfortunately, missed out on the gold, but the wonderful Great British Curlers, they came home silver, and we've got the ladies' final tomorrow. They're going for gold tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I know. I've been keeping my eyes open on the curling. It's probably the only chance for us to get a medal in the Winter Olympics. Glad we got the silver, but let's see what happens in the next final. Great to have both our teams, of course, doing very well.
Makes you proud to feel British, doesn't it?
Definitely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Not really our forte, the Winter Olympics, so it's good to go out there and get something. But enough about events outside of today. We've got a great race to try and dissect. And I mean, Ryan Parkins, you started the car very well. Just talk us through that initial stint for you.
Yeah, it's pretty good, I thought. Got P2. Wasn't really expecting that. I thought, just it was really good lap in the end. Then we couldn't really fuel save because we were so close to everybody. The Porsche definitely drinks a lot more, which is good because it's probably using really economical fuel, but it just drinks more of it compared to everyone else. So we were struggling for laps. So we couldn't really save too much in the first 2 stints, but we got a nice gap, and then we had Paul in the car. Paul smashed out 43 and 44 44 and 45 laps. He's done a really good job to bring us back onto the hour, and then we had Peter in to finish. It was a great run actually. It's really enjoyable. It's really hard, really tough around here. You got to concentrate a lot.
Yeah, and coming to you, Peter, it was always going to be difficult with the difference in fuel. We knew that the car behind John Bruins was saving fuel, but that hour that you were defending was something else. Just tell us how focused you were during that phase of the race.
Whoa, it was fairly tense. I must be honest, to try and keep John behind me. He was definitely faster, but that's one thing about this wonderful Great British circuit here at Brands Hatch, that you can sort of park it and keep, hold position quite well. You've got to really have a lot of overspeed to get the position back. So yeah, that was quite nice. But we knew we were in a bit of trouble on fuel consumption wise. But like I say, we're absolutely delighted to get a podium, and looking forward to Montreal next. Is it Montreal next? I think it is.
Yeah, Montreal
Yeah.
circuit. Gilles Villeneuve.
Neville's already looking at the setup. Neville the dog.
Neville the dog. Greyhound.
Neville the dog. Yeah.
Was it a whippet?
Look, I think he's a greyhound. Yeah, no, he's a greyhound. He's an ex-racing greyhound, actually. He's a racer, most biggest racer in the whole team. Yeah, and Luke let him sleep in front of the fire the other night, so he's Luke's best pal at the moment.
Also, it's worth noting that this is our Porsche Sports only third ever race in the GT3R. We did a 24 Hours of Daytona and the last race with this in this series.
Yeah,
and that was it. So
going very well, getting a podium
in
a very high sort of strength of field event, such as the DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Series.
I tell you what, Brands Hatch though, you've got absolutely no time to rest. I mean, Daytona, you got plenty of time to like pick your nose and dig for a bit of green gold when you're going down the straight. But there's no time for any of that caper at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, definitely not. And of course, like you said, going to Gilles Villeneuve in a week's time. Hopefully, you're not going to be hanging like you were today, Peter. How was it for you?
You've got good intelligence sources, Edward May. Yes, I'm well. I put it this way: I'm still in my pajamas, and it's 20:09 at night. So yes, I got one of these perfect draft beer machines for my birthday. So when we got back, we gave that a good test drive, and well, I need to go out and get a new keg for it actually, because it's nearly empty already.
Yeah, Jack was trying to get me to sing you happy birthday earlier, but I've decided against it. Instead, we're going to wish you a very happy birthday, Peter.
Thank you. This is a good way to say this is the best birthday present, this one.
I know. We were thinking that as you cross the line, that'd be a very good reward for you. But anyway, thank you to the pair of you. We'll look forward to seeing you in about a month's time when we go to Gilles Villeneuve. And all that's left to say is, have you got anybody you'd like to shout out on the broadcast?
I'd say Peter Mackay's fiance, my wife, Luke's girlfriend, and Paul Rieger's wife.
Neville.
Neville.
I can't forget Neville.
Yeah. This is probably our most boring interview in this series, actually. I'm surprised people stay this long, to keep watching this one for the rest of it.
Listen to us prattling on. Yeah,
I know.
I should have held a fart in and kept it and then let it go to see if it came out on broadcast or not.
And with that, thank you, Peter Mackay. Thank you, Ryan Parkins. Great to have a chat with you. It's been brilliant. It's been absolutely wonderful. I'll tell you what, Peter, you've been much better behaved today. Even if you did let one rip on broadcast, it would be much better than last time we had you in the booth, mate.
That's true. Yes, apologies again for that. Yes.
No worries, Peter. We're never going to let you forget it.
No.
Not on our lives. Anyway, take care, both of you.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
He's a character, isn't he?
What a couple of characters, both of them. And do you know what, Jack? I think we have time for one more interview. So I'll let you have a word with our race winner.
Yeah, so welcome, Olivia Boltink. It's been a hell of a performance from yourself and the team in that Lamborghini, and it was astonishing to see you both dig deep and just constantly find those lap times. Tell us about it from your point of view. What's your mindset in a race like this? Because you got 6 hours, and all I kept seeing was the lap times dropping and dropping and dropping. How do you do that? Tell us how you do it.
Jack and Edward, good evening. So yeah, the mindset was to with Scott to take off in the start to make a gap.
Mm-hmm.
So he did. Then he did 2 great stints. Then the first stint I did was like, yeah, now I need to fuel save as much as I can. And I tried to fuel save as much as I can and still have a decent pace. And then I really messed up the pit entry. So I got a 40-second stop and go for that. But yeah, it happens.
Yeah, you said about the pit penalty, the 40 seconds. It took us a while to spot it. Actually, it was Ed that spotted it. The gap went from about, I think, a minute to 20 seconds, and we thought it might have been a mistake at first, and then we thought that you might have just taken tyres and it was a long pit stop. And then obviously you popped up in chat and let us know that it was a 40-second stop and go, but fast enough to lap the whole field around Brands Hatch GP twice. Everyone but your teammate in second place. How does that feel?
I was a bit scared because the Lambo was really a handful here. It's jumping and doing all around. So we tried to take it easy and a bit safe. And then the last stint, I was like, hey, come on now, I'm gonna enjoy and just send it completely. And it worked out.
It is crazy to me that you took it easy and put those laps in. I didn't think we would see, looking at the times, I didn't think we would see any 1:21s. The majority of the field lapping in the 22s, the high 22s. And then in your final stints, just the 21s started coming in. I think you even dropped towards the mid 21s. Is it one of your favourite tracks, or you're just that fast everywhere?
Oh no, I struggled so much on this track in practice. I crashed like every 5 laps. I crashed every time. And then at one point I said to myself, come on now, you need to take it more easy. Not do qualify laps, just take it easy, stay on track, and that's it. And today it worked out, luckily.
Yeah, you certainly found a groove. Obviously that's round 4 now complete. You've got the win, so the maximum for yourself and the team. Before we let you go, obviously congratulations from us in the commentary booth. Is there anyone you want to say hello or thank you to before we let you go?
I want to congrats Robin and John. For sure Robin, because he's one-armed at the moment. He dislocated his shoulder on Tuesday, so
Yeah, you done well to drive one-handed.
yeah, he did really good. John was also really good. Then Nilton was amazing also. Yitzhak was also good for his second race on iRacing. It was pretty good he did. And then for sure my teammate was again just on point and just on pace completely. And yeah, I want to thank Stefan because he's still the team owner that keeps us driving, and then Sim District, the sponsor, and all the rest behind the scenes, And you guys for the broadcast. Perfect as always.
Oh, thank you very much for the kind words, Olivier. And of course, congratulations on your win once again. It's been a pleasure, and we will see you for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening, guys.
You too.
Bye.
There we go, Ed. Our race winner for today, Olivier Boltink. How are you feeling?
Oh, wonderful. Really looking forward to the next round. Gilles Villeneuve, another 6-hour event. What a treat that will be to see 20 GT3 cars battling it out on a circuit that I haven't actually seen many GT3 races at or had the joy of broadcasting at. So be a first for me. It'll be very interesting to see how all of those fights materialize. We've had some plenty good fights today, haven't we, Jack? Some real highlights.
Oh, yeah, there's been fights all over the place, up and down the order. 20 drivers out there, and it was constant. There was always at least one fight going on, which was good. And just after 6 hours of racing, as you said, it closed in that final hour, different strategies and all that sort of stuff. So it's been a good event to be part of. DynamiXX Endurance Series round 4 complete.
Absolutely, and we will see you all hopefully in a month's time on the 12th, I believe. If I've got my timings right, got it marked in my calendar right. Yep, Saturday the 12th of March. Same time, same place on Sim Racers World TV. And I'm going to be checking out, and I'm sure, Jack, you'll be doing the same.
Yeah, of course. So once again, just thank you all for watching. Anyone that jumped in chat, Porsche Sport, and all the drivers and the guys, anyone who's supporting the drivers, of course. Thank you all for watching. Thank you to Dynamics for holding on the event and all of their sponsors that you have seen on stream throughout the event. We've been your hosts, Ed May and Jack Johns. I'm going to sign it off in typical fashion. If I don't see you on track this week, and I'll see you next week for the next video, wherever you are watching on these sim racing videos. Peace.
It's black and white. Baby. Love. No more. Baby. Black and white. No more. Baby. Love. No more. Baby. It's black and white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico. It's black and white. White, white, white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico. It's black and white. White, white, white. It's black and white.